He bled and sweated every single day for a kingdom that treated him like absolute trash. This man is a legendary smith with god-tier skills, but he's rotting away in a hellish, soul-crushing forge. Then destiny finally dropped a legendary hammer into his hands. Now he isn't just crafting blades and shields. He's forging a path to absolute, unbreakable freedom. The mysterious girl who discovered him saw the truth, that he was destined for greatness far beyond any simple smith, escaping the clutches of the royal forge forever, finally stepping into a life of total, absolute freedom. But how did his entire world get turned upside down? Our journey kicks off with our hero staring intensely at his own reflection. A look of pure, unadulterated satisfaction beams back at him from the glass. With that confident look locked in, he turns and marches out the door. He realizes that from this very moment, his life is changing forever. He's finally stepping into his new role as the prestigious royal court blacksmith. He steps outside with a massive grin, reflecting on the grueling hard work he's endured, all to reach his ultimate goal, becoming the greatest master blacksmith the world has ever seen. He arrives at the towering castle gates, looking up as the beautiful cherry blossoms drift by. The cherry blossoms explode in full bloom as if they're cheering him on to prove his absolute worth. Suddenly his eyes lock onto a girl standing nearby, mesmerized by the falling sakura petals. She steps toward him with a curious look, asking if he's actually a professional blacksmith. Flustered and completely caught off guard, he's instantly struck by how angelic her voice sounds. She carries the elegance of a true noble, and when he asks how she guessed his job, she just giggles. She reveals the secret. His official license is sticking straight out of his pocket for the whole world to see. He gasps in pure shock, realizing that one more step and his precious permit would have been lost forever. Without that paper, his dreams would be dead on arrival, making this a total miracle. He pours out his gratitude, but she just beams, amazed that someone so young is already a skilled smith. He confirms her hunch with a grin, announcing that his official duties kick off right this second. He was hiding behind a total lie, stuttering as he begged her not to take him the wrong way. He'd been practicing his lines for ages, but she just gave him a gentle smile and told him everything was okay. He was a total gentleman to the beautiful Alicia Barnasto, treating her like absolute royalty. He asked if she was a high-born noble, and she admitted it while insisting there was no need for stiff rules or worrying about status as they stood there shoulder to shoulder. He wondered how she ended up here, and she confessed she was escaping a ball full of desperate suitors. She ditched the crowd to find some peace, then asked if he could help her make sense of the world. She asked if he knew what his true purpose was, catching him completely off guard. She admitted she was lost in her own life, searching for the truth about what she really wanted. He started to really reflect on her words, nodding with a look of pure inspiration. He boldly declared his dream to become the greatest blacksmith the world has ever seen. Stunned, she shouted back in disbelief, "The absolute best in the entire world?" He didn't flinch, admitting he knew the road to the top would be a brutal, uphill battle. But he vowed to pour his heart and soul into it, leaving her completely speechless. She looked him in the eye and told him she truly hoped his dream would come true. She genuinely wanted to see him rise and conquer his goals, to become the undisputed king of the forge, and after that, he bowed low, completely caught off guard by her refreshing honesty. He never expected this kind of support after being mocked and ridiculed by everyone else. Plus, he couldn't help but notice how incredibly sweet she was. He strutted into the castle with a smug grin, his mind racing with wild possibilities. Now that he's a royal servant, he's bound to cross paths with gorgeous noblewomen, and maybe, just maybe, he'd finally find a bride. He arrived at the forge, took a massive gulp of air, and steeled his nerves as he reached for the handle. He knew first impressions were everything, so he stepped inside and belted out a cheerful greeting. But before he could even finish his sentence, a massive fist slammed right into his jaw. With a cold, dead stare, the man pinned him to the ground and barked a ruthless order. There was no time for pleasantries. He had to start repairing that blade right this second. He wasn't allowed to leave until the job was done, leaving our hero completely shell-shocked. His jaw hit the floor as he realized his dreams of a glamorous life at court were being crushed into absolute dust before his very eyes. That was the moment his living hell truly began, and as the days dragged on, he eventually began leaving his home with a gaze that was completely hollow and dead. 3 agonizing years had vanished since he first stepped into his role as the official court blacksmith. His entire existence revolved around repairing shattered steel, a far cry from his days as a simple village blacksmith whose incredible talent got him scouted for what he thought was his dream job. But reality was a nightmare, especially when the forge master, Morgan, screamed his name and berated him for being late, forcing him to beg for mercy. Morgan just glared with pure disgust, barking that he was a useless, incompetent waste of space. The boss slashed his pay as punishment, and when he tried to defend himself, Morgan's explosive rage forced him into silence. This mountain of work usually required an entire squad of smiths, yet they pinned the whole burden on him alone. It was obvious he was being targeted for their past grudge, especially when Morgan struck him across the face and claimed he was just teaching him. Fake collapsed to the floor, realizing 3 agonizing years had already passed under their constant burning rage. By now, the pain was second nature, and he truly believed he wasn't worthy of joining the shop yet. His lack of skill was their excuse to rain down blows, and as they kept striking him, he could only think. He blamed himself for the pathetic pay and the endless workdays, convinced his own lack of talent was the problem. Dragging himself up, he faced Morgan, who demanded he fix his attitude and prep every single weapon before the holidays ended. And then, Morgan dropped news about a royal ball. With a final warning not to slack off, the group turned their backs and marched out of the room. They mentioned it had been ages since they visited Alicia, and now, foreign guests were arriving for a massive feast. Once they were gone, he knew the lady had to be greeted with absolute perfection. Our hero stepped into the forge, only to find a mountain of swords waiting for him. He stared at the pile, knowing he was in for a brutal grind if he wanted to finish everything by the week's end. He's stuck pulling grueling night shifts, even though his days off are finally right around the corner. He desperately needs to clear his head, but he can't stop until this weapon is ready for the nights. Sleep is a luxury he can't afford, because even if he finishes by Monday, the grind never stops. A new week is already looming, and his body is screaming for a break before he completely collapses. Cursing his own slow pace, he pulls up a magic manual to review the 2 core pillars of blacksmithing: forging and enchanting. Enchanting is the real game changer, imbuing blades with supernatural sharpness and making them completely immune to rust. But these buffs only last a week, meaning a mountain of dull gear floods the forge, requiring him to dive deep into their complex magical codes. By opening a hidden data window, he uses raw mana to rewrite the ancient symbols that keep these weapons lethal. If a warrior is too reckless, those symbols fade away, leaving him to either refresh the magic or start from scratch. If the magic dies completely, he has to recast the entire spell, a grueling task that drains his very soul for hours on end. He blacked out the very second that sword hit the table. When he finally came to, he felt incredibly refreshed, surrounded by a sweet aroma and a mysterious warmth. He couldn't believe he'd actually drifted off. He bolted upright, accidentally headbutting Alicia as he screamed that he was out of time to finish the job. They both recoiled in pain, clutching their foreheads, and he was absolutely stunned to see her standing right in front of him. He immediately dropped into a deep bow, begging for forgiveness for being so disrespectful to a duchess. She brushed it off, and it dawned on him that she might actually be obsessed with the art of blacksmithing. It makes sense because every time she gets invited to a royal ball, she ditches it to come here instead. Just yesterday, Mr. Morgan was gossiping with the rest of the crew about her big invitation. Still covered in soot and grime from his shift, he looked like a total mess, prompting her to ask with deep concern what on earth happened. She was terrified he'd catch a nasty cold sleeping on the floor, but he quickly insisted that he was doing just fine. Something far more urgent was on his mind as he glanced out the window, realizing the sun was up and the grand ball had already ended. His shift should have ended yesterday, and though his memory was a total blur, her eyes filled with concern as she noticed his deathly pale skin. "Are you okay?" she whispered, gently touching the raw wound on his face that made him wince in agony, reminding him of the brutal beating Morgan gave him. Usually, he could hide the scars, but Morgan's explosive rage yesterday meant that a dark fate was now waiting for him. It killed him that she finally saw how everyone mocked him, especially since he was secretly head over heels in love with her. He knew a commoner like him stood zero chance with a girl of her status, but he desperately wanted to look like a real man in her eyes instead of a pathetic loser. Alicia could see the agony in his eyes and apologized for having no medicine, but he quickly brushed it off, feeling guilty that he was too swamped with work to even offer her tea. She gave him a soft, reassuring smile and asked if she could watch him work, and he immediately agreed. With a quick nod, he slammed the heavy blade onto the workbench and prepared to begin the job. He ignited his magic, but panic set in when he realized a crucial symbol was missing. The ancient marks were literally vanishing from the sword. Her face lit up with a massive grin as she praised his insane talent and dedication. She scanned the room in awe, asking if he'd enchanted every single one of these weapons by himself. He confessed he was still at the bottom of the ladder, and if he couldn't handle this, his dream of becoming the ultimate craftsman was over. With a gentle smile, She admitted she never knew the blacksmith's path was so brutal, but insisted his work was that of a true master. He tried to play it down, claiming he was still a total amateur, but she grabbed his hand, stunned by everything he'd achieved alone. She saw a hero, but inside, he felt like a complete fraud, a mediocre nobody compared to everyone else. He desperately tried to hide his emotions, but Alicia caught him crying and asked with a worried look what was breaking his heart. Fake didn't even realize the tears were flowing as he backed away, stumbling over his words. Suddenly, she pulled him into a warm hug and demanded he share his pain, refusing to let go until he spilled the truth. Panicked and confused, he lied and said he was just washing his eyes. But she yelled back that normal people don't just cry for fun. He explains that blacksmiths are masters of water magic, but he cuts himself off when he sees the doubt in her eyes. She demands the truth, so he collapses to the floor and pours his heart out, terrified that a commoner like him shouldn't be acting this way in front of a high-born duke's daughter. He finally chokes out that it's all his fault, that he's just a talentless failure and everyone else was only trying to help him. To his shock, she gently strokes his hair and begs for his forgiveness. She sighs with regret, wishing she had reached out to him much sooner. He tries to apologize for rambling, but the tears start flooding back, and he's absolutely desperate to hide his pathetic state from her. Suddenly, the Knight Argos storms in, barking insults and demanding that this good-for-nothing enchant his blade immediately. They both snap their heads toward the intruder as she calls out his name in shock. While our hero prays for a successful enchantment, Argos freezes in his tracks, stunned to see the noble Alicia standing right there. As they speak, he watches from the shadows, realizing that normally he'd be getting beaten to a pulp, but her presence has changed everything. He shoves the blade forward, demanding a fresh enchantment as he calls him out by name. He agrees and sprints straight to his workshop to get to work. He fires up his system window and is horrified to see the sword was treated like absolute garbage. Even though he just enchanted it days ago, the magic is already shattered, so he warns the man to actually show some respect to his gear next time. The guy explodes in a fit of rage, calling him a total failure and blaming the enchantment for the damage. Embarrassed in front of the lady, he quickly backtracks and asks for a more powerful spell, but the system window reveals the harsh truth. These basic blades are just too low grade to handle that kind of power. Since the metal is such poor quality, there's a strict limit on how much magic the sword can actually hold. If he loses his cool in the heat of battle, the entire magical structure will collapse. And with that final warning, the restoration is complete. He hands over the repaired blade, declaring it ready for action, but just as the man turns to leave, he suddenly stops dead in his tracks. He spins around to Lady Alicia and boldly invites her for a stroll through the palace grounds, but she shuts him down instantly with a polite but firm rejection. He offers a stiff, formal bow and asks for permission to finally make his exit. The moment he's gone, she turns to our hero and asks if he's always treated with such disrespect, leaving him spiraling with shame because he couldn't even keep his dignity in front of his crush. She warns him not to push himself to the breaking point or his health will fail, but he knows that if he can't survive the pressure of the royal court, he's finished. He was totally trapped because quitting meant his license would be stripped away, even after a year of serving Master Morgan. He told Morgan he couldn't take another second and demanded to leave, but the master threatened to revoke his entire future. Without that blacksmith's license, his life's work was over, even if he tried to forge weapons in the shadows. One mistake working illegally would land him behind bars, but then, she suddenly grabbed his hands with a look of pure intent. Her confused expression was just a mask, because she was actually there for a much bigger reason. She was ready to drop a total bombshell, summoning every ounce of her courage for what came next. Stealing her resolve, she looked him dead in the eye and asked, "Why don't we just get married?" He stared at her in total shock, his brain scrambling to make sense of her insane words. There was no way he heard that right. Did his ears deceive him? Or was she actually being serious? He wondered if she even knew what marriage really meant, but her intense, serious gaze proved she wasn't playing around. He recoils in total shock, his mind racing as he asks if she's really talking about a man and woman living together. Her face turns bright red as she nods, and he realizes with a blush that they're both thinking the exact same scandalous thing. But despite the tension, he's still completely lost about what's actually happening. Looking totally baffled, she quickly clarifies that she didn't mean anything like that at all. It turns out, a mountain of noble suitors have been begging for her hand in marriage, but she's not interested in a single one of those guys. She needs him to act as her cover, especially since he's a blacksmith just like her father. He's stunned by the proposal, but Alicia explains that she comes from a legendary lineage of master blacksmiths. Her ancestors forged a blade so legendary it became a national treasure, earning them a noble title that her father fought to protect. He's still confused, but she reveals the catch. Her family line must always have a blacksmith to survive. The family claims blacksmithing is all in the blood, but he argues that talent isn't just a birthright. She should be free to choose her own path. She agrees completely and drops a bombshell. Will he be her fiancé? He's stunned, but she's desperate to escape the swarms of suitors and find true love. She begs him to play the part of her fake fiancé to keep the creeps away. In exchange, she'll get him a brand new license in her homeland, finally ending the constant bullying he's endured. He gives a weak smile, asking if the deal requires a master blacksmith, because he's convinced his own lack of talent makes him useless to her. Her face turns dead serious as she shuts him down, revealing she's been watching him work and knows he's the best smith in the entire shop. It's not just raw skill. It's his relentless grit and hard work that she truly admires. She grabs his hands, stares deep into his eyes, and asks one more time, will he be her fiancé? He gazes back at her, overwhelmed by how incredible she really is. She's always been his rock. Kind, sweet, and always there when he needed her most. He fights the urge to stare, his heart racing as she beams at him. One more look like that and he's going to start believing this fake engagement is real. He finally asks if he's really supposed to be her pretend groom, and she admits with a shy smile that she'd much rather have him than some random stranger. She realized the best path forward was to actually become his wife. His head was spinning. She couldn't just drop a bombshell like that and expect him to keep his cool. It was all a front. A clever act she was putting on, and she most likely didn't want a real romance. But her heart broke for this man with nowhere to go, so she offered him a life as a blacksmith by her side. And when he finally agreed to be her groom, she was absolutely over. Joyed, lunging forward to seize his hands in hers, she shouted with excitement, demanding to know if he was truly ready for this. He gave his word, so Alicia declared they'd hit one last ball before whisking him away to her private estate. He nodded, confirming they'd move out Monday morning, but first, he had to officially quit his job. But escaping won't be easy. His bosses demand a 2-week notice, and the last time he even mentioned leaving, they beat him within an inch of his life. This time is different because she's by his side to find a way out, and she insists he stop calling her lady once and for all. Her eyes lit up with pure joy as she questioned him, realizing his social status didn't matter at all now that they were engaged. He looked completely dazed, admitting that maybe he really didn't need a fancy title to be by her side anymore. Later, our hero marches straight into the office and drops a total bombshell. He's finished, and he's quitting this job for good. Morgan explodes in a fit of pure rage, screaming at him for forgetting the years of brutal training they invested in his career. The other blacksmiths join the attack, mocking him as a talentless hack who would still be a clueless peasant if they hadn't taught him how to act. They sneer that a loser like him will starve on the streets, but he stands his ground, fueled by a sacred promise he refuses to break. He shoves his way through the surrounding crowd, shouting that he's done and demanding they let him walk away right now. Morgan's anger turns to sudden panic as he desperately asks if the hero actually has another job waiting for him. He gives a firm nod, and in response, they demand he hand over his official license immediately. Without hesitating for a single second, he whips out his license and thrusts it forward for them to see. He snatched the paper right out of their hands. He shredded the document into tiny scraps and roared at the top of his lungs. He declared his days as a blacksmith were over, leaving him with nowhere to turn in this entire kingdom. The smiths cornered him, sneering that they controlled the licenses, and he'd have to serve them to get it back. But he was already disgusted by their pathetic games. Morgan tried to bribe him, promising a promotion and a fresh recruit if he just endured one more year of misery. With a cold, dead-serious look, he flat-out refused, making it clear his time under their thumb was finished. Morgan exploded in a fit of rage, screaming for everyone to hear. He pointed and laughed, warning that working illegally would land him in chains, but the hero couldn't care less about their empty threats. The smith sneered that without them, he'd be a total outcast because nobody else would ever put up with such a worthless loser. They were certain he'd come crawling back to beg for a job, mocking his decision to walk away from the union as he turned his back on them forever. He stepped out with a stone-cold face, swearing to himself that he'd never return to this place, no matter the price. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto Alicia, who was just standing there waiting. Shocked to see her, he called out her name, and she immediately asked if he was finally done. He nodded, but panic set in. If these walls weren't soundproof, she just heard every single humiliating word. Just then, Morgan stepped out of the office, ready to spit out more insults. But the moment he saw her, he froze, bowed deeply, and started showering her with fake praise about how stunning she's become. She flashed a polite smile and got straight to the point, asking if he'd finally been fired. Stunned and confused, he admitted it was true, claiming he was just a useless burden to them anyway. They gave him every advantage on a silver platter, but he threw it all away, proving he hadn't learned a damn thing. Then, with a beaming smile, she dropped a bombshell. He was officially hired to work at her private estate. Everyone stood there, completely speechless and paralyzed by the shocking news. He shouted in disbelief, demanding to know what she meant by those words. The guy couldn't even hammer out a decent sword, let alone weave complex magic. Ignoring his protests, she declared him a gifted master and asked if anyone dared to stop her from taking him. He tried to cut a deal, asking if she'd prefer a real warrior like him to join her instead. She shot him a look of pure disgust and told him she didn't have the slightest bit of interest. Then, she turned to our hero with a beaming smile and told him it was time to hit the road. As they walked away hand in hand, he knew this engagement was a lie, but his heart was falling for her more every single day. With that, they turned their backs on the revenants and left them behind for good. They boarded a carriage and began their long journey south toward the king's domain. They were bound for the kingdom of Narsti, where her father was already waiting for their arrival. After a grueling day-long journey by stagecoach, they finally arrive at the massive Barnasto family estate. As they step out, he stretches his aching muscles while Alicia beams at him, asking if the long trip wore him out. He flashes a confident grin and insists he's not feeling tired in the slightest. This is nothing compared to the brutal, non-stop labor he endures at the forge from sunrise to sunset. Alicia mentions she's already sent word to her father, and he's likely waiting for them right now. But as they approach, he feels a sudden wave of anxiety and realizes his nerves are starting to kick in. He suddenly reaches out and grabs her hand, sending her into a blushing, screaming frenzy. Her loud outburst catches him completely off guard, and he immediately starts stammering out an apology. He explains it just felt like the right thing to do, and she slowly relaxes, gently taking his hand back. She reassures him that it's okay. She was just caught by surprise, but he still can't stop apologizing. Flashing a nervous grin, he apologized for crossing the line, reminding her that their engagement was just a sham and he'd gone way too far. She immediately shot him down, insisting he did nothing wrong even if he caught her off guard, which made him wonder if they should just keep improvising to make it look real. She nodded her head like crazy, confirming that was the plan, and he couldn't help but laugh as he finally got the message. With the plan to wing it set in stone, the two of them stepped into the massive estate together. But as they walked in, his heart started racing with pure dread at the thought of facing her father. The man glared at him with an intense, piercing gaze and demanded to know if this was the blacksmith Alicia had been raving about. She gave a firm nod, confirming his identity and preparing to vouch for his incredible skill. She boasted that his legendary talent was a once-in-a-lifetime phenomenon before turning to her father with a bold request. She begged him to witness the boy's enchanting magic firsthand, so the man grabbed a sharp blade right off the wall. He hurled the sword straight at him, barking an order to prove his worth and enchant the weapon right then and there. Our hero agrees to the upgrade and unsheathes the blade in one swift, legendary motion. A massive system window erupts before his eyes, filled with ancient symbols far more complex than anything he saw at the royal court. This masterpiece belongs to a high-ranking captain, but the father issues a brutal ultimatum. Finish it in 1 week or get out. With total composure, he looks the man in the eye and declares this job will be over in a flash, leaving the father absolutely stunned. He slams the blade onto the table, explaining that since the runes aren't fully destroyed, this fix is going to be a piece of cake. Scanning the system windows, he realizes only a handful of runes are broken, and all he needs to do is slot in the missing pieces. He deciphers the spell's core logic and tells a curious Alicia that while a perfect replica is tough, he can craft something just as powerful. He taps into his vast knowledge of magic, and in the blink of an eye, the work is already finished. The father's jaw drops as he screams out in disbelief, demanding to know if he's actually done already. He calmly hands over the sheathed weapon and invites the man to witness his incredible handiwork for himself. He grips the hilt, unsheathes the blade, and unleashes a flurry of devastating practice swings. He inspects the shimmering steel from every angle, realizing he's created something truly magnificent. He slams the sword back into its scabbard, reeling from the shock of his own incredible power. Overwhelmed by the praise, he shouts his thanks, finally acknowledging his own god-tier talent. But the mood shifts instantly as the man warns him that he's still not worthy of his daughter's hand. He looks at the old man, realizing that beneath that terrifying gaze lies a mentor who actually cares. He bows low, swearing to work until he drops, and the man expects nothing short of excellence. He's handed the keys to the mansion's elite workshop and a new license he's warned never to lose again. Fake is stunned to have total creative freedom, but the man insists that a blacksmith must always be his own master. No longer a puppet forced to cast enchantments, he can finally master the forge, and he looks up with a heart full of gratitude. Her father strokes his chin, mentioning the knights could use his skills, and since he's heading out on business, the servants are already prepped to help him settle in. With a piercing glare, the old man warns him not to lay a single finger on his daughter while he's gone, a demand our hero quickly and nervously accepts. Stepping into the hallway, he lets out a massive sigh of relief, realizing he actually managed to win over the stern father. Alicia admits her father isn't fully convinced yet, but since he's never praised anyone like that before, things are definitely looking up. He realizes just how much he owes her and vows to find a way to repay her incredible kindness. Suddenly, a maid named Leffy approaches with a polite bow, ready to give him a full tour of the massive estate. Our hero introduces himself with a smile, and Leffy beams back, asking for his cooperation as they get started. She leads him through the sprawling grounds, showcasing every inch of the magnificent property. They arrive at a fully equipped forge, custom prepped and waiting just for the lady's future husband. He scans the workshop, noting that while it's impressive, most legendary forges follow the same classic layout. He was floored and asked if they actually had a forge, since he couldn't even remember the last time he'd seen something so rare. He knew they usually relied on magic, making physical tools a rare luxury he was dying to use. She looked him in the eye and promised that if he needed anything at all, she'd handle it personally. He confirmed that every material he needed was right there, and with a playful smile, she told him that since he was set, she led him straight to his new quarters, reminding him once again that she was at his beck and call. He thanked her for the grand tour, and promised that he wouldn't hesitate to call on her if the need arose. He stepped inside and collapsed onto the sofa, feeling like his life was finally heading in the right direction. Things were finally looking up, which was a massive change from the nightmare he'd been living through. He used to slave away in brutal conditions that were actively destroying his body and soul. But now, he had an absolutely incredible incurl as his fiancée standing right by his side. Even if this engagement is a total sham, he's never felt better. He collapses onto the bed, a massive grin plastered across his face. He's finally free from those soul-crushing morning deadlines, meaning he can finally sleep in and treat every day like a holiday. But if he pushes his luck too far, he'll ruin the engagement and destroy his reputation for good. He's got zero responsibilities, and starting tomorrow, his time is finally his own. He's finally the master of his own work, a freedom he was denied back when he was treated like dirt. He used to be beaten for every step he took, but now he's praying for eternal happiness, just as Alicia makes her move. Alicia finds Leffy and confirms their guest is tucked away in his room, praising her for a job well done. With a sly smirk, she leans in and asks, "So, how's the master plan coming along?" She beams, reporting that things went even better than they dreamed, leaving them both absolutely thrilled. When asked for an update, she stammers in total confusion before walking off with a shocking new goal. She's going to ask him to be her husband. Her face turns bright red as she stammers that she messed up big time, feeling totally humiliated that she actually popped the question. She's spiraling in confusion, realizing that even if their love is a sham, a wedding is still a wedding. And it's crazy how awkward this is becoming. Leffy calls out with a worried frown, demanding to know if they've actually locked in a date for the big day. She fumbles for words, her eyes darting away in total bewilderment as the weight of the situation finally hits her. It finally clicks. She proposed to her fiancé as a desperate cover story, but Alicia is absolutely fuming at her reaction after all that hard work. She's stunned to learn her feelings are written all over her face, frantically asking if her heart is really that easy to read. There's no doubt about it. Her secret isn't just noticeable, it's freaking obvious. And she begs her friend to stop teasing her. Blushing harder than ever, she realizes her perfect poker face was a total disaster, making her feel more exposed by the second. The tension is thick, but Leffy insists that since the word is out, they need to start wedding prep immediately, even if her father is still an obstacle. Without her father's blessing, the master must step up and prove his elite blacksmithing skills to earn Master Goral's ultimate respect. Alicia knew the truth. As the heir to a legendary blacksmithing dynasty, she was destined to marry only the most elite warrior. To her, Being a noble felt like a cage where her heart and her future were never truly hers to control. But if she chose him, she wondered if she could finally break free. She prayed for a chance at true love, but Leffy warned her not to celebrate just yet. Meanwhile, the master blacksmiths were huddled together in Morgan's office, plotting their next move. They were scrambling to find a replacement because that total idiot was still nowhere to be found. He hasn't returned, and his demands are way too high for a lowly apprentice. They decided to slash his pay and kill his bonuses, realizing they didn't even need an apprentice in the first place. He agreed completely and immediately summoned Siath to discuss the powerful House Barnasto. He demanded to know everything about Lady Alicia's family, but the news was devastating. He's clueless about them, since they're shrouded in mystery, but whispers say they marry their daughters off to the world's greatest blacksmiths. He claims the Barnasto started as mere smiths, and one glance at this fraud proves he's a total amateur that no one would ever hire. The guy couldn't even grip a hammer without stumbling over his own feet, making everyone certain he'll get sacked and come crawling back in shame. It's just a countdown until the Barnastos kick him to the curb, with Morgan betting he won't last a week before he's forced to return. The blacksmith smirked, planning to bury him in a mountain of backlogged work the second he returns, a perfect trap plotted in total silence. With the next 2 weeks already mapped out, they're just biding their time until he walks right into the brutal punishment he deserves. He insisted on telling the knight that urgent business was delaying the job, all while he snatched the sword away for himself. The blacksmith grinned, knowing it's only a matter of time before the kid's failures bring him back to be treated like a lowly servant again. Morgan cackled, imagining the loser drowning in a pile of work the moment he gets fired and returns for his ultimate humiliation. Eventually, our hero's eyes snap open before the crack of dawn, his body already locked into the grueling habit of waking up early. Back at the royal court, he'd drag himself out of bed at the crack of dawn just to tackle a mountain of work all by himself. This was his grueling life, juggling massive responsibilities and enchanting gear that would make a normal blacksmith's head spin. He pushed himself from sunrise until the dead of night. But even with this early start, the pile of work was endless. Stepping into the forge after all this time felt surreal, and he immediately began his intense warm-up routine. "Time to get to work," he declared, cracking open a chest to reveal the shimmering, high-grade witch ore. This legendary metal is the only material that can hold an enchantment, boosting a blade's power to godlike levels. But the best part? You don't find this stuff in the ground. You rip it right out of a demon's corpse. Forget wasting years in a dusty mine. If you want the good stuff, you just have to go out and slaughter a monster. He slid on his rugged gloves, crafted from demon hide to survive the blistering, skin-melting heat of the forge. Now he just needed one thing to truly begin: a roaring, unstoppable flame. This world thrives on water and earth magic, all fueled by the mysterious power of witch ore. This class is the ultimate prize, but most people are stuck using the bottom-tier F and E ranks. These low-grade materials aren't great, but they're perfect for a quick warm-up session. He isn't trying to forge a god-tier weapon today, so he just blasts the metal until it's red-hot. It's time for the casting mold. But first, he cranks the temperature to a level that would make ancient blacksmiths jealous. Those old-fashioned fire pits are totally obsolete now, as he finishes the heating with a confident grin. The material is finally soft and pliable, meaning it's time for the real work to begin. He conjures a clay mold using earth magic and pours the molten metal straight inside. Then he unleashes his water magic to instantly cool the mold down. He pulls a fresh steel ingot from the casing, keeping it just soft enough for the next step. He blasts the metal with heat and starts hammering the glowing ingot into its true form. The rhythmic ring of the hammer is pure music to his ears, and he realizes nothing beats this feeling. He'll never get tired of this sound, but he knows he must cycle the steel through the forge a few more times. Each strike purifies the metal and skyrockets its magical potential as he molds the blade into its perfect shape. He coats the edge in clay to harden the steel and maximize its mana capacity before the final grind. He carefully flows his magic across the surface and readies the ice-cold water for the ultimate quench. After a grueling session, our hero inspects his nearly finished masterpiece with a sharp, critical eye. A stunning pattern emerges on the edge, and now he unleashes wind magic to sharpen the blade to perfection. He polishes the steel until it gleams like a mirror, leaving only the final enchantment to be cast. With the spell finally complete, he's absolutely hyped to put this legendary blade to the test. He quickly molded a thick block of clay to test his new blade. With one swift motion, he sliced through the clay like it was nothing. A satisfied grin spread across his face. The weight and edge were absolutely flawless after all this time. 3 hours vanished in a heartbeat as he wrapped the hilt, Realizing he'd been so buried in work, he completely forgot to eat. Back then, he only had time for quick snacks in the heat of the forge. But then he spun around and saw Alicia. She was standing right there, her eyes sparkling with pure admiration for his craft. She playfully stepped back and shouted that she'd been mesmerized by his work for over an hour. Leffy explained that she just couldn't stay away once she heard he was back in the workshop. His intense focus suddenly shifted into a wave of awkward embarrassment. Even so, he couldn't tear his eyes away from her. Her face flushed deep crimson as she begged him to stop staring so intensely. She was completely overwhelmed with pure embarrassment. Flustered, he buried his face in his hands and desperately pleaded for her forgiveness. He beat himself up, wondering why he was acting like such a creep. He'd totally messed up again. He stammered out an apology, confessing that she just looked way too cute to ignore. She was caught off guard but told him it was okay. After all, since they're engaged, a little staring is fine if the mood is right, leaving his head spinning. But don't forget, this engagement is a total sham, and she's just acting like she didn't notice him ogling her. He quickly apologized again, feeling guilty that she'd traveled all this way just to be ignored while he worked. Alicia smiled radiantly, telling him she loved watching his hard work, and her expression was so dazzling he could barely breathe as she asked to hold the knife. He handed over the blade, and as she reached out, she snatches the blade, her eyes widening in shock that such a masterpiece is only E rank, while he admits he poured his soul into crafting it. He secretly wishes he had more time to perfect it, thinking he would have pushed even harder if he knew she'd be the one watching. As she tests the knife with fluid motions, he asks if she's a pro, but she just flashes a smile and says she only knows the basics of fencing. She claims it's just for self-defense, but as she continues to swing the blade, he's absolutely mesmerized by her grace. Her movements are breathtaking, but she suddenly catches him staring right at her. She stops mid-air, looking back at him with a flicker of genuine worry in her eyes. She asks if she's doing something wrong, because the intense way he's watching her is starting to make her nervous. Blushing hard, he realizes he was staring again and stammers that he just got distracted because she looks so incredibly beautiful. She looks confused and asks if that's all he has to say, forcing him to turn bright red and shout that she's beyond gorgeous. She suddenly grabs him by the shirt, pulling him in close, and demands he repeat that while looking her straight in the eye. He locked eyes with her and whispered that the sight was absolutely breathtaking. She looked stunning, and she gave him a warm smile of gratitude. Even though their engagement is a total lie, her act is so perfect it feels incredibly genuine. He can't help but wonder if she's catching feelings, or if she's just a master at playing the part. Her sudden laughter breaks his train of thought as she pulls him toward the dining table. He agrees to join her, but only after he washes away the sweat and dirt with a quick shower. Once they reach the hall, Alicia asks if he's always been such a powerhouse when it comes to magic. He reveals that years of brutal, high-stakes missions forced him to master his spells with lethal efficiency. These quiet moments with her are a total escape, and they both thank Leffy as she brings out the food. As they eat, he remembers the delicious scent of baking bread from earlier and wonders if this is a daily treat. He sinks his teeth into the bread, finding it incredibly warm and pillowy soft. The aroma is heavenly, but as he savors the flavor, tears start streaming down his face, leaving a worried Alicia to offer him a handkerchief. Choking back sobs, he admits he can't even remember the last time he tasted such a treat, prompting a sympathetic Alicia to ask about his painful past. He reveals his brutal life of endless labor, where he worked until midnight without a single crumb to eat, forced to wolf down food while on the job. He used to just swallow food to survive, but sharing this meal with her makes it the greatest breakfast of his entire life, and she warmly tells him to slow down and savor every second. Once they finish their meal and head out, she asks if he enjoyed it before announcing their next big destination, the city. She promises to show him around, but insists he double-check her disguise, leaving him wondering why she needs to be so secretive. Alicia explains that while she stays hidden, her father's fame means anyone could recognize her face. And suddenly, Leafy's earlier warnings finally make sense. The entire city is obsessed with her legendary beauty, and if she's spotted, their peaceful stroll will turn into a total riot. Blushing hard, she shyly asks the question on both their minds. "This feels like a real date, doesn't it?" He nods, admitting it feels like a real date, but he's totally clueless about why everyone is making such a massive deal out of it. Her eyes widen in shock as tears start to fall, leaving him completely baffled as he wonders what could possibly be wrong. Since this engagement is just a sham, he can't wrap his head around why she's pouring her heart into this fake outing. In his mind, as long as he becomes a master blacksmith and wins over her father, that should be more than enough. He figures he's just a shield to keep her from marrying a stranger, so there's no reason to pretend this date is the real deal. Suddenly, Leffy steps in, explaining that Mr. Goral only wants her to find true love with a talented smith who can actually make her happy. That's exactly why he isn't forcing the wedding, but the duo is absolutely stunned by her sudden, unexpected appearance. Alicia firmly agrees, insisting that this day means the world to her and begging him to just relax and enjoy the moment. She leans in close, and though he's still scratching his head in confusion, he promises to stop overthinking everything. With a polite bow, she takes her leave, wishing the couple an absolutely magical time together. He stared at her, wondering if she'd been watching them this entire time. Knowing someone finally understood their secret made him feel so much better. She called out his name, snapping him back to the reality of their secret plan. They needed a strategy to sway her father's heart, and then she asked the big question. Could she hold his hand? He reached out and grasped her hand, his face flushing with a mix of nerves and excitement. With a flustered face, he asked if parading around hand in hand would actually be enough to sway the master's heart. She nodded, warning him that they had to be careful, because one of the master's knights could be watching from the shadows at any moment. As they moved through the city, his nerves spiked. This was a real date, and her hand felt warmer than ever. Did she finally see him as a man? As they navigated the busy streets, he finally spoke up about what was on his mind. He confessed he'd forgotten what it felt like to walk so peacefully, and she just beamed, promising he'd never have to rush again. He vowed that even without the crushing workload, he would still push his skills to the limit. And if this kept up, she suggested Mr. Goral might take him in, but only if he swore to keep his reckless temper in check. He gave his word, and the two of them marched forward in total sync. Morgan paced his office in a panic, baffled that a whole week had passed without a single sign of him. "Does that freak have no sense of duty?" he barked, but the blacksmith reminded him that trekking back from the Barnasto estate on foot takes forever. It was the pathetic end everyone expected for a total loser who had nobody else to turn to. He'd be begging for mercy, especially since he didn't even have a blacksmith's license to get a real job. He was trapped and forced to beg the court for a new license, but the terms of his comeback were absolutely brutal. He'd get zero pay for 2 months and then only breadcrumbs. But right then, a sudden knock at the door made everyone freeze. He stared at the door with desperate hope, praying that his target had finally arrived. Before he could utter another word, the captain stormed inside, grinning about how long it had been since their last meeting. He bolted upright, his face twisted with anxiety as he asked how he could possibly serve such a powerful man. He marched to the table and slammed his blade down, demanding a top-tier enchantment while Morgan nervously wondered if he was worthy of the job. Morgan beamed with pride, realizing he was facing the kingdom's greatest knight. He never dreamed a legend with access to master blacksmiths would come to him for help. The blacksmith stared in total shock, baffled that a high-ranking noble would even step foot in their shop. They scrambled to accept the order, but the captain signaled them to wait. He declared that he needed answers first. He drew a second blade and demanded to speak with the person responsible for its enchantment. Morgan recognized the blade as a low-level knight's weapon enchanted by their apprentice, Hammerfake. He braced himself to apologize, certain the captain was there to complain about the shoddy work. But to his shock, the captain praised the blade, calling it an absolute blessing for the knights. The blacksmiths were stunned, but the captain explained that back in his rookie days, their swords were pathetic excuses for enchanted weapons. Morgan realized the captain was right. Back then, he barely put any effort into enchanting because the opportunity just wasn't there. That talentless hack isn't even a real spellcaster. His enchantments are a total joke, and even the slightest bit of effort would blow his work out of the water. The captain drops a total bombshell, claiming the old swords were nothing but hot garbage. He's absolutely floored by the god-tier enchantments on a common knight's blade and demands to meet the genius behind it. Stunned and confused, he can barely process the captain's words. The captain doubles down, asking point-blank where he can find this master blacksmith to upgrade his own legendary weapon. Even though he can't read magic runes himself, his personal smith swore this blade was a masterpiece. He's on a desperate mission to find this creator, but the man is nowhere to be found. Morgan scoffs, insisting the guy is a total hack who just got lucky once. He claims the enchantment was a complete fluke and that he's already kicked the loser out of his shop. He rants that the idiot churns out hundreds of failures a week, so a decent one was bound to happen by pure accident. In his eyes, the kid has zero potential and will never become a true master. The captain hands over his blade, seemingly agreeing with the criticism, yet he still insists on leaving his precious weapon behind for that specific smith to handle. Grabbing the sword with a greedy grin, Morgan offers to do the job himself. As the head of the workshop, he's convinced he can outshine that amateur with zero effort. But the captain won't budge. He'll wait as long as it takes for the genius to return from vacation. He demands they show the smith the utmost respect, leaving Morgan fuming that he's still obsessed with that brat. The captain marches out of the office, leaving them with a final warning to notify the knights the very second the work is finished. Morgan nods along, but inside he's losing his mind over this absolute insanity. After all, the guy couldn't even see the magic code, so if that amateur work was impressive, Morgan's legendary skills would look like a masterpiece. He grinned, telling the confused blacksmith that he was grabbing luck by the tail because a shot like this only happens once in a lifetime. With a massive confident smirk, Morgan announced that he'd be the one casting the enchantment himself. The blacksmith's jaw dropped as he questioned if this was even allowed, but Morgan shot back that if a loser's magic was impressive, his work would blow everyone's minds. The other smiths grew skeptical, wondering if he was being way too arrogant since the order was meant for the whole team. That contract was for the whole shop, and since the previous enchantment was so weak it was practically invisible, anyone could do better. Morgan's face lit up with pure confidence as he shouted that he was seizing this moment to become the captain's exclusive blacksmith. This was his chance to carve his name into history, a miracle for the fifth son of a family of mere accountants. He used to have no future at all, never imagining he'd ever get a break this big. But now he's the master of the court forge, and he's already hunting for his next big win. Victory is finally within his reach, and he's grabbing it today with everything he's got. Meanwhile, our hero follows Alicia up the massive clock tower as she promises him the most breathtaking view in the entire city. He's hyped to see it, but these stairs are brutal. He's gasping for air while she's just beaming with energy, cheering that they're almost at the peak. They finally reach the summit and stare out at the sprawling horizon with pure excitement. She turns to him, eyes sparkling, and asks what he thinks of her absolute favorite spot in the world. She imagines how magical the city would look under the moonlight or a glowing sunrise, and he's totally on board. He admits the night view must be stunning, so she insists they stay for the sunset. And as she gets excited, he suddenly looks away. He explains that the climb left him soaked in sweat, and now the biting wind is chilling him to the bone as they search for cover. But as they turn to find shelter, they stumble right into a couple locked in a passionate embrace. The awkward sight sends a massive wave of heat to their faces as they both turn bright red. She's completely scandalized, thinking the whole scene is way too shameless to even witness. He points out a perfect spot and asks to take a breather, while she's absolutely mesmerized by the gorgeous view. They settle down together, their faces turning bright red as a wave of pure embarrassment washes over them. The silence is deafening, and he's desperately racking his brain for literally anything to say. She nervously breaks the silence, asking if, purely in theory, he'd actually find it gross to get intimate with her. He stares at her in total shock, his mind racing because it's definitely not a lack of interest holding him back. He thinks they shouldn't go that far, remembering that their entire romance is nothing but a fake act. Just as he's about to give her an answer, a sudden commotion shatters the silence. They catch the sound of a guy's voice trembling as he pleads that she's totally misunderstood the situation. The girl screams, "Cheater!" at the top of her lungs, forcing the MC to turn around and see what the hell is happening. Suddenly, another girl joins the fray, and as they both storm off in a fury, the guy desperately yells that he didn't cheat. He just messed up. Their eyes met as they burst into laughter, but then Alicia dropped a bombshell, asking if the guy was caught cheating, because that's totally unforgivable. Flustered by her bluntness, he nodded in agreement while his mind started to race with uncertainty. He couldn't help but wonder, was she being dead serious or just messing with his head? The very idea was so scandalous that he wouldn't have dared to even dream of it. Once they made it back, Gural got straight to business, demanding that Fake prove his skills as a master blacksmith right then and there. With a new license in hand, he'd finally have the power to trade and sell his gear in the heart of the city shops. But there was one massive catch. He had to keep his mouth shut and never mention his secret connection. He couldn't breathe a word about being her fiancé, so he simply gave a respectful bow to seal the deal. He vowed to start the grind immediately, promising to churn out endless supplies or even forge high-tier materials with his own two hands. He realized that crafting tools for the common folk would be a breeze, and E-class materials were all he needed to dominate the market. He storms out of his office, determined to finally reclaim his legendary status as a master smith. With a look of pure focus, he declares that preparing the perfect materials is the first step to greatness. By sunrise, he realizes the longsword is his bestseller, but first, he has a massive choice to make. He must decide exactly how many blades to forge without sacrificing a single ounce of quality. A perfect blade is useless if it's too expensive for the low-rank adventurers who actually need them. He plans to forge knight-level blades for commoners, pushing his smithing skills to the absolute limit. He cranks up the heat to melt the rare witch ore, praying his molds can withstand the blistering furnace. He carefully pours the glowing liquid metal, ready to flash freeze it with a sudden burst of water. Using powerful magic, he snaps the temperature down to harden the steel in an instant. The blade is finally cooling, and it's time to see if his masterpiece survived the forge. He rips away the mold to reveal his brand new masterpiece. It looks absolutely incredible, and he knows he's hit the jackpot. He hammers the red-hot steel, realizing he needs to crank the heat to the absolute limit. He tempers the blade in the roaring flames and uses wind magic to give it a lethal shine. Next, he carves out a set of wooden pins to lock the hilt in place. He lines everything up and prepares to drive those pins home. He hammers them into the holes, though he almost went with a totally different design. He chooses a much better way to secure the grip and weaves a powerful enchantment into the steel. Just like that, he's finished crafting a legendary longsword. But is it lethal enough? He's already gearing up to forge a twin blade. No time to waste. He had to get started on the next blade for the royal court immediately. These weapons were packed with insane enchantments, needing weekly tune-ups since these knights faced monsters that would tear a normal guard to shreds. A regular adventurer couldn't even handle this kind of power, but after forging 3 blades, a realization hit him. He was baffled by his own bottomless well of mana, because if his magic had flickered for even a second, he'd be finished. Yet despite the grueling overtime, his strength held firm. Time was slipping away, and he knew Alicia would be showing up any minute now. He finally hammered out 5 masterpiece swords, calling it a day right then and there. As he prepared to head out, he scanned the forge, desperately hoping to find a towel. All he wanted was to wipe the sweat and grime off his face. Suddenly, she burst into the forge, shouting his name and searching every corner for him. He watched her from the shadows of the next room while she rummaged through the drawers. He scanned for a hiding spot, a devious smirk spreading across his face. He crept up right behind her and let out a massive shout to jump scare her. Doubled over with laughter, he beamed and declared the mission a total success. She shot him a freezing glare and demanded to know where he'd been, but he just played it cool and claimed he was in the restroom. Fuming, she asked if he really thought he could scare her, but he just grinned with pure satisfaction and shouted that he won. She hadn't even sensed him. She walked over to the swords and gasped, asking if he was already done, and when he said yes, she couldn't believe he'd finished it all in one day without breaking a sweat. He just shrugged, explaining that his last 3 years of hellish training made this look like a walk in the park. He felt so energized he wanted to forge even more, but Alicia immediately shut him down, insisting he rest after grinding since sunrise, leaving him totally stunned. He realized that back in the royal court, this would have drained him completely, making him wonder if he'd finally leveled up or just become a tireless machine. She looked at him like he was crazy and asked if he was a total workaholic, making him blush as she pivoted to ask if he was heading to town tomorrow to sell his gear. She confirmed that the city would be crawling with merchants for the next 2 days, and he looked at his blade with a smirk, eager to see what kind of reaction his work would get. The appraisal was finally in, and the sword was surprisingly high quality for being forged from basic E-grade ore. His talent was once enough to land him a spot in the royal forge, but those arrogant nobles treated him like garbage and crushed his spirit. It was time to stand tall, so when Alicia asked about the price, he valued the blade at 50,000 crowns, an absolute bargain for any D-rank warrior. He prepared to sell the masterpiece tomorrow, and Alicia cheered, telling him that his legendary rise was about to begin. She was desperate to help him succeed, but he refused, remembering the strict orders Mr. Gorel had given him. He was forbidden from using her massive influence just to inflate his sales and make a quick buck. He suggested she wear a mask to stay undercover, though the whole idea left him feeling totally uneasy. He worried that a mask would look incredibly suspicious, but she insisted that everything would go exactly according to plan. She reminded him that he was doing all of this for her, and there was no way she was staying on the sidelines. She was determined to stand by his side as a team, locking eyes with him as she waited for his final answer. He finally gave her an answer, admitting he understood her completely, and her face lit up with pure joy. But first, he insisted they get Mr. Gorel's approval, and she eagerly promised to handle the talk herself. There was a chance he'd support their partnership, and he agreed that this was the best path forward. He decided to trust her fully, and later, while Fake was relaxing with a book, Alicia's voice suddenly rang out at his door. He rushed to meet her, desperate to know if their plan had actually worked. With a triumphant grin, she revealed that he'd said yes, but there was one major catch. Her true identity had to stay a total secret, a condition he happily accepted as he hyped himself up for tomorrow. She vowed to prove to the world that his gear was top tier, leaving him stunned by how much she was sacrificing for his sake. His fears of failure vanished instantly, and as the sun rose, he realized his first real business empire was finally beginning. Today marked his debut as a merchant, a massive leap from his days of bartering daggers and armor just to get a meal. In this tiny village, everyone survived on the basics and shared every secret they knew. Back at court, he never had a second to master the messy world of trade, and things had only gotten more chaotic since then. Now he's totally lost on how to price his own work, a mistake no real merchant would ever make. But hey, give it a little time and everything should work out just fine. They finally hit the market, where a man told them a quick fee at the gate was all they needed. Just like that, he'd have total freedom to trade his heart out for the entire day. As they pushed forward, our hero turned and asked a serious question. Wait, shouldn't we avoid using your real name while we're out in the open? Alicia was stunned, but she quickly agreed. If anyone linked him to the Duke, everything would be ruined. He'd be breaking his sacred vow to her father, so they both swore to stay absolutely invisible. They desperately needed a secret alias, so he asks what her new name will be as she ponders the choice. With a beaming smile, she suggests Ali, and he agrees to use it in public before asking a crucial question. He wonders if trading is limited to market days, and she reveals that full-time shops require serious documentation. He'll start with a simple counter, but the thought of owning a massive shop one day is absolutely thrilling. After a bit of hustle, he finally grabs his trade license and secures a prime location. He slams his prized swords onto the counter, ready to make a fortune. He declares that for now, these two blades are the only ones up for grabs. It was finally time to start, but he just stood there waiting for the crowds to arrive. A wave of worry washes over him as the minutes tick by without a single customer. Not only is no one buying, but absolutely nobody is even looking at his stall. They knew it'd be a challenge, but this was a total disaster compared to the massive crowd next door. Was his display just garbage? Every other stall looked way more professional than his. He'd have to rethink his entire design, but Alicia could already see the panic in his eyes. With a look of pure determination, she locked her sights on an adventurer walking past. She shouted at the top of her lungs, asking if he was looking for some legendary weapons. The man froze in shock, pointing a finger at his own chest in disbelief. He looked around, stunned that she was actually trying to sell something to him. She stared him down and demanded to know if he was ready to buy. She asked if he was interested, but the adventurer just turned and walked away. He left without saying a single word, leaving the MC to laugh at the awkward rejection. The catch slipped right through their fingers, and looking totally dejected, she hung her head and apologized for the fail. She sighed, feeling like she was just dead weight, but he immediately shut that down, telling her he was just thrilled she reached out. Truthfully, just being by her side was enough for him, and as they shared a warm smile, she vowed to never let him down again. Time ticked by with 0 customers, leaving her worried because she knew these top-tier blades deserved way more attention. He recalled his village days when customers were scarce, realizing that the most difficult part of the grind is always closing that first deal. Though he was certain any elite adventurer would kill to own craftsmanship this good. Suddenly, a stranger walks up, his eyes widening in shock as he asks if they're actually selling longswords. The man asks to test the weight, and our hero gives him the green light to see how it feels. He reaches out, grips the hilt firmly, and pulls the gleaming steel straight out from the leather sheath, testing the balance with a series of sharp, powerful strikes as he stares at the blade in awe. He looks like a total pro, right? He admits he's just an F rank for now, but he's determined to climb the ladder with this incredible sword. The blade feels weightless in his hand, and with a smirk, he reveals he's woven a powerful enchantment into the steel. Since he's only F rank, he's probably dead broke and struggling to scrape by as the big event looms. The adventurer admits that compared to this masterpiece, every other weapon feels like a clumsy piece of junk. With a satisfied grin, he asks if 10,000 crowns is enough, leaving the seller absolutely stunned by the lowball offer. Normally, he'd start haggling immediately, but showing his hand like this is a massive rookie mistake he can't afford. Fake drops a bombshell, claiming the sword is actually worth a staggering 50,000 ron. He smiles, knowing that's a total lie, and figures 30,000 crowns is the absolute fair price. He refuses to drop a single coin below 20,000. But today, He's here to carve out a legendary reputation. The adventurer looks crushed but admits the price is fair for such a god-tier weapon, though he's cut off before he can finish. He decides to cut a massive deal, letting the blade go for a cool 10,000, and the adventurer is absolutely ecstatic. It suddenly clicks. A glowing recommendation from a satisfied warrior is the ultimate way to lure in a massive crowd. He strikes a bargain. Spread the word to other fighters, and they can find him right here under this flag every single market day. The guy jumps at the chance, pays up, and struts away with his new weapon while our hero stares down at the coins in his palm. He smirks, knowing the price was a bit low, but profit is profit, especially since the Duke is footing the bill for all his raw materials. Alicia beams with pure joy, shouting that they finally did it. Their very first sale is officially in the books. She glances at the remaining stock, wondering about the other 4 blades. But he knew clearing the whole rack today was a total long shot. His mission was to sell just one, and now that this kid is showing off his new gear, the hype is going to spread like wildfire. She flashes him a confident grin, absolutely certain that his master plan is destined for greatness. With the pride of a master craftsman, he vows that their next haul will blow today's success right out of the water. After returning to the massive estate, he stared at his earnings and realized his first market haul was a bit light. 10,000 crowns was all he had, but it was a decent foundation to build on. He'd successfully moved his first blade, and now it was time to report the mission's success to the master. He marched into the office where Goral was waiting, ready to grill him on how the city trip went. He reported that a single longsword had been sold, offering his gratitude for the chance to prove himself. He gave thanks for the workshop and the rare materials, hoping the master would accept this first tribute. Goral looked him dead in the eye, promising that the flow of supplies would never be cut off. The master realized 10,000 crowns meant the sword was sold at a massive discount, and he quickly got back to work. Goral admitted he couldn't trust him with his daughter yet, but the young man vowed that his sales were about to skyrocket. He knew he had to stop talking and start delivering results, especially since he was Alicia's fiancé. He retreats to his room, his mind racing as he plots to dominate the market and skyrocket his sales. He needs to know which weapon reigns supreme in this world. He'll scour the city for answers first thing tomorrow morning. They hit Adventure Street, a massive hub overflowing with weapon shops that he's ready to scout and dismantle. He's going to analyze every single display to uncover their secrets. This forge actually runs 2 separate storefronts, and as he scans the area, he realizes something crucial. These adventurers are still desperate for high-quality longswords. When faced with 2 equally lethal blades, people will always grab the one that looks the most legendary. He needs to make his gear look epic with intricate carvings, and maybe it's time to flood the market with deadly daggers too. Daggers are perfect for throwing, but even simple utility knives are in high demand for everyday chores. Suddenly, Alicia calls out to him. They've finally arrived at the massive Adventurers Guild. Stepping inside, he realizes this place is crawling with warriors of every rank, and he immediately asks if they've even signed up yet. He wonders if there's a check-in, realizing this is the perfect spot to stack some serious cash, so she smiles and tells him to go sign up. His eyes dart around the room, catching glimpses of messy guild memos and the official rules of entry. The entire building is a bustling tavern where the tables have been flipped into a massive bar counter. He quips that adventurers never change, especially that heavy scent of ale, but she laughs, claiming they just live every moment to the fullest. He flashes a smile, telling her to wait a moment while he registers, and she agrees as 2 figures watch them. Those 2 adventurers keep their eyes on her while he scans the wall, realizing this is where all the missions are posted. He finds the sales area and then spots his target, the registration desk, which is surprisingly empty and ready for him. Usually, you just need a name and a file, but since he's got no history, he's forced to build his application from the ground up. The clerk passes him the documents, ready to forge a guild membership card that will make his name official. Now comes the big moment. She asks him to write down every detail about his magical powers. He wraps up the paperwork, and she confirms he's officially registered. The first card is free, but he'll pay a fee if he loses it. She wishes him luck, and he rushes back to his companion, apologizing for keeping her waiting so long. Suddenly, 2 shady adventurers corner her, demanding to know why she's hiding her face. They pressure her to ditch her plans and join them, but she's totally confused and tells them she's already waiting for someone. One jerk brags that they're elite C rankers and way better than whatever loser she's with. But before the guy can even finish his sentence, our hero cuts him off. The MC steps right between them, and the 2 thugs are absolutely fuming at the interruption. Despite their obvious rage, He stays ice cold and completely unfazed by their threats. He grabs her hand firmly and tells her it's time to get moving right now. They leave those losers in the dust as he apologizes once more for the delay. He shouted that they had to bail, shoving their way through the massive, suffocating crowd. The other adventurers were livid, barking that they were right in the middle of a conversation. They scrambled after him but slammed into a thug who spat out the word demon with pure venom. The brute snarled for them to get lost, his face twisted in rage as he demanded to know what they were thinking. They finally escaped the building, and as he apologized, Alicia admitted she'd never been cornered like that in her life. Terror had gripped her, and his heart sank when he saw her hands were still trembling uncontrollably. He blamed himself entirely, swearing he should have never let her out of his sight. She flashed a brave smile, reminding him he saved her just in time, and that Leffy was lurking nearby to crush any threat. With the danger gone, he revealed he'd finished his market research and suggested they finally go out and have some real fun. They headed off to grab a feast, and later, back at the forge, he realized he still had plenty of time before the big fair. Today's the day he pushes these daggers to the limit and unlocks the true potential of this mysterious ore. He ignites his mana, melting the metal down before pouring it into a mold forged from pure earth magic. Now he has to purge the impurities, stripping away every single flaw hidden deep within the steel. He channels his power to yank the filth out, cranking the heat until the metal plate glows white hot. He hammers away relentlessly, keeping the temperature perfect as he beats the metal into a state of absolute perfection. It's time to inspect the magic code, but the runes are a chaotic mess that could shatter at any second. One wrong move could obliterate the entire spell, so he focuses every ounce of his will on guiding the mana flow. With every thunderous strike of his hammer, he forces the raw energy to obey his command. Suddenly, the fractured magic code snaps into place, aligning perfectly under his relentless assault. It's still a little unrefined, but he's done it. He's finally cracked the secret to fixing the blade. He saves the most critical magical tweaks for the absolute final stage of the build. As the last runes glow to life, it's clear that saving the enchantments for last was a genius move. Now that the prep work is finished, it's finally time to forge that metal plate into a deadly knife. He douses the scorching blade in a torrent of mystical water magic to lock everything in. Violent gusts of wind polish the steel to a lethal shine as he prepares to test it against a heavy brick. The edge is absolutely flawless, biting into the stone without a single chip or crack. With its sharpness perfected, this masterpiece is finally complete and ready for war. Whether he's butchering a feast or gutting an enemy, this blade is built to handle it all. He poured his soul into the magic, elevating this weapon far above any pathetic E-rank gear. He's riding a massive wave of adrenaline, but he needs to quit now before Alicia loses her mind with worry. He'd done enough for one day, and even though the thrill of the craft kept him going, he couldn't bear to make her worry about him again. Just then, she steps into the room with a cheerful greeting, praising his incredible progress and asking how he's holding up. He asks if she wants a closer look, and as she inspects the blade, she's stunned to find the quality has reached a whole new level. He really knows how to blow her away, and her praise fuels his fire so much that he's already itching to forge another one. Her expression softens into a pout as she reminds him that the big auction is only a few days away. She begs him to slow down for once, admitting that while she loves watching him work, she's starting to feel incredibly lonely with him stuck in the forge all day. She realizes how vital his work is, but she can't help but wish that she could steal just a few more seconds of his time, timidly asking if she's getting in his way. Both of them turn beet red, and as he stares at her, he wonders how she can be this cute while telling himself to stop overthinking things. After all, she isn't his fiancée yet, and the tension is suddenly broken when a maid appears to announce that dinner is finally served. He tried to stay professional, but he couldn't help looking at them with genuine warmth and affection. It all makes sense now. The moment she spotted the maid, she instantly transformed into the perfect bride. Her acting is so incredibly convincing that they have to stay in character whenever the public is watching. They need to look madly in love, so he tells her he's happy to spend every single moment by her side. He's officially finished with his work for the day, meaning they can spend the entire afternoon together. She gets completely flustered and stammers out her thanks, which leaves him feeling totally confused. He asks her what's wrong, but her face is already glowing like a bright red beet. Once they finally arrive at the market, the two of them start rushing to get their stall ready. Alicia notices they're far from their usual spot, and he admits he was just way too eager to get moving. He definitely got carried away, realizing it's much better to stay in a place where people will recognize them. Making a sale here was a brutal challenge, but they finally slammed their gear onto the counter and declared they were open for business. She confirmed the swords were perfectly displayed, while he explained that his daggers were elite tier despite the low material cost. With a target price of 30,000 crowns per blade, they hoisted their flag high to signal the start of the hunt. She poured her heart into inviting the crowd over, but her voice faltered when she realized not a single soul was biting. Attracting customers was proving to be a nightmare, and he felt a wave of guilt as he watched her struggle to get noticed. Even though her voice echoed through the streets, the crowd ignored them completely, leaving him feeling like a total failure at sales. She grabbed his attention with a look of pure determination, telling him he needed to shout about his legendary work with pride. He had to act like the master he was, and with a confident grin, he finally accepted her challenge. Now working as a team, they both started roaring at the crowd to come and see their incredible wares. A full hour vanished in the blink of an eye, but even when he checked if she was worn out, she refused to back down. He suddenly spots the same adventurer who bought that sword from him. With a friendly wave, he shouts a greeting and reveals he brought the guest he promised. Meet Wesser, a fellow adventurer and the newest member of their squad. They're officially teammates now, though he realized he never actually gave his name before. Our MC introduces himself properly, and the two share a quick moment of mutual respect. He steps up to the counter, reaching out to ask if he can inspect the blade. With a quick nod of approval, he finally gets his hands on the weapon. He carefully examines every inch of the steel while a satisfied grin spreads across his face. He raves about how perfectly the sword handles, boasting about its lethal sharpness. It's incredibly light and feels like an extension of his own arm, leaving the MC beaming with pride. With a massive grin, he brags that this sword skyrocketed him to rank E last week, leaving the guild speechless at his lightning-fast progress. He's become a total local celebrity, but when asked if his own talent was the secret, he just laughs and insists it was all the blade. Weather watches the whole exchange and is immediately hooked, demanding to know the price so he can take it home. Stake eyes the weapon and asks for 40,000 crowns, but the buyer looks worried, desperately trying to talk him down to 30,000. He pauses to consider the offer before finally agreeing, but he has one major catch for the deal. If the quality blows him away, he has to promise to recommend the shop to all his friends. A deal he's thrilled to make. He hands over the gold immediately, overflowing with gratitude for his brand new gear. Travis smiles and reveals his collection of knives, explaining they're perfect for both high-stakes combat and carving up monster prey. He usually just uses a sword for skinning, but when he hears the 30,000 crown price tag, he awkwardly asks for a better deal. Sensing a chance to bargain, he realizes 30,000 is the absolute limit, so he offers a massive friend discount of only 20,000. He jumps at the chance, but stops to ask if he can inspect that blade used for carving. As he examines the steel, a system window flashes to life, revealing the hidden enchantments. The magic is fading, he notes, before asking if the warrior even understands how these buffs work. He explains that every legendary blade holds a secret magic code, but this one is glitching out and losing its edge. Shocked, the man begs for a fix, and our hero smirks, claiming a master blacksmith can handle this in his sleep. He offers a freebie for the first repair, instantly restoring the blade to its former lethal glory. He warns that the next fix will cost 5,000 crowns, and the warrior promises to return once he's struck it rich. Alicia gives a graceful bow, flashing a bright smile as she offers her thanks. Before the man can even process what's happening, our hero introduces the girl as his trusty assistant, Ali. He bursts out laughing and asks the burning question, is she actually his secret lover? Caught completely off guard, he stammers and demands to know what on earth he's talking about. She blushes a deep crimson, reminding him that she's technically his fiancée, even if it's a secret sham he's desperate to keep hidden. Before he can utter a word, she claims she's just a shop assistant, but Yvos just grins, teasing them about working with a sweetheart, while dreaming of his own grand adventure. Looking totally baffled, he simply shrugs and wishes the man the best of luck on his future journey. Suddenly, Weather marches over, grips his shoulder tight, and declares exactly how he feels. He pours out his gratitude one last time before they finally head out, leaving our hero alone with his thoughts. A massive grin spreads across his face as he realizes he's raking in more cash than he ever imagined. All that grueling hard work is finally paying off. He beams at her, his eyes sparkling with joy as he asks, "Everything is going perfectly, don't you think?" Alicia pouts, snapping that he should have just called her his fiancée, but he panics, worried that blowing her cover would ruin everything. She just smiles, reminding him that despite the drama, their sales today were absolutely legendary. With a beaming smile, he prayed these two would achieve greatness with his masterpieces in their hands. He wondered what destiny had in store for them, but by high noon, their luck had completely dried up. He told himself to stay patient despite the bad luck. Right as she called out that a customer was finally approaching, a man hauling a massive backpack stepped forward and spoke with a knowing smirk, noticing the impressive collection of swords and daggers on display. Fate nodded and offered a sample, watching as the stranger gripped the knife. He unsheathed the blade and inspected it closely, asking if it was crafted from E-class witch ore. Fate confirmed the truth, realizing this man had the keen, calculating gaze of a professional merchant. This guy was clearly a veteran to have moved his inventory so fast, and then, with a grin, the man bragged about his years in the game, stunned that such high-quality gear came from low-rank ore. He's down to his very last sword and knife, and now, the real battle begins. The haggling. He guns for a massive 50,000 crowns, but he's up against a master negotiator who won't budge. Finally, he cracks and surrenders, settling for a total of 30,000 crowns to close the deal. He asks for a shout-out to new customers, and the buyer happily pays up, admitting that the mysterious masked assistant is impossible to forget. He grabs the cash with a frown, stinging from the massive discount he just gave away, while Alicia worries if her mask is drawing too much attention. The man insists the mask is a genius move that stands out in the crowded fair, admitting her voice and look are what drew him in, leaving her totally flustered. With a wave, he promises they'll cross paths again, and our hero offers his sincere thanks. He gives her all the credit, but she beams, insisting it was his brilliant plan that saved the day. Their scheme is a magnet for new business, and after moving 2 swords and 2 knives, they've raked in a staggering 85,000 crowns. Their profits have absolutely skyrocketed since last week, but when he delivers the loot to Goral, the boss remains cold, claiming any local blacksmith could make that kind of coin. He nodded, realizing he still had a long way to go, but before he could even finish his sentence, he was suddenly cut off. A master blacksmith named Robert is arriving tomorrow to make a massive proposal. This man is destined to inherit his family's legacy and rise to the rank of Viscount. The news left him completely floored, but he managed to grit his teeth and accept the reality of the situation. He worried that his very presence was becoming an exhausting weight for her to carry. But the truth is, he only appeared because he was failing miserably to handle his own responsibilities. Goral didn't hold back, describing the man as someone possessed by a ruthless, soaring ambition. On top of that, he's a notorious heartbreaker who knows exactly how to play the field. Caught off guard, he demanded an explanation for such a bizarre claim. He repeated the words under his breath, looking so intensely serious that it was almost impossible not to laugh. He's practically exploding with laughter while bragging about his stunning daughter, and while our hero agrees Alicia is a total knockout, he's stunned by this sudden praise. He reveals that Robert had massive designs on her, but his relentless pressure completely sabotaged any chance of winning her over. He always suspected she loathed guys like that, and his instincts were dead on. He warns that they must treat this newcomer with absolute respect, because he's officially stepped into the ring to claim her hand. Standing there, he realizes his talents aren't enough to dazzle the elite, so it's no shock that other suitors are swarming in. Goral admits the guy reeks of insincerity, and he's terrified his daughter will end up miserable if she stays with him. He realizes he's the superior choice and stares out the window, wondering if he actually seems trustworthy despite being a total amateur with women. The father is still hesitating, desperately hunting for a balance between noble duty and his daughter's pure happiness, while our hero swears not to fail him. He offers a small smile and tells him to prove his worth, but our hero leaves the office with a heavy heart, feeling like a traitor for deceiving such a kind man. To protect his status, he has to master his craft right now. This web of lies is getting harder to manage by the second. Alicia spots him and welcomes him home, but her heart sinks when he reveals her father still isn't satisfied with their sales. As they step inside, he catches the scent of soap from her damp hair and wonders, did she really rush to see him straight from the bath? She's dressed way lighter than usual, and he thinks she needs to be more careful. Doesn't she realize she's one of the most stunning and most noble girls in the entire world? Mr. Goral must be losing sleep over this too, so he forces himself to stop staring. He explains that trading once a week just won't cut it. To truly make a mark, he needs to open his own shop right now. Even with a shop, he needs to build a massive reputation before customers start pouring in. She agrees, noting that the overhead for a storefront is absolutely brutal. He needs to lock down regular customers fast, but the mountain of work ahead is massive. Still, he'll do anything for her. And if he can't pull off the role of her bodyguard and cover, it's his own incompetence that let another suitor enter the picture. He mentions that it looks like a certain high-ranking aristocrat named Robert is going to show up here tomorrow. Her expression darkens as she realizes she's trapped into spending time with him. He's filled with regret, apologizing for failing to block other suitors as her fake fiancé, but she tells him to stay strong. She felt totally awkward talking to guys like him, so she asked if they could meet up once his business was finished. He gave her a warm smile and told her he'd be waiting in the workshop whenever she was ready. He looked thoughtful, wishing he could just stay by her side, but he knew even Mr. Goral would see that as a total insult to Robert. She laughed and thanked him, but then she pointed out that he was acting totally different than usual. He felt his face heat up, wondering why she was suddenly putting him on the spot. Now that he thought about it, she'd been sitting there in that exact position for a really long time. Her dress was incredibly bold, leaving her arms completely bare and catching him totally off guard. Our hero asked what she meant, his mind racing as he wondered if she'd dressed like that just to see how he'd react. Looking totally embarrassed, she confessed she'd heard that dressing like this was the secret to making any man fall head over heels. He was stunned and asked who fed her that idea, and when Alicia revealed it was Leffy, he realized exactly who the evil genius behind this plan was. They were just using his reaction to test on other guys, so he told her bluntly, if he were her man, they'd have been married a long time ago. She repeated his words with a look of pure inspiration, and he was so flustered he couldn't even finish before she asked, "So, are you in love with me?" With his face turning bright red, he admits that any man would lose their heart to her, prompting her to beam with joy and ask if he's fallen for her too. She demands to know if he likes the dress, her face twisting in frustration as she worries her natural curves aren't enough. Does that bother him? His embarrassment hits a breaking point as he begs her to stop, wondering why on earth she's torturing him with these insane questions. Meanwhile, the apprentices are buzzing with excitement, realizing that since Morgan is moving up, the Forge Master title is finally up for grabs, and they're all gunning for it. Morgan is lost in a daydream, imagining the moment the Knight Commander tests his new enchantment and remembers their last encounter. He's dying to know what his reward will be, certain that he's finally secured his place as the commander's elite personal blacksmith. Suddenly, the door creaks open, and Mason appears, sending Morgan sprinting toward him with a racing heart, praying the commander is finally here to offer that big promotion. But Mason throws a total curveball, asking for fate instead, leaving the blacksmith panicking as the commander refuses to trust him with the blade. He tries to keep the conversation going, desperate to prove his worth. Morgan cuts him off, shouting that he's the one who enchanted the steel, but the commander just asks him to step inside. Total confusion. The blacksmith explains that since Fake is away on vacation, he's stepped in to handle the work. So that's the deal, Mason mutters as the truth comes out, while Morgan flashes a greasy smile and waits for his reaction. Without even glancing, the commander whips his blade right in front of the blacksmith's eyes. The steel slices the air, shaving off eyebrow hairs as the terrified apprentices watch in absolute shock. Suddenly, a sickening snap echoes as the commander's sword begins to fracture. The blade explodes into a million shards, and Mason thrusts the jagged remains forward. He presses the broken edge against the smith's throat, drawing blood as he growls about the pathetic craftsmanship. Morgan is completely lost, trembling with pure terror as he stammers out a desperate question. Mason roars in fury, demanding the smith look at the trash enchantments that would shatter at full power, refusing to deal with such a failure. He ordered Fake for this job and demands to know where he's hiding, leaving Morgan to collapse under the crushing pressure. He was paralyzed with pure terror, having never been screamed at like that in his entire life. Usually, just mentioning his father, one of the most powerful men in the nation, was enough to make anyone drop to their knees in fear. The apprentices trembled and stammered as they broke the news. The protagonist didn't work there anymore. Mason's eyes widened in total shock as he demanded to know why. His skill was so legendary that even the highest masters were desperate to meet him. Morgan reeled in disbelief, refusing to accept that the loser he knew was actually a hidden genius. The blacksmith groveled before the commander, confirming the boy had walked away on his own. Mason was stunned, shouting, "He quit?" While Morgan desperately apologized for their trash weapons, hiding the truth about where the boy had gone. He lied straight to the commander's face, claiming he had no idea where the kid went. Mason growled, realizing they hadn't finished a single order since he left, and ordered them to fix their pathetic enchantments immediately. They had to arm the knights now, or the army would be completely defenseless. The blacksmith was screaming internally because they had planned to dump all the work on the protagonist. Where the hell was he? He kept his mouth shut, terrified of fueling Mason's explosive rage. The commander let out a deafening roar, demanding to know why they were still standing around like idiots instead of working. The apprentices froze in total silence, too scared to even breathe. Mason barked one last order to find the boy immediately before slamming the door so hard the whole forge shook. The confused apprentices begged to know why everyone wanted that guy, and how they were supposed to handle the mountain of weapons piling up every single day. Morgan snapped at them to shut up and get to work before they missed the deadline. He was drowning in despair, cursing the protagonist for leaving them in this absolute nightmare. As he left the forge, the commander's instincts screamed that those court blacksmiths were up to no good. Back at home, Lucas cornered him with a dire warning, forcing Mason to ask what on earth was going wrong. The blacksmith revealed the truth. The entire batch of swords was defective, catching the commander completely off guard. He had been prioritizing these specific blades for enchantment renewals, thinking they were their best hope. With no new weapons arriving, they were desperate to make do, even as their old enchantments began to shatter. They hoped this shipment would fix everything, but Lucas quickly spotted that the magic quality was dangerously low. The commander gasped in shock, demanding a full inspection of the magic code as the blacksmith spoke with deep concern. But could he handle it? The last inspection left him wrecked, though Mason promised to be extra careful this time. His skills were simply too weak to decipher such high-level magic, and trying only caused him immense physical agony. The sheer strain of reading that enchantment made him violently ill, proving the protagonist's power was on a whole different level. This time, a different crew handled the magic, but these were elite courtsmiths, the absolute best in the kingdom after Morgan himself. Their craftsmanship should have been legendary, but when the commander activated his reading skill, he froze in pure shock. "What on earth is this garbage?" he roared. "These enchantments look like toddler doodles. They'll shatter the blade from the inside out." Mason turned to Lucas with a sharp gaze, demanding to know if these cursed blades had already been handed out to the troops. Lucas shook his head, admitting he knew they were trash, and the commander nodded, relieved that these unusable disasters hadn't reached the battlefield yet. Rage boiled in his chest as he realized this sloppy work would wreck the steel, forcing him to rewrite every single line of magic code from zero. He couldn't believe these so-called masters were this incompetent. They were supposed to be the nation's finest. Mason pressed Lucas for any decent weapons left in stock, but the smith sighed, knowing they didn't have nearly enough for the upcoming monster purge. The commander ordered the remaining blades to be saved for the broke recruits, warning them not to push the steel too hard, and Lucas saluted in total agreement. Mason then demanded a meeting with the mysterious smith behind his own blade, revealing the man's name was none other than Mr. Figure. This was the man who forged his blade, a total enigma with a twisted personality. Mason knew a simple enchantment wouldn't be enough to sway him, but he was the only hope left. At the very least, he had to give it a shot. He growled in frustration, blaming those useless, low-tier blacksmiths for this mess, and swearing to launch a full-scale internal investigation the moment he had a chance. But first, they had to track down Fake's location, as Mason's mind raced toward the royal court. That place was a massive web of corruption where shady deals were the norm, and life-altering decisions were hammered out in total secrecy while rookies were absolutely crushed during their training. He was certain the darkness running through those halls went deeper than anyone could imagine. Think about the flood of top-tier blades lately. Could our hero really be the one behind all of them? If that's true, even a total novice could see his talent is god tier. Is there anyone else in the kingdom who can pump out that much quality at such a high speed? Without realizing it, he blurted out that losing Fake would set the kingdom's progress back 50 years. Lucas stared at his master, completely baffled by those words. As Mason stormed out of the forge, he knew one thing for certain. Those court blacksmiths and that man Morgan were hiding a dark secret. Suddenly, the sound of creaking wheels caught our hero's attention, and he rushed to the window to see what was happening. A sharp-looking young man stepped out of the carriage, and our MC finally broke the silence. This was Robert, a man who was undeniably handsome. But beneath that charm, He was burning with a jealousy he just couldn't hide. Mr. Goral even warned that this guy was a total natural with the ladies. Our hero debated saying hello, but since they were rivals, it felt like a recipe for disaster. To avoid a massive confrontation, he figured it was best to just hide away in the workshop. He threw on his apron and disappeared into the intense heat of the forge. Out of nowhere, Alicia and Robert burst in, while the girls apologized for the surprise visit. They explained that Robert had been absolutely dying to meet him at least once. This was the moment of truth. He was staring right at Alicia's fiancé. Our MC played it perfectly, greeting his rival with a warm and friendly smile. After introducing himself, the stranger grins and says the feeling is mutual before dropping his own name. As they lock hands for a greeting, Robert suddenly pulls the MC's hand right up to his face. Our hero is completely stunned, staring in total shock at this bizarre move. Robert sees the confusion and tells him to relax, claiming he's just mesmerized by how gorgeous the MC's hands are. He goes on about how charming and powerful they look, praising the incredible texture of his skin. Alicia watches this weird display and lets out a nervous, awkward laugh. Robert turns to her, teasingly asking if she's still the same shy girl who used to hide behind maids in the garden. He acts a bit hurt by her distance, forcing a flustered Alicia to offer a quick apology. She finally steps out into the open, and Robert is instantly captivated by her stunning appearance. The MC watches the tension rise, realizing just how much Alicia has truly blossomed. Out of nowhere, Robert grills him with a sudden question, asking if he actually likes it here. He feels Alicia frantically tugging on his shirt, her face flushed with pure embarrassment. The air is thick with awkwardness, but he knows he has to keep their fake relationship a total secret from Robert. He refuses to be outdone by this guy, no matter who Alicia's heart truly belongs to. Locking eyes with his rival, our hero boldly proclaims his love, shouting that he's absolutely obsessed. He's crazy about her, and Robert's gaze sharpens with curiosity as he simply replies, "I see." Alicia is left speechless by the lie, but Robert ignores her shock and asks to speak with our hero in private. As soon as she steps out, Robert begins to scout out every inch of the workshop. He marches over to the weapon rack and asks for permission to inspect the blades. Our hero agrees, realizing this master blacksmith is sizing up his skills to see if he's a true threat. Robert runs his hand along the cold steel, marveling at the blade and wondering if it's infused with pure magic. Our hero grins at the compliment, confirming that the weapon was indeed forged from rare magic ore. Robert's eyes narrow as he inspects the work, admitting the craftsmanship is incredible and the final enchantment is flawless. Robert sheathes the blade and tells the hero not to take his rambling seriously, leaving the protagonist completely baffled. Confused, the hero watches as Robert scrapes a knife across the table, muttering that he's actually a mediocre blacksmith at best. He twirls the blade with zero passion, confessing that he doesn't even care about the craft like other smiths do. He claims he's just an average guy, and the only reason he's even here is because of his noble blood. Our hero is totally lost and demands to know what the heck he's talking about. The noble flips his knife into the air, catches it with ease, and drops a bombshell. He declares that Lady Alicia is a stunning beauty, and every man in the kingdom is desperate to make her his bride. She's as stunning as a blooming flower, but there's a catch. She's finally growing up. Our hero is floored to find out she's only 18, and he demands to know if Robert was in on the secret. Robert reminisces about how she used to be so tiny and fragile that a single hug might have snapped her in two. The protagonist is totally lost, but Robert shouts that she's undergone a massive transformation. Alicia has blossomed into a gorgeous woman, but for this guy, beauty just isn't enough. He's obsessed with petite girls, wishing she were way shorter and way less curvy. Her new, mature look does absolutely nothing to stir his heart. Our hero is baffled, thinking her figure is actually perfect and radiates pure elegance. He shakes the thoughts from his head and demands Robert get straight to the point. Robert drops the bombshell. The fire he once felt for her has completely burned out. So that's the deal, our hero realizes. Robert has completely lost interest in her. Robert confesses the cold, hard truth. He couldn't care less about inheriting some fancy noble title. He's aiming for the top as a solo warrior, even though his family is desperate for a blacksmith son-in-law. Slaying monsters is his true calling, but his family's heavy expectations are crushing his spirit. He's forced to play the part for his persistent parents, suddenly grabbing the protagonist's shoulders in desperation. He begs for this secret to stay buried, and as our hero agrees, he can see the sheer exhaustion in Robert's eyes. "Fantastic!" Robert cheers, but his eyes immediately lock onto a stunning new sword. He asks to buy it right then and there, and with a confident grin, our hero tells him it's a deal. Knowing this blade is a masterpiece, the MC asks for a massive 10,000 crowns, and Robert agrees instantly. The sword is sold, but just as the MC processes the huge payday, Robert pulls out something that leaves him stunned. His eyes widen in shock. It's an inventory box. These legendary items hold massive amounts of loot, but they cost a fortune, easily worth a commoner's entire yearly salary. Robert pulls a heavy sack of gold from the void and hands over 10,000 crowns, telling our hero to count it while the MC offers his thanks. Robert begs him not to forget their deal, hoping to bring more weapons for future work. And after the MC agrees, Robert excitedly suggests they drop the formalities because he wants to be true friends. The MC is stunned by the sudden offer, but eventually nods, asking Robert to look after him from now on. The excited boy lunges in for a hug, but our hero quickly dodges, thinking to himself that this guy is getting way too close for comfort. Eventually, the group runs into Alicia, who spots the MC's signature sword in Robert's hands and instantly realizes exactly what he was after. Robert admits he needed to talk to the MC, calling him a genius blacksmith and explaining that he bought the sword to use as a master model. Robert looks at our hero with respect, hoping they can stay in contact, and the MC agrees that he'd like that too. With a final wave, the boy heads out, wishing them the best and promising to visit Lady Alicia again soon. Our hero finally exhales in relief, praising their success while the girl beams with a laugh, feeling truly grateful for everything that happened. He scratches his head, wondering if more threats like Robert are lurking, and Alicia confirms his fears with a grim nod. He realizes this is just the beginning. Robert was a decent guy, but he's got to push his limits even further to keep Alicia safe. But how long can this peace actually last? The very next morning, our duo arrives at the bustling market. As he sets up his stall, he's praying to the gods that today's sales absolutely skyrocket. The princess shyly steps forward, asking if she can help inspect the inventory. He's totally down, starting her off with the elite D+ swords before showcasing his full range of gear, from Ivis's favorites to budget F-class weapons for the crowd of new faces. With a massive stock ready to go, he's prepared to haggle like a pro, and Alicia is right there by his side. She knows the mission is simple: charm the customers and sell every last item they've got. It's time to go all out. Let the high-stakes bargaining begin. Asi and Alicia hunkered down by their loot, eyes peeled for customers as the girls noticed the massive crowd gathering. "Then start shouting," Fake commanded, and right on cue, a buyer stepped up to snag a Class F knife and a sword. He settled for a cool 12,000 crowns, even though he was secretly dying to squeeze out 15,000 for the pair. This guy was a total pro at haggling, but our hero truly wanted to support these adventurers and build a lasting connection. He hoped this partnership would turn out just as legendary as his deal with Ivis. In his mind, this wasn't just a sale. It was a massive investment in his future. Suddenly, Riggs's voice boomed through the air as the traveling merchant shouted out in excitement. "Long time no see!" he cheered, tipping his hat and beaming at the pair as he wished them a fantastic morning. Our hero's heart leaped. It was the exact traveling merchant he'd been praying to run into again. With a wide grin, Rigg told him that the sword was a masterpiece and had saved his skin on the road. This blade was shockingly light, incredibly tough, and felt like a natural extension of his arm. Our hero beams at the compliment, but Rigg isn't done. He reveals the sword channels magic with insane efficiency. "I can't believe this came from E-grade ore," Fake shouts, his face lighting up with pure joy as he admires the masterpiece. Rigg explains that magic actually strengthens the steel in battle, and he's so impressed he demands to buy out the entire stock right now. He asks for a variety of gear, noticing immediately that the quality has skyrocketed since their last deal, and zeroes in on a D+ rank sword that leaves our hero stunned. This merchant has a legendary eye for quality, and after inspecting the haul, he's ready to talk business for all 12 weapons laid out before him. He stares at the counter for a split second before dropping a bombshell. He's taking every single one, leaving our protagonist completely speechless. Snapping out of his shock, he eagerly agrees and shouts for Alicia to get everything ready for transport. Once she finishes packing the gear, the real tension begins as they dive headfirst into a high-stakes negotiation over the final price. "It's a deal!" Rigg shouts, and Fake flashes a confident grin as they settle on a massive payout of 500,000 crowns. He knew out-negotiating Rigg would be a nightmare compared to Robert, but he still walked away with a massive pile of gold. Once the cargo was secured, the merchant showered him with thanks, realizing he still hadn't even introduced himself or given his name right before his eyes locked onto the Fake engraving etched into the hilt. He asked if he could actually put the blade to use, and our hero told him to go right ahead. The merchant was absolutely thrilled, and after a round of mutual respect, the two finally parted ways. As Rig disappeared into the distance, Alicia started jumping for joy. She screamed with delight that their dreams were finally coming true because his craftsmanship was simply legendary. Fake thanked her sincerely, feeling a surge of confidence as he promised to keep pushing their success even further. Surveying his empty shop, he realized they were completely sold out, likely because he offered such a massive variety of gear. He made a mental note to keep that strategy for the future, still stunned that they managed to clear out the entire inventory. He owes this massive success to his peddler gear, and most importantly, to Alicia. When he pours out his gratitude, she turns bright red and stammers in total shock. Their sales are absolutely exploding because his gear is on a whole different level than the competition. Just then, Evis and Weather appear with huge smiles to greet the duo. Evis immediately jumps in, eager to see how our hero is holding up. Are they finally calling it a day? Weather pipes up, desperate to thank them for their incredible hard work. That sword is a total masterpiece. It's light, deadly, and blew every single expectation out of the water. Our hero beams with pride, thrilled to hear that his craftsmanship is actually making a massive impact. After another round of thanks for the legendary blade, Evis leans in with a serious look on his face. He's got a massive favor to ask. Is our hero capable of taking on high-end custom orders? Caught off guard, the protagonist nods. Of course he can, but what kind of specialized weapon is he looking for? Evis admits the current sword is great, but he's hunting for something shorter and faster. Can our hero pull off the impossible? Fake nods in agreement, realizing a quick dagger suits him way better than a heavy sword, while Weather demands a blade that's both massive and long. Our hero tells them it's doable, but custom work costs a fortune and requires a deep dive into their needs, so they agree to meet later and hammer out the details. The MC is buzzing with excitement. Finally, he's taking on custom commissions and he can't wait to start forging. When they ask for his schedule, the protagonist tells them he's free whenever, prompting the adventurer to make a suggestion. He proposes they meet right in front of the Adventurers Guild tomorrow, and our hero gives him the green light. But then he throws them a curveball. Why not go on a quest together before hitting the weapon shop? The adventurers are left scratching their heads in confusion. Seeing their puzzled faces, he explains that he needs to witness them in the heat of battle to understand exactly what kind of steel they need. He also needs to scout the local shops for a base model to use as a reference, and the realization finally clicks for the two warriors. They erupt with joy, shouting that it's a deal, and as they head off, they yell back that they can't wait for tomorrow. As soon as they leave, Alicia beams with excitement about their upcoming quest. And when Fake asks if she's joining, she reveals she's heard he's a beast in a fight. Before even reaching the court, he gathered all the materials himself, and Alicia is dying to see them. Even though he warns her the monster-infested woods are way too dangerous, she insists her fencing skills will keep her safe. He finally caves, promising to be her personal shield if she stays right by his side tomorrow. Alicia's face turns bright red as she cups her cheeks, begging him to repeat those sweet words while he stands there totally clueless. She's practically melting, gushing about how much she loved hearing that, and now even our hero is starting to feel the heat. He's stumbling over his words, wondering why she's acting so strange, but he still manages to repeat his promise to keep her close. He vows to protect her with his life, and Alicia is so moved that tears start welling up, leaving him wondering if she's just messing with him when he finally asks her out. He blurts it out loud, immediately feeling the awkwardness sink in as he wonders if she was about to say the exact same thing. Alicia tilts her head in total confusion, asking him what on earth he's trying to get at. He's convinced she's got feelings for him, but that's way too bold to say out loud, right before she reveals what she truly desires. She just wants to be close to him, leaving him completely baffled until she admits those were the exact words he was dying to hear. Fake's heart hammered against his ribs as panic set in. Did he just ruin everything by moving too fast? He shouted a desperate denial, but it was too late. Alicia's spirit shattered right in front of him. Pure terror gripped his soul as he cursed his own stupidity for letting those words slip. He watched in horror as the girls turned their backs and began to walk away in total silence. "Wait! Don't go!" Our hero screamed, desperately trying to stop her before she vanished. Confused by her coldness, he listened as Alicia coldly offered to say exactly what he wanted to hear. The MC stared at her, completely baffled, but he let out a massive sigh of relief. Thank goodness she didn't force him to repeat those embarrassing words. That's a win in his book. Later on, our protagonist tracked down Goral to deliver the big news. They absolutely crushed it today, raking in a massive 512,000 crowns. Alicia's father gasped in total shock, shouting, "Wait, what?" But our hero didn't stop there, unveiling a massive arsenal of weapons from every single class. Rig the merchant was so blown away by the quality that he bought the entire stock on the spot. He knew that if a pro merchant approved, the gold would keep rolling in. So he flashed a confident smile and said, "It's all thanks to the incredible shop you've built." But Goral just grumbled that he was still a rookie on probation. He swore to push even harder, realizing that a master like Goral only accepts absolute perfection. Aisha's father leaned in, asking if the rumors were true. Are they really heading out on a dangerous quest tomorrow? He confirmed the plan, explaining that he needs to see his custom weapons in the heat of battle to make them flawless. Every warrior deserves a blade that matches their soul, and he's determined to witness their combat style firsthand. He crafts with surgical precision, leaving Goral stunned by his dedication as our hero explained that he's committed to perfection, and without even glancing back, Goral makes a cold declaration. He decides to assign them a personal guard for safety before finally turning to face our hero. He warns that they'll be watched from the shadows, and if a single hair on Alicia's head is harmed, he's a dead man. The MC nods, fully aware of the stakes, as Goral demands to know if he actually has any real combat experience. Fake explains that he used to hunt his own supplies, making him an absolute nightmare for any low-level monster. Goral smirks, eager to test that strength himself one day, and tells the MC to rest up before the real mission begins. "Protect Alicia with your very life," he commands. And later that night, the MC lies in bed, ready for the challenge. Fake stares at his hand, realizing it's been ages since his last real battle, as a faint, mysterious glow begins to flicker. A hidden seal burns onto his skin, and though it's been years, the surge of power feels more familiar than ever. He's surging with absolute confidence as the sun rises on a brand new day of destiny. The whole squad regroups right outside the guild hall, exactly as they planned. Weather stretches out his limbs, getting his blood pumping for the battle ahead. He shouts that it's finally time to move out, and the party begins their trek. Ivis suggests they ditch the stiff formalities and talk like real friends, which the MC shyly accepts. When the MC asks about the mission, Ivis reveals they're hunting vicious wolves, goblins, and a massive alpha. Weather warns that orcs lurk deeper in the woods, but the MC just smiles, ready for the challenge. They aren't pushing too deep today, because Ivis wants to put their incredible fighting styles on full display. Suddenly, the MC clutches his chest and closes his eyes, making Alicia gasp in total shock and worry. He reassures her he's just casting a massive self-buff to harden his body like steel and protect her. He tells her to call for him the second things get dangerous, and she gives him a sweet, shy nod. Ivis catches them and smirks, teasing that his time definitely isn't being wasted. A flustered Fake begs him to stop, but Ivis just grins, saying they look absolutely adorable together. He turns to Alicia, asking if she even knows how to fight, and she admits it's just for self-defense. Ivis laughs, suggesting she'll need Fake to be her knight in shining armor, making her turn beet red as she shyly agrees. He keeps going, joking that they'll be leaning on each other until they're locked in a passionate hug. Weather smacks him upside the head for being a moron, while a bashful Fake tries to play it cool and says it's no big deal. A moment later, Alicia reaches out and tightly grips his sleeve. She softly asks if she can stay right by his side, and he gives her a warm, reassuring smile. He warns her that these woods are crawling with danger, so she clings to him as they trek forward together. Fake feels like his heart is going to explode, vowing right then and there to protect her at all costs. Suddenly, Weather brings the group to a dead halt, sensing a pack of wolves closing in. He orders them to get back just as a pack of bloodthirsty wolves lunges out from the shadows. Ivis and Weather waste no time, diving headfirst into the fray to tear those beasts apart. Iva dances around the strike, dodging it with absolute ease. He maneuvers instantly, repositioning himself behind the safety of the wall. The wolf lets out a blood-curdling howl as the first wave strikes. Here comes the first one, charging in for the kill. He unleashes a bone-shattering strike, putting the beast down for good. In that chaotic instant, everything hung in the balance. He spins around and screams a warning about the next attacker. The second beast lunges forward, but they're already prepared to strike. They tear through the entire pack in the blink of an eye. With the threat gone, they let out a triumphant shout of pure joy. That was the secret. Their plan worked flawlessly. Their coordination was absolutely seamless. The MC grinned as he realized their strategy. While Ivis baits the enemy, Weather delivers the killing blow. It's a lethal combo of speed and raw power, with Ivis dancing around attacks while Weather uses his Beastman strength to crush everything in his path. Ivis shouts over to ask for his take, and the MC, impressed by their synergy, starts brainstorming the ultimate weapons to make this unstoppable duo even deadlier. Meanwhile, Fate grabs a second dagger, eager to test his own skills. A moment later, the group huddles in the thick brush as they lock eyes on two unsuspecting goblins. Ivis smirks, whispering that the monsters haven't even realized they're being hunted yet. With a confident grin, the MC reaches down and snatches up a simple stone. He surges mana into the rock, spins it with violent force, and hurls it like a bullet. The projectile slams into the goblin, sending the creature crashing to the dirt instantly. It slammed into the dirt, and Fate snatched it up in a heartbeat. He draws his dagger and weaves through the monster's lethal strikes with ease. He delivers a lightning-fast blow that tears right through the beast's back. With one goblin dead, he charges the second one to finish the job. He executes the monster, leaving Eva absolutely stunned by the display. She gasps that his power is on a whole different level. Fate just shrugs it off, claiming he's used to these battles from his days of gathering materials. Ivis begs him to join so they can become the kingdom's elite, but Fate chooses the path of the blacksmith instead. Alicia stares at him with pure admiration, and our hero turns beet red as he stammers out a thank you. Eva smirks at the scene, teasing that she clearly enjoyed watching Sir Fate dominate the battlefield. He urged them to show off more of their combat maneuvers before they finally headed back to the forge. Once they arrived, our hero began reflecting on every single detail of their unique fighting styles. He knew Evos needed something lightning fast, while Weather's massive frame was built for a heavy, devastating weapon. Before he could start crafting, he had to dive deep into what these warriors truly desired. They step back into the workshop, and our protagonist is locked in and ready to work. He hands Evis a short sword, but it's too clunky. And while daggers are light, the blades are just way too short. But the weight was spot on, so our MC grins, knowing exactly what to build before asking Weather for his input. Clutching the blade, Weather declares that this sheer power will absolutely demolish anyone in his path. Our hero thanks them, finally having a clear vision for their ultimate weapons, while a hyped-up Evos asks for the price. He wonders what to charge, weighing his intense labor and rare materials against the fact that these are his first-ever clients. He laid out the terms. If they loved the final design, the weapon would cost them 40,000 crowns. Between that and the 60,000 crown price tag for the other blade, Evos was shocked by how cheap it was. He explained the low price depended on them handing over their old gear for scrap. Otherwise, they'd owe another 40,000. Iva shouted with joy, knowing that sacrificing his old weapon was a small price to pay for such a legendary deal. The deal was officially sealed, and our hero promised their new gear would be ready before the next auction. After a round of happy goodbyes, the group departed, leaving the protagonist to his thoughts. With a confident smile, he declared that the real work would begin at the crack of dawn. Alicia wished him the best of luck, and the next day, he suited up in his heavy blacksmithing gear. He stood before the forge and decided that Ivis's weapon would be the very first one he tackled. He visualized the perfect design, a lethal hybrid that combined the speed of a dagger with the power of a short sword. He's aiming for the perfect hybrid, the lightning speed of a dagger with the deadly reach of a sword. Ivy and Weather are a legendary duo, and they need a weapon that will never fail them in the heat of battle. He pours his soul into the grueling work, smelting the magic ore until it pulses with raw energy. He hammers out the iron plate, knowing that once the molding is finished, the real challenge begins. It's time to weave the enchantment, but he has to be careful not to overload the blade's magical core. He's meticulously adjusting the magical code, a fragile web that could shatter under a single hammer blow. By repeating this cycle over and over, he forces the magic to bond deep within the very soul of the steel. The blade absorbs the power like a growing muscle, getting tougher every time it's pushed to the brink. He's taking the metal to its absolute limit, and now it's time to crank the forge to maximum heat. Our hero thrusts the glowing steel into the heart of the fire and realizes that the transformation is finally happening. Is this really the price of power? He didn't hesitate and began to sharpen. As the sparks flew, he realized he usually just forged based on his gut feelings. But this time was different. He needed to reach a level of absolute perfection. He worked with insane precision until finally, our hero stood back to admire his work. The dragonist finished his legendary creation and rushed outside to unleash it. With one swift motion, he cleaved a massive log in a total blur of speed. He stood there stunned. The blade was way more terrifying than he ever anticipated. And get this, he hadn't even added the magic enchantments to make it even deadlier. This weapon was his destiny, the tool that would pave his road to the very top. He kept his head held high and his smile bright as he moved to the next phase. He slammed the final enchantments onto the steel and cheered that the masterpiece was finally ready. Our hero realized the blade had evolved into a lethal, single-edged weapon, bearing a striking resemblance to a falchion. He knew one razor-sharp side was plenty, creating a blade shorter than a sword but heavier than a dagger. Exactly what Ivis demanded. He collapsed to the floor, panting in total exhaustion, with only the sheath left to complete his grueling task. It never crossed his mind that a single order could be this incredibly draining. This was his very first custom-made creation, and he desperately hoped it would exceed Ivis's expectations. Finally, the sword was complete, just as Alicia arrived and asked if she could enter the workshop. He happily invited her in, and she smiled, amazed by the sheer dedication he was putting into his work. He told her he'd started with Ivarus's weapon and asked if she wanted a peek, which Alicia eagerly accepted. He pulled the blade from its sheath, and Alicia gasped at the stunning mix of raw power and enchanting beauty. The MC praised the masterpiece, admitting the work nearly broke him, while the girl laughed, saying she only came to check on him because he'd been missing all day. Just how long was he at it? He realized he'd been hammering away since sunrise, pouring 5 straight hours of blood and sweat into that blade. Alicia offered him a meal, but he turned it down, his body screaming for nothing but a deep, heavy sleep. The girl dropped down onto the floor right beside him to get comfortable. She insisted that since he was completely drained, he should use her lap as a pillow, leaving the protagonist speechless. The antagonist was totally thrown off and tried to refuse, but she just smirked and asked if he was exhausted. Since he was dead on his feet, she pulled him down, and he finally gave in to the rest. As his head hit her lap, he was stunned by how soft she was, wondering how he could ever sleep. His heart was racing so fast he couldn't even begin to find his peace. He just couldn't calm down, and that's when Alicia asked what his next move was. When asked about his schedule, our hero reveals he's grinding out high-tier gear to sell by sunset. Tomorrow is reserved for Weather's massive order. But for now, she insists he stays right there and relaxes. Resting his head on her lap, he vows to protect his loved ones at all costs, feeling like the luckiest man alive. Sunrise hits, and he realizes Weather's weapon is going to demand a massive mountain of rare magic ore. This masterpiece won't come cheap, so he starts by manipulating earth magic to forge the foundation. He constructs a massive casting plate and floods it with glowing liquid magic ore. As the metal sets, he blasts it with heat once more to keep the forge burning hot. He channels the same mastery used for the Ivis sword, raining down thunderous hammer blows. He beats the metal into its true form, cycling through fire and force until the blade is born. But wait. Is it finally time to awaken the blade with a devastating enchantment? Our hero surges with power as he enchants his blade, preparing to deliver a fatal strike. He realizes it's finally time to unlock the weapon's ultimate god-tier form. Weather is a true master of the blade, so he designs a double-edged steel nightmare. This is his vision brought to life, a sword meant for total domination, not just simple combat. As Iva distracts the target, Weather lunges forward to deliver a cold, instantaneous execution. To kill in one hit, the blade must be impossibly heavy and overflowing with ancient magical data. He hammers the steel relentlessly, tempering the metal until it reaches absolute perfection. It started as rare magical iron, but he's evolving it into something far more terrifying. Forging this massive beast is a nightmare, and only his self-enhancement spells keep him standing. After an agonizing struggle, the weather sword finally takes its devastating final shape. Our hero stares out the window, realizing the sun is already blazing at high noon. Just as he suspected, this blade is a nightmare compared to the work he did for Evaz. He needs to recover his strength before pushing forward, his mind drifting into a deep focus. He grinds away until the sun disappears, finally unveiling the finished masterpiece. The sword is insanely heavy, a testament to the brutal struggle of tempering the steel. Because of its massive size, honing the edge with wind magic takes a monumental effort. This task was way harder than he bargained for, and he's kicking himself for not charging more. Standing out in the open air, the protagonist declares that the moment of truth is here. This is the final crucial step before the ultimate finish. With the enchantment surging, he swings the blade and cleaves right through a training dummy. He gripped the hilt, realizing in an instant just how lethal this blade truly was. This beast could one-shot the deadliest monsters, with a double-edged blade sharp enough to slice through anything in its path. Between its massive weight and those top-tier enchantments, Weather's true destructive potential was finally ready to be unleashed. After grinding away in the workshop for an entire day, our hero finally steps back. The masterpiece is finished. He collapsed onto the floor, completely drained from the grueling labor. He was dying to see their reaction, itching with excitement to finally hand over the legendary steel. Alicia strained to lift the massive blade, gasping at its overwhelming weight. Our MC just chuckled, explaining that every inch of this weapon was custom forged just for her. It was built perfectly for Weather's unique style, and he signaled for her to reach out her hand. She followed his lead, and as he touched her hand, he granted her a massive temporary power boost. Her physical stats skyrocket, allowing her to finally hoist the massive blade as she stares in awe. She admits the weight is absolutely crushing, claiming only 2 masters on Earth could forge such a magical masterpiece. But our hero just shrugs it off, humble as ever, and says he doesn't think it's that big of a deal. Alicia insists, explaining she's seen countless smiths, but almost none possess the god-tier skill to craft something this insane. There's no denying it. His talent at the anvil is nothing short of legendary. He offers a quick thanks, but insists he's still got a long way to go before he reaches perfection. Seeing he's been grinding in the forge for 2 straight days, Alicia invites him to a massive feast, and our starving hero happily agrees to eat his fill. Later on, Mason chimes in, demanding to know what the purpose of his forge actually is. Morgan's eyes light up with excitement as he shouts, "What?" while the hero prepares his answer. He reveals the real reason for the summons. That legendary sword he was trusted with was a total disaster, and he wants to know why the craftsmanship was so pathetic. Horror gripped the man as he questioned how such a masterpiece could possibly be flawed. He roared that the guild demanded enchanted steel every night, forcing the forge to burn around the clock. It took every ounce of their strength and skill just to keep those fires roaring non-stop. Drained of energy and endurance, Mason wondered if his knights were just being too reckless with their gear. They'd been shipping out fresh steel every month for 3 years, but now Morgan was starting to sweat. Once fate settled into the palace, they dumped every single burden onto his shoulders just to watch him suffer. Fate mastered the supply chain against all odds, and his success drove his enemies into a blind fury. Mason warned that if the quality didn't improve, the deal was dead, leaving Morgan screaming in total disbelief. The boy snapped back that their current work was total garbage compared to the masterpiece Fate had forged. The realization hit him like a truck. Every single high-grade weapon they'd ever sold was actually Fate's work. Not a single one of their swords was fit for battle, meaning every enchantment needed a total overhaul, Morgan shouted. He screamed that they were already working through their holidays and didn't have a single second to waste on this. Was he actually going to pay for that extra work? Or was he finally ready to give them the massive raises they deserved? Mason fired back, warning that if they kept churning out such pathetic low-grade garbage, he'd slash their pay instead, especially since they were still trying to use those fake enchantments as a model for their work. Morgan spat that he couldn't even stand to look at such trash, but Mason exploded with rage, screaming that even a man who couldn't see a lick of magic code could tell this was junk, leaving Morgan stunned by his sheer audacity. He threw his arms wide, mocking him for being completely clueless about the disaster right in front of him. Since he was blind to magic code, he couldn't tell the difference between a masterwork and a total wreck. Simply put, the fake enchantment was such an unfixable nightmare that no self-respecting blacksmith would even dare look at it. Even a single glance would trigger such a wave of pure revulsion that their entire operation would grind to a screeching halt. Morgan remembered the nightmare that unfolded just a year after that fraud took up the hammer, and he hasn't been the same since. He refused to ever look at it again, but Mason pressed him, demanding to know if every single one of them was truly that pathetic. Every last blacksmith in that workshop had cheated their way in through nothing but shady backroom deals. They were all completely worthless. Was that the brutal truth he was actually trying to drop? Rage boiled in Morgan because he knew it was the truth. Every last one of them, himself included, was a fraud. They only landed these elite court positions because of who they knew, rather than any actual skill. But they still had pride, and there was no way they'd let themselves be compared to some low-life commoners. He barked that they should at least slap some enchantments on those blades to make them functional before dismissing him like trash. Morgan stormed out of the room, cursing that absolute bastard under his breath for being such a massive prick. This guy just keeps barking insane orders, completely ignoring how hard everyone is grinding. With captains this incompetent, the kingdom is doomed, and he's just relieved he escaped becoming this man's slave before heading off to crash. Suddenly, Mason himself storms into the forge and screams that every single one of them is completely worthless. Morgan snaps back, demanding to know what he's thinking. He couldn't believe his ears. Was this guy seriously questioning their legendary skills? These are the elite court blacksmiths we're talking about, the best in the business. This fool can't even recognize a basic enchantment, yet he has the nerve to insult their craft. Mason snarls that if they actually produced results, he wouldn't have to report their failures to the higher-ups. He never expected them to hand back such a pathetic excuse for a blade. The sheer audacity of these people. His explosive rage leaves the entire room paralyzed, and Morgan can only watch in pure horror. Mason's voice thunders with raw power, shaking the room as he roars his accusations. The moment he started digging, a mountain of filthy secrets and crimes came crashing down. It wasn't just fake. Every single blacksmith fled this hellhole within a year because of their toxic management. Terrified, Morgan shrieks that it's not his fault. He claims the youth today are just weak and spineless. Mason shuts him down instantly, revealing the cold truth. The manager was a ruthless bully who tormented his staff. Mason lunges forward, snatching the man by his collar and dragging him close. He glares straight into the man's trembling eyes and growls, "I'm talking about you!" The coward stammers that it wasn't abuse, it was training. But Mason isn't buying that pathetic lie for a second. Fake was forced to enchant every single blade alone, working from dawn till dusk without a single day of rest or even a real bed. That's not training, that's pure torture, and it proves this man is a better executioner than he is a blacksmith. Morgan screams in absolute horror for Smith, but Mason suddenly lunges and grabs him. He seizes him and delivers a bone-shattering punch straight to the face. Mason roars at the top of his lungs for him to shut his mouth. The impact sends him crashing to the floor as Mason prepares to speak. He sneers, asking if he honestly thinks this violence is unjustified. Mason grinds his boot into the man's face with a cold, menacing stare. He demands to know how many legendary blacksmiths were lost. It was all because of him. And compared to that, his pain is nothing. He orders him to bring Fake back right now, and he's not stopping there. He's going to drag back every single blacksmith they ever lost. Every one of them will have to crawl on their knees and beg for forgiveness from the people they drove away. He has to admit the soul-crushing truth. His days as the leader are officially over. He's been tossed out like trash, just like every other bully who worked under him. Now he's forced to swallow his pride and plead for everyone to return to the guild. Morgan is frozen in absolute terror, unable to process the nightmare unfolding before him. Mason explodes with rage, screaming that there's no way he'll ever kneel before those losers. The ultimatum is brutal. Bring them back or get fired, and his own family has already turned their backs on him. Disowned and stripped of his title as court blacksmith, Morgan realizes he has absolutely nothing left to live for. Jason offers a glimmer of hope. If they bring the Smiths back, they can join the Night Corps and endure their hellish training. Morgan is sent scrambling to find the blacksmiths, weeping as he wonders why his life is being destroyed. Moments later, our hero presents the boys with brand new blades and drops some serious knowledge. Their eyes light up as Ivis grabs his weapon, staring at the steel in total awe. He's absolutely stunned, noting that the reach of the blade is nothing short of flawless. It feels weightless and sleek, yet he can feel a terrifying surge of raw energy vibrating through the metal. Our MC warns him that this custom blade is built for speed, not head-on collisions. It's tough, but a direct hit from a monster like Weather could still shatter it. Ivis beams with gratitude, promising to stick to his usual hit-and-run tactics to keep the blade intact. Then, Weather steps up with a confident grin, hoisting his own massive sword to inspect the craftsmanship. Our hero is shocked to see him manhandle that heavy iron with just one hand, and eagerly asks for his honest opinion. Weather confirms the weight is spot on, and a relieved MC follows up by asking if the length feels right. Weather is blown away, claiming it's the most perfect weapon he's ever touched, a masterpiece that fits his grip like it was born there. Our hero realizes that while Weather focuses on one decisive strike, their combat styles fit together in perfect, deadly harmony. Ivis baits the target while Weather delivers the killing blow, and when they promise to treasure the steel, the MC just laughs and tells them to break it if they have to. Nothing beats the joy of a master smith, though he secretly hopes they don't push these blades past their absolute breaking point. The gold hits the table, 40,000 for Ivis and 60,000 for Weather, and with the deal finalized, everyone walks away satisfied. He examines the trade-in blade and realizes it's top tier. A few adjustments to the magic code and this thing will be ready to sell. Ivis is hyped for their promotion exam, certain these blades guarantee a win. But the MC insists they get a feel for the new weight first. They've got until sundown to train, but with weapons this powerful, passing the exam is practically a foregone conclusion. The sword feels like it's been part of him for a lifetime, and while the MC is happy, he warns them to stay safe. because if they fail with his work, his pride will take a hit. He'd lose all confidence in his smithing, but the duo swears they'll pass and prove they're worthy of such legendary steel. Once they depart, Alicia celebrates the successful sale, while our hero silently roots for them to crush their upcoming trial. She confidently declares they've got this in the bag, especially since his weapon is now in their hands. After a short wait, our hero finally finishes enchanting the legendary blade with massive power. He sets the weapon on the counter, catching the eye of a girl who's blown away by the incredible quality. He flashes a grin and tells her to take any blade for a spin, so she reaches for the masterpiece and he hands it over. She asks for the price, and when he drops the 50,000 crown tag, she nearly chokes and begs for a discount. He considers dropping it to 40,000, but then she offers a favor while he gets distracted by her curves. He stammers that he can't lower it much, but he's willing to settle for 40,000 crowns. Out of nowhere, Alicia interrupts the deal and demands the full 50,000 crowns without hesitation. She explains that this sword is a masterpiece of insane quality, and even at full price, it's a total steal. The buyer is shocked, but agrees to the full price, handing over the 50,000 crowns to seal the deal. Magnus catches Alicia's icy glare and asks what's up, only for her to snap back, asking if he's got a thing for curvy girls. A totally baffled Magnus stammers out a no, but she definitely caught him staring, leaving him thinking it's not just about the size. He chalks it up to pure male instinct before shifting his focus back to the shop to move some inventory. They manage to unload a batch of F-rank swords and daggers to some fresh-faced adventurers. By the end of the morning, they've raked in a massive 180,000 crowns, and they aren't slowing down. Suddenly, Rig shows up with a massive grin, shouting that it's been way too long since they last crossed paths. After a quick greeting, Magnus realizes it really has been a while, noticing Rig's slave standing right behind him as the merchant starts talking shop. Rig reveals that those swords and daggers are selling like crazy in the next town over, leaving Magnus absolutely stunned by the news. It turns out even the elite knights are buying his gear and bragging about it to their comrades. Magnus is floored, wondering why. This is the Revenant Empire, where they're forced to mass enchant their arsenal every single week. The merchant admits the standard issue gear is total trash, which is why elite knights hunt for custom equipment, and exactly why he's here. He gestures toward the counter, demanding to know just how many of these top-tier weapons our hero has in stock. Our protagonist smirks, revealing he's got 10 masterwork swords and daggers ready for action. Rick grunts in pure shock and declares he's taking the whole lot, but he's desperate to know the final price. Fake drops a price tag of 800,000 gold, making the merchant chuckle as he begs for a massive bulk discount. The merchant pushes for 700,000, but our hero counters by tossing in extra gear to lock the deal at 760,000. How does that sound? He asks, and the two parties finally shake on the massive deal. Without wasting a second, our protagonist and Alicia start packing up every single piece of Rick's new haul. They load the heavy crates of gear and hoist them right onto the slave's back. The peddler drops a bombshell. He's heading out on a massive journey and won't be back for a long, long time. Our hero sighs at the news, but Rig quickly cuts in with a surprising twist. In just 1 week, his apprentice Alme will arrive in his place, and Rig needs a massive favor. He needs a stash of weapons with different grades to see if the girl can actually tell trash from treasure. The protagonist agrees, and Rig demands 10 top-tier blades plus some cheap junk to fill out the order. When asked if he can handle the workload, our hero doesn't blink, and Rig reveals a slave will be there to guide her. As the merchant secures the slave's heavy pack, Alicia whispers in shock, wondering if a single week is enough time. He promises her it's no big deal, even as she begs him not to work himself into an early grave. Rig finally asks for the bill, and our hero casually drops a price tag of 1.5 million. Rig just laughs and immediately starts haggling, trying to talk him down to 1,300 gold pieces. Our hero's jaw drops as Alicia steps in, declaring that the current price is a total insult. She demands a staggering 1.45 million gold pieces, and a hesitant Riggs is forced to cave in. The merchant gasps in shock, begging to settle for 1.4 million, but Alicia doesn't budge an inch. She shuts him down instantly, reminding him they're even training his apprentice, so that massive price is final. Riggs lets out a laugh and admits she's right, promising to pay every single coin she demanded. Our hero offers his thanks and tells the man they'll be ready for his apprentice to arrive right on schedule. The merchant places his trust in them before heading out with the slave, leaving our hero to let out a massive sigh of relief. He thanks Alicia, but she immediately scolds him for being a pushover, while he just smiles, happy that his weapons are finally in demand. Alicia feels for him, but she insists his legendary blades deserve a price that matches his incredible craftsmanship. He looks at her with pure gratitude and promises to value his own work just as much as she does. He vows never to make that mistake again, and she simply nods her approval. While watching the other masters and their helpers, she suddenly asks about the apprentice rig mentioned. Our hero confirms it, explaining that blacksmiths almost always work side by side with their students. Since he's a total beast with every magic attribute, he can solo the workshop. But most masters aren't that lucky. They need a partner to survive those massive orders, and he's actually thinking about taking on an apprentice himself. Alicia catches him off guard, asking if he's specifically looking for a girl to train under him. He gasps in total shock, wondering why she'd even jump to that conclusion. Suddenly, he grabs her hand as a brilliant idea strikes. Why doesn't he just make her his apprentice? He realizes forging weapons with her would be a blast, not to mention he'd finally get to see exactly what she looks like in a professional work uniform. The antagonist narrows his eyes, demanding to know exactly what she thinks about the situation. The girl bashfully stammers that while he might forgive her, her magic skills are honestly pathetic. The MC lets go of her hand and sighs, realizing that even with her magical eyes, the path of a blacksmith is incredibly complex. Alicia gazes at him, knowing she'd agree to his proposal in a heartbeat if she only had the power. But the terrifying thought of him taking another girl as an apprentice and spending every day alone with her is too much to bear. She shrieks in pure horror at the mental image, leaving the protagonist absolutely stunned. She desperately begs him to never take a female apprentice, and a confused MC can only nod and agree. After the dust settles, she asks the big question. Where on earth did he learn to craft like that? He opens up about his childhood in a tiny village, where his parents raised him at the forge and passed down every secret they knew. But with a heavy heart, he reveals they've passed away, and that he was actually an abandoned orphan before they saved him. She sighed with a heavy heart, but he told her to let it go. He was far too young to even recall who those people were. Alicia fell into a deep, thoughtful silence for a moment. Then she beamed, feeling incredibly lucky to have finally uncovered a few more of his secrets. He gave her a warm, gentle look as the hours slowly drifted by. Eventually, the two of them finally closed up the shop for the night. The girl cheered about their insane luck in selling out, while he noted that staying open late had definitely paid off. But right at that moment, Weather and the crew suddenly called out to him. He spun around, his eyes wide with pure shock as he saw them. He eagerly asked if they'd passed the exam, and when they confirmed it, he congratulated them and demanded to see their results. Eves shouted that they'd officially hit D rank, and Weather added it was all thanks to the protagonist's incredible weapon. Our hero and Alicia shared a knowing, triumphant smile. Drake beamed with pride, congratulating them on their new rank while the crowd erupted in cheers, all of them stunned by how his featherlight blades would carry them straight to rank C. But our MC turned serious, reminding them that a sword is only as good as its master, and he was blown away by how fast they'd mastered his creations. He insisted their own raw talent cleared that exam, but Eva immediately shot back, claiming it was all thanks to his legendary work. He promised to forge even deadlier gear for them next time, vowing to hunt down superior magic steel because their skills had already outgrown his current metal. The crew promised to spread his name to every warrior they knew, and he sent them off with a heartfelt wish for their success. As they vanished into the distance, he watched them with a sense of pride, realizing that the warriors wielding his handcrafted steel were skyrocketing to the top of the world right before his eyes, and Drake joked that he was becoming a legend himself, while Alicia laughed and cheered him on. Suddenly, Goral's jaw dropped in pure shock as he shouted, "Wait, you made 1.2 million gold and scored a massive custom order?" Our hero just nodded calmly, noting that more and more adventurers were swarming his shop as his legendary gear began to take over the market. His skills were finally becoming undeniable, and the man noted that things were definitely looking up for him. Fake agreed it was more than enough, while Goral admitted there was no longer any doubt about his talent. He suddenly went quiet, prompting our hero to ask if something was bothering him. "It's nothing," he replied, handing over a mysterious envelope while staring at the address. Our hero's eyes nearly popped out of his head as he shouted, "Is this actually from Robert Gore?" Goral looked at his own letter in total shock, realizing he had received a message from the same man. It was a massive request for the blacksmith, and as the MC read the details, Alicia's father spoke up. "Well, are you going to accept?" he asked, and the MC fired back, "Of course! I'd never turn down a forging order." A satisfied Goral promised to send a reply immediately, while our hero thanked him and swore he wouldn't fail. Stepping out into the hallway, The MC couldn't stop thinking about the gravity of an order from Robert himself. As time went on, this guy became nearly impossible to impress. Suddenly, Robert shouts his name and sprints over with a massive grin, yelling about how long it's been since they last met. Overjoyed, Robert throws an arm around his shoulders, thanking his lucky stars that our hero actually accepted the job. Our hero just sighs in gloom, realizing this guy has completely invaded his personal space yet again. Robert asks what kind of weapon he's looking for before flipping open a mysterious box to reveal the treasure inside. The protagonist's jaw drops in total shock at the sight of the contents. Wait, is that actually the legendary magical iron of Viria? He gasps. You nailed it! Robert cheers, while our hero realizes exactly why he was summoned for this specific task. He's stunned, knowing this rare ore is ripped straight from the corpses of defeated monsters. But here's the kicker. Power doesn't guarantee a drop. It's all pure luck, whether it's from a high-level beast or a lowly goblin. This is why adventurers risk their lives every single day, praying for a stroke of luck. Robert's point was spot on, and our hero couldn't help but agree as his eyes locked onto the next item. Wait, is that the legendary magical metal of Varia? Robert nodded, admitting it wasn't the top-tier stuff, but for a master smith like him, it was a golden opportunity to push his forging skills to the absolute limit. Our MC knew exactly what he meant, realizing that Varia is so rare it's practically never for sale. Swords forged from this metal are priceless heirlooms guarded like the crown jewels. Robert flashed a devious wink, leaning in to whisper that he had an even bigger surprise waiting in the wings. He was about to unveil the true masterpiece, the ultimate prize, the peak. Our hero's jaw hit the floor as he stared at the impossible, the razor-sharp claw and lethal fang of a literal dragon. Robert saw it all. They had invaded the dragon's lair and absolutely decimated the beast, ripping the fangs and trophies right from its cold, dead body. After harvesting those massive claws, the MC handed them over for the commission of a lifetime, marveling at the fact that this was no ordinary feat. It's not every day you meet a man who can stare down a dragon and slay it single-handedly. You did that all by yourself, right? Robert laughed, admitting that soloing a dragon is suicide. It took the combined might of the elite knights to finally bring the monster down. He finally slayed the beast and claimed the ultimate prize, leaving our hero absolutely breathless at the sight. Forging a weapon from such legendary loot is a blacksmith's greatest dream, and Robert loved seeing that fire in the kid's eyes. The plan was simple. Use area as the core and reinforce it with Varia to get the perfect volume. It finally made sense why they brought Varia along, since area alone just wasn't enough to build a proper weapon. When asked if dragon parts were included, Robert confirmed that the fangs and claws would push the blade's quality to the next level. Even though the result wouldn't match a pure alloy, our hero was still dead set on crafting a legendary sword from these scraps. Robert sighed, acknowledging that while a compromise was painful, it was the only way forward. He threw a hand on the MC's shoulder, telling him straight up that he was putting all his faith in his skills. After inspecting the materials one last time, the MC looked him in the eye and promised he wouldn't let him down. In that moment, he realized that this obsession with perfection was the true mark of a master blacksmith. Looking at those legendary materials, his heart raced with excitement. He was dying to start forging. He turned to the kid and demanded to know exactly what kind of weapon he wanted built. Robert whipped a blade from his jacket and growled, "I want the exact same thing." Our hero unsheathed the blade, inspected the edge, and made a bold declaration. "This is a masterpiece forged from a fusion of Varia and Aryan metal. The craftsmanship is flawless, and the enchantment on this thing is god tier." Robert nodded. "Spot on. But this time I need you to use something even better." He wanted dragon scales and Iran metal for the ultimate blade, so our MC took another look. He asked if he could swap the enchantments, and the boy agreed as long as the power increased. He trusted his gut, the weight, the length, the shape. He'd let his instincts guide the hammer. Fake nodded firmly, vowing to craft a legendary sword that would exceed every expectation. Our hero gets straight to work while Robert watches, mesmerized by the smith's flawless technique. He begins by melting down 2 different metals, swirling them into a glowing, molten pool. For now, he's sticking to the basics and following the standard rules of the forge. It's an easy win, and once the first step is done, he shouts, "Perfect! Absolutely flawless!" But the real trial is coming up because now he has to fuse a dragon's fang and claw together. As he grips the materials, he feels a strange warmth radiating from them, like a living heart still beating. Robert leans in, his eyes locked onto the master smith with intense curiosity. He tries the usual melting method, but the dragon parts won't budge. they're completely indestructible. Since dragons are immune to normal fire, he fine-tunes his mana to blast the heat to a whole new level. His plan worked perfectly, and as he spoke, the metal finally began to warp and shift. Robert was stunned, admitting he never expected Fake to master draconic materials, stuff that would make ordinary blacksmiths run for the hills. But he adapted in a heartbeat like a true master, steadily stirring the glowing, mystical alloy. "It's done! They're completely fused!" he shouted, instantly mixing the molten metal with the raw draconic power. He cast the blank with expert precision and charged right into the next stage of the forge. Finally, he stood back and made the big announcement. "The magical properties of every single material have been successfully synthesized into one." Robert's jaw hit the floor as he praised the magnificent work, but our hero just smiled, knowing the blade was still far from finished. He asked if Robert wanted to stay, and the man shouted, "Absolutely!" knowing he was witnessing a god-tier level of skill. He refused to miss a single second, desperate to see this legendary masterpiece through to the very end. Our hero gives a knowing smirk and cranks up the heat to get to work. As the forging begins, he carefully tracks every single spike in the magical readings. Even though the dragon parts and mystic steel are fused, their inner spirits are still clashing. The surface looks perfect, but on the inside, the elements are still resisting the union. Once the blade takes shape, he weaves the chaotic magical currents into a single flow. Just as the alloy finally holds, he ruthlessly breaks it down to rebuild it from scratch. It's the only path to true power, the birth of the legendary mesmerite. Robert can only watch in silence, completely captivated by the display. Every movement is a masterclass in raw honesty, confidence, and lethal focus. The intense process devours the entire day, leaving the final steps for tomorrow's dawn. Robert is already back at the anvil, hammering away before the sun even rises. Hours of intense labor pass until the blade finally takes its ultimate form. Fake scrutinizes every inch of the steel, finding nothing but absolute perfection. But before the sharpening begins, he has to pass one final critical test. For a double-edged blade, symmetry is life or death, and he checks every single curve. He declares it a masterpiece, ready to forge a hilt from rare Aryan metal. With the hilt secured, our hero invites Robert to unleash the weapon's true power. The two comrades head straight for the forest to see what this blade can really do. The young man's hands tremble with excitement as he lifts the heavy steel. He dances with the blade, unleashing a flurry of deadly lunges and strikes. Our hero asks for his honest opinion, and Robert can't hold back his pure excitement. "It's magnificent, a perfect replica forged in a single session. This is the work of a god." The MC flashes a confident grin, relieved that the blade met expectations, but he's not finished yet. He dives back into the heat for the final refinements while Robert watches every move with bated breath. Robert is stunned by the MC's high-level wind magic, realizing that mastering every element is what makes his smithing so legendary. "My years of blood and sweat weren't for nothing," he declares, finishing the sharpening before prepping the final enchantments. He decides to mirror the original spells, but he's determined to fix every single flaw he found. After optimizing the magic for the new alloy, Robert watches in total silence as the blade begins to pulse with mystical energy. Robert grips the finished weapon and gasps. The balance is flawless. The magic conductivity is insane, and the craftsmanship is beyond belief. These enchantments are divine, and while the MC laughs off concerns about durability by promising the alloy will last for months, Robert suddenly lunges forward, drops to his knees, and grabs the hero's hands in total worship. The MC nearly jumps out of his skin as Robert presses those miracle-working hands to his face, crying out in pure envy of such god-tier talent. Fake recoils and tells the guy to back off, but Robert just stands up unfazed and offers his thanks. He turns to our hero to settle the bill, asking if a massive 5 million crowns will cover it. The MC is totally blindsided, arguing that the price is way too high for this job. Since he provided the materials and the design, he insists that 300,000 crowns is more than enough. Robert explains that since Fu can craft such rare metal, the weapon's value has skyrocketed tenfold. He presents a chest filled with treasure to cover the cost, leaving the MC shouting in pure shock. These are legendary artifacts found only in the deepest dungeons. There's no way he can just take them. But Robert stands firm, swearing that this incredible blade is worth every legendary treasure. This blade is so powerful it rivals Eslian steel, and Robert is desperate to keep this partnership going. He wants to continue their work together and ensure the MC's future is filled with legendary success. Our hero calls him out by name, accepting the gift with a heartfelt thank you, as Robert beams with pride. He stares at the blade and swears to become a warrior worthy of such a masterpiece, promising to be at his beck and call. Alicia's voice rings out with pure joy as she praises his incredible talent, because that sword blew everyone's expectations out of the water. Forging Aryan metal with dragon parts is a legendary feat that even stunned her father, and she's certain he'll have to acknowledge his genius soon. He accepts a cup of tea with a faint smile, hoping for that day to come, but deep down, he wonders if he's truly been seen for who he is. If the truth came out, what would change? He's just a fake fiancé, a human shield against other men, and he wonders if this charade can last forever. He'd be more than happy to keep playing his part if it meant being useful, but a shadow of doubt starts to creep in. Just how much longer can they keep this massive lie hidden from Lord Goral? The moment she finds her true love, his role in this story will finally reach its end. This all began because she took pity on the man everyone mocked, but he got swept up in the dream, desperately forging steel just to be noticed. How foolish of him. She caught a glimpse of his hollow expression and called out, worried if the grueling work at the forge was finally breaking him. He looked up from the blade, forcing a smile as he insisted he was perfectly fine. Things were moving fast. Riggs's apprentice, Almay, was arriving next week, and with a mountain of back orders piling up, he hadn't even started on the sales floor. Her eyes widened in shock, wondering how he could jump into a new work week after pouring his entire soul into that one legendary sword. He just grinned, claiming his work was a dream hobby that paid the bills. But she wasn't having it and begged him to finally take a break. Even though he swore he wasn't exhausted, Alicia's heart sank as her worry for him only grew deeper. She pleaded with him to just walk away from the anvil for a week, and for a moment, he actually stopped to consider it. Then, he made a move, suggesting they slow down and escape together for some much-needed time alone. She beamed at the thought of a delicious feast, while our hero wondered what kind of chaos this little getaway might bring. But even with her by his side, the burning fire in his soul wouldn't die. He was obsessed with forging the ultimate blade. His ultimate purpose was to see his blades in the hands of warriors, an ironclad destiny he would never abandon. He was simply following his heart's calling as a master smith, just as Goral turned to gaze out the window. He remembered Robert's voice, thanking him for the chance to commission those high-end replicas. He fused magic iron, Varea, dragon claws, and fangs into one legendary unstoppable weapon. The final product was mind-blowing, leaving him stunned that such a masterpiece could even be forged. He demanded to know why a rival for Alicia's hand would order a fake, only for Robert to admit he had to test the skills Alicia praised so highly. He even confessed that shaping such volatile, rare materials was a brutal challenge even for a master like him. As a fellow smith, he was floored by the sheer talent. It was obvious why she chose him over everyone else. Suddenly, Goral's eyes locked onto a mysterious chest sitting right there in his office. He marched straight toward it and threw the lid wide open. He pried it open and stared intensely at the gleaming blade hidden within. His face turned dead serious as he examined every inch of the cold steel. With a grim look, he whispered that this might finally be the one. A while later, our hero arrived at the bustling fair with a bold plan in mind. After a long 2-week hiatus, they finally pitched their tent and geared up for a massive day of business. They organized their top-tier loot and showcased Alma's latest creations, deadly swords and daggers designed to hook every passing customer. He grinned at the storage box, realizing that Robert's gift was a total lifesaver for Alicia. With a smirk, he bragged about how much loot he could haul just as a crowd of curious people began to swarm their stall. "This is the place, right?" an adventurer asked, confirming this was the legendary blacksmith's shop where he'd scored his last masterpiece. The blade's quality was insane, fitting his grip perfectly, and now his entire squad was desperate to get their hands on their own weapons. They actually showed up in the flesh, eager to inspect his gear as he beamed with pride over their glowing praise. He figured the traveling merchant's word of mouth was working, but he never expected a crowd to swarm him this fast. These warriors didn't waste a second, immediately snatching up weapons and demanding to buy his legendary staggern swords. One girl grabbed a sleek dagger while her companion followed suit, and he bowed deeply to thank them for the massive sale. After naming his price, he stared at the pile of coins and realized he'd practically given them a massive discount. Even with the deal, he raked in a staggering 200,000 gold. Talk about an insane payday before the sun was even up. The floodgates opened as more people arrived, dragging their friends along to witness his incredible craftsmanship. He felt a surge of gratitude as every new arrival raved about the quality of his lethal blades. Rumors of Iva's overwhelming strength were spreading like wildfire, drawing in warriors from all over. Between the merchant hype and the local gossip, his shop was packed to the rafters by high noon. Alicia beams with excitement, shouting that the endless flood of customers is absolutely incredible. Clutching his food, he grins back, realizing Rig's massive publicity stunt worked like a charm. He clears the empty crates, shouting for his student to hurry before the shelves are stripped bare. If the hype keeps building like this, he's ready for it, especially since the foot traffic is through the roof. A customer steps up, demanding 2 daggers and 2 swords, and she thanks him with a massive, grateful smile. He hopes they don't sell out completely, but he notices the crowd's focus is suddenly pulled elsewhere. Everyone on the street is staring intensely at a slave and the girl walking by his side. She beams with pure joy, pointing at the storefront and asking if this is finally the place. Their jaws drop in total shock as she approaches them. Almay flashes a smile, introducing herself and laughing as they realize she's actually Rig's top student. She agreed, explaining that just like her master had likely mentioned, she was stepping in to take his place today. He showered the craftsman with praise, claiming his forge produced nothing but legendary top-tier weaponry. Caught completely off guard by the compliment, he stammered out, "Wait, are you actually serious?" Alicia shot him a look of pure suspicion, forcing him to quickly pivot his explanation. He hurriedly announced that he had already laid out a specialized selection of weapons for her to evaluate. As the gear was brought out, he told her to take her pick of the lot, and she gave a quick nod of thanks before stepping forward. As she began her inspection, he watched closely. He had secretly mixed low-grade junk in with the masterpieces to see if she could spot the difference. She scanned the rows of swords and daggers with a keen eye, before her hand finally locked onto a specific blade. Without a moment's hesitation, she demanded 10 of those exact swords and daggers, making it clear she didn't need anything else. He was absolutely stunned. Even though the quality gap was invisible to the naked eye, she had unerringly chosen the superior steel. With a sly grin, he announced the massive price tag, 1,450,000 crowns. She stepped into his personal space, clutching his hand with a charming smile. Then, she dropped the question, would he be willing to give her a discount? The sheer audacity of her request left both him and Alicia completely speechless. She doubled down, arguing that she deserved at least some kind of break. As a loyal regular, she expected a deal, even as he desperately tried to say no. He began to suspect she was using her feminine charms to manipulate the price. Little did she know he was devoted to Alicia, though he wasn't exactly repulsed by the flirting. But seeing her face sour with disappointment sent a chill down his spine. He knew right then that if he failed her now, it would be a total disaster for him. He yanks his hand away, shutting her down instantly and declaring the price is non-negotiable. Almy huffs in frustration, realizing her charms didn't stand a chance against him. The guy is stubborn as a mule, forcing her to cough up every last coin while she begrudgingly admits he's a true genius at smithing. She wonders where he honed such skills, but our hero is too busy shoveling his massive pile of gold into the drawer. As the coins clink, he casually mentions his past life serving in the Dark Revenant Empire. He considers himself lucky to have escaped that place, while she flashes a grin, hinting that their paths are bound to cross again. This isn't a farewell, just a see you later. As she finally turns to make her exit, she struts away with her slave, blowing a playful kiss over her shoulder. But he just smirks, knowing he's way too sharp to fall for her games. He turns back to his crew, beaming with pride over the absolute fortune they just made from that weapon haul. Alicia creeps up, her face turning bright red as she nervously asks if he's still into the big ones. He's completely blindsided, demanding to know what she's talking about, while she stammers that she caught him staring right at her. She shut him down instantly, claiming he was totally wrong, but she knew what she saw. She caught the way he was staring, and he realized that as a man he couldn't hide his nature. For wild males of his kind, reacting to movement and prey is just a part of their nature. It's pure instinct, but she wondered if her own body made her unworthy of real affection. He scrambled to explain himself, But before he could, she suddenly lunged and grabbed his hand. She looked him in the eye and asked if he was actually attracted to a girl like her. He shot that down immediately, realizing that his entire type was defined by her and her alone. She finally let go and apologized for making things so incredibly tense between them. He brushed it off, insisting everything was cool, even though the air was thick with emotion. With the day finally winding down, Alma arrives as the final customer, bringing their total to 3,120,000 crowns. It was their biggest payday in history, a total landslide at the market. Back at the estate, Goral marveled at the massive success while our hero revealed a mysterious merchant was behind the surge. Goral gave a respectful bow, ready to take his leave for the night, but the MC stopped him right there, pausing for a moment of deep reflection. He looked Goral in the eye and admitted he was absolutely blown away. He never dreamed they'd pull off such insane sales in this chaotic environment, especially in a foreign land where he started as a complete nobody. Caught off guard by the praise, our hero humbly brushed it off as nothing but pure luck. But the reality is clear. His entire fortune is riding on that one merchant. If that trader loses interest, his massive profits will come crashing down instantly. He reflected on the incredible support from his loyal customers. Ivas, Vesser, Rig, Alme, Robert, and Alicia. Knowing their faith was the fuel for his meteoric rise. He questioned if a single merchant was his only source of gold, but with a confident smirk, he revealed that word of mouth from satisfied adventurers was making his name legendary. Grinning ear to ear, he realized his masterfully crafted blades were actually saving lives on the battlefield. It was clear as day. Customers were flocking back because his sheer skill was simply unmatched. Stunned by the news, Fake gave a respectful bow, his heart overflowing with gratitude. Suddenly, Goral stood up from the table, his expression turning serious as he prepared to ask for a massive favor. He trailed close behind, dying to know what kind of request Goral had in mind. Goral stepped toward a heavy chest, flung it open, and revealed a mysterious blade hidden within. With a hopeful look, he begged to know if this shattered weapon could be brought back to life. Eager to inspect the steel, he reached out and gripped the hilt of the ancient sword. He begins his deep inspection, but a sudden wave of dread washes over him. One look at that twisted enchantment is enough to make his stomach churn with nausea. He realizes the sheer density of the data packed into this weapon is absolutely mind-blowing. It feels like someone shoved 1,000 libraries into his skull all at once just from the sensation of the blade. This weapon holds more magical secrets than his mind can even grasp, and he tells his concerned ally that he needs total silence to concentrate. The core spell seems simple enough, but the raw, overwhelming power surging through it is terrifying. The amount of energy invested here is massive, yet the entire structure is riddled with visible damage. If anyone dares to swing this sword in its current state, it'll shatter into 1,000,000 pieces. He finally pinpoints the fatal flaw, and a desperate Goral asks if there's any way to fix the damage. He agrees to the task, but warns that this mountain of magical data is so vast, it'll take a full day of grueling work to repair. He nodded in understanding, warning him that rushing would only lead to failure. It was vital to ensure every single detail was flawless and reliable. Our hero agreed instantly, vowing to follow those instructions to the letter. He gazed at the blade, sensing that this weapon meant the world to the master. This repair demanded absolute perfection, but time was of the essence. He had to return it to its rightful owner immediately. And when the next day arrived, he stormed into the forge, fired up and ready to start the job. Once again, he began dissecting the intricate enchantments woven into the steel. The sheer volume of magical data was still absolutely staggering to behold. Shattered symbols were everywhere, leaving massive chunks of the magic totally useless. Every single detail needs to be reconstructed with absolute surgical accuracy. One tiny slip-up could shatter the blade's delicate magical foundation forever. As he starts, he realizes this isn't normal steel. It's a legendary alloy of Aryan and Ilios iron, forged by a god-tier master. The creator's signature radiates pure power, sealing away a massive reservoir of mana that puts ordinary weapons to shame. This job is going to be a total marathon, as the original enchanter must have poured days of sleepless labor into these spells. Rebuilding this from nothing is a nightmare task, but he's the only one who can pull it off. Yet something even more shocking catches his eye. These enchantments haven't faded a bit in over a decade, and there's no way a simple metal alloy could hold that much power on its own. This isn't just about the materials, it's the sheer godlike talent of a world-class blacksmith at work. He realizes his own craft still has a long way to go to reach this level of perfection. If he can finally master this technique, his creations will endure for centuries to come. He isn't doing this for glory or to be remembered in the history books. He wants his steel to stand as a shield for the innocent, even long after he's gone. But he has to snap out of it. Noon is fast approaching. The heavy lifting was finally over, with the masterpiece nearly complete. Only the final polish remained when a sudden knock echoed and the door swung wide open. Alicia stepped into the heat of the forge, eager to see how the repairs were coming along. Our hero reveals he's almost finished, leaving her absolutely stunned by his speed. She can't believe he did all this in half a day, but he just shrugs it off as a simple repair. She reaches out to the blade, whispering that it's incredible. This very sword was forged by her own grandfather. His eyes widen as he goes to ask more, but she reveals the old master passed away 10 years ago. His eyes widened as he realized this blade was Lord Goral's most prized possession, a fact she solemnly confirmed. He stared at the weapon, stunned that the Lord would entrust him with such a legendary treasure without a second thought. She revealed that her father had spent years desperately trying to repair it, only to be met with constant failure and heartbreak. Lacking the true gift of a blacksmith, he was powerless to restore the heirloom he had inherited from his own father. The weight of her words hit him hard. This wasn't just a simple request. It was a high-stakes test of his soul. Even though the master hadn't fully acknowledged his talent yet, he still placed this priceless relic in his hands. This was the ultimate proof that deep down the master truly believed in his potential. This sword was more than just steel. It was a vessel for a lifetime of precious, irreplaceable memories. A determined smirk crossed his face as he realized there was now absolutely zero room for error. He poured every ounce of his spirit into the forge, losing himself in the work for hours until the final strike was delivered. Finally, the masterpiece was complete and the repairs were finished right on schedule. He obsessively scanned every detail to hunt for any hidden flaws, tweaking the ancient enchantment dozens of times until it was perfect. And then, Alicia beamed, begging for a glimpse, but he warned her that the sheer intensity of the magic might overwhelm her. She tried to focus, but the raw power made her feel faint, and he rushed over with a worried look, but she just smiled and called his work absolutely breathtaking. Even a split-second glimpse revealed her grandfather's heart and soul within the blade. It was as if the sword had come back to life, surging with incredible new power. She bowed low, thanking him for restoring the pride of House Barnasto. He offered a humble smile, telling her that her gratitude was the greatest reward he could ask for. He prepared to present the blade to the master immediately, as she watched with a face full of joy. She was certain her father would be jumping for joy like a little kid the moment he saw it. He's completely stunned and asks if he's really allowed to act like this, but she insists her father can be surprisingly kind. He actually caught a glimpse of that kindness once, and despite his nerves, he's dying to see the man's reaction. The second he bursts into the office, Goral's face twists into a look of pure shock. Goral demands to know if the sword is already fixed, and he confirms he's restored the blade to its former glory. He offers the weapon for inspection, his heart racing with pure anxiety. Goral seizes the hilt and slowly draws the blade from its sheath with intense focus. He gazes down at the steel, his eyes clouded with a heavy, mournful look. Then, he suddenly slashes the air with a series of sharp, powerful swings. He sets the weapon down on the table and begins to meticulously inspect every glowing detail of the magical enchantment. His stomach churned as the shocking truth finally hit him. There was no doubt. This was his father's legendary blade, and tears began to sting his eyes. Sobbing, he cried out that the weapon looked identical to the day he first saw it. It was just like that fateful moment when the sword was first placed in his hands. This was the exact same steel, and he never imagined in his wildest dreams that he'd ever witness the sheer, overwhelming power of this blade restored to its former glory. Looking at the masterpiece, he realized this blacksmith was a god-tier master of his craft. Stunned by the craftsmanship, he dropped into a deep bow and shouted his thanks. Suddenly, Goral called out his name, revealing that he knew exactly who he was. He recognized him as Alicia's very own fiancé, staring him right in the eyes. She stared back at him, her eyes wide with absolute shock. She demanded to know what he just said, but he only responded with a knowing smirk. He declared that only our hero was worthy of protecting his daughter and gave his thanks. He was stunned, thinking it would take an eternity to finally hear those words. A sudden pang of sadness hit him as the reality of the situation set in. He remembered he was just a fake fiancé and gripped his head in frustration. He swore to himself that he could never stand to see her unhappy. Our protagonist nodded along as the father asked if his daughter wasn't the most charming girl ever. He agreed instantly, but the father warned that if he crossed the line, his head would be mounted on the palace walls. He looked away, completely bewildered, and muttered that he understood the terrifying threat. With a dead serious look, he admits he'll allow the deal, but offers his thanks anyway. He's completely baffled. First it was about the sword, and now things are spiraling out of control. Garal warns him never to abandon his craft, demanding he keep his skills sharp and his guard up. Because once word gets out that he's the only man fit to marry his daughter, everything changes. Every lowlife in the city will be gunning for him, so he better go break the good news to Alicia right now. He stumbles out of the office with his head spinning, desperately trying to figure out his next move. They have to settle this fake engagement drama immediately before things get even more insane. He finds her in the forge, happily polishing the tools with a bright smile as he steps inside. Her eyes light up when she sees him, and he asks if she's been busy cleaning the place up. He's stunned to see even the floors are spotless, thanking her for making the forge look brand new. She bursts out laughing, dying to know exactly what her father had to say. With a smirk, he reveals that the man was absolutely thrilled with the repairs and couldn't believe his eyes. Beaming with pure joy, she cheers that it's amazing news and plans to visit him very soon. She can't wait to see that look of pure satisfaction on his face for herself. But then, his expression softens with a hint of sadness as he drops a bombshell. Her father has officially acknowledged him as her future husband. Her jaw drops in total shock as she gasps. Did he really give us his blessing? He nods firmly, confirming that those were his father's exact words. Overwhelmed with happiness, she cries out that all their hard work finally paid off. It's finally happening. Their relationship is officially set in stone. He cut her off, calling out her name as a heavy realization hit him. Their fake engagement was weighing on his soul more than ever before. Could they really keep living this massive, twisted lie? Stunned, she let her rag slip to the floor and demanded to know what he meant. He explained that Lord Goral truly loved her, shattering every noble rule just to keep her happy. Even while testing if he was good enough for his daughter, the Lord treated a lowly commoner like a total equal. He gave them his full blessing, completely ignoring the massive gap in their social rank. Because of that kindness, he can't stomach the guilt anymore. He has to come clean. He needs to admit that their entire romance was a total sham from the very beginning. With a look of pure heartbreak, he realized he never expected things to get this complicated. His own words cut like a knife, making him realize his feelings for her were deeper than he ever dreamed. Suddenly, Alicia Bode catches him completely off guard with a shocking move. She begs for his forgiveness, crushed by the weight of the lies she used to deceive him. He's totally stunned, demanding to know exactly what she's trying to say. She confesses that the whole fake fiancé act was a total lie from the very start. She finally screams out the truth she's been hiding. She's madly in love with him. Her heart has belonged to him since the very first moment they locked eyes. In the beginning, she was just fascinated by the kind of man he was. She was genuinely captivated by his character and his spirit. But that radiant, blinding smile of his was enough to steal her heart forever. He shines like the sun, and he has no idea how much she's been dying to see that light again. She fell hard for him, watching him pour his entire soul into his work at the forge. He's driven by a burning dream to be the absolute best, yet he's still so incredibly gentle. He laughs off her silly antics, making every single moment they share feel like pure magic. She's head over heels, adoring every tiny detail of the man he's become. Fake is absolutely stunned by her words and demands to know the truth, and she confirms it all. She comes clean right then and there, apologizing for the web of lies she's been spinning. Her own selfishness dragged him into this mess, even while he was desperately trying to win over her father. Through it all, he was nothing but kind to her. Even when the pressure was mounting, the burden he carried was almost too much for any one man to bear. Now she finally pours out all those years of hidden, one-sided love. She lays her heart bare, begging him to forgive her for even feeling this way. Out of nowhere, he pulls her into a desperate embrace, shocked by her confession. He can't believe his ears because he's been madly in love with her this whole time. She was the only woman he ever desired, the single spark that kept him alive. Just catching a glimpse of her at the royal court was enough to keep him going. Those rare, precious moments when she stepped into his workshop were the only things that saved him from total despair. But he always believed she was a goddess completely out of his league. A lowly blacksmith had no business loving a duke's daughter, so he forced his heart to stay silent. He was falling hard, but he desperately forced his racing heart to stay calm. Despite everything, his love for her burned bright, and he craved to be by her side. He didn't want some shallow facade. He wanted a real, genuine connection with her. He grabbed her shoulders firmly, looking her straight in the eyes to make his move. Out of nowhere, he poured his soul out, confessing his love over and over again. She recoiled in total shock, her face turning beet red as she begged him to stop. Hearing those words was too much, and her expression twisted into something intense. She looked absolutely terrifying, yet overjoyed, and he couldn't help but beam with pride. Overwhelmed with pure joy, he pulled her into a massive, crushing hug. He called out to her, desperately asking if they could finally start their journey together. "This is our chance to wipe the slate clean and start everything over." She agrees instantly, knowing their days of playing pretend are finally over. They aren't just a fake bride and groom anymore. This love is the real deal. They sink to the floor against the wall, and she leans in with a burning question. She asks him exactly when he fell for her, and a gentle smile plays on his lips. He asks if she remembers all those times she visited him while he was at the forge. She nods, confessing that just watching him work meant the absolute world to her. He takes her hand, admitting that she was the only person who ever showed him true kindness. She was his lifeline, forcing him to keep pushing forward no matter how much it hurt. She looks back with deep regret, wishing she had noticed the cruel bullying he endured much sooner. He gives her a gentle smile, insisting it wasn't her fault she couldn't be there as his mind drifts back to those old days. He recalls how those forge masters acted like saints when she was around, but the second she saw the bruise on his face, the mask shattered. Now that the truth is out, he asks when she actually fell for him, making her blush as she questions if he's really that curious. She asks if he remembers their encounter under the tree 3 years ago, and he confirms that was the very first time they met. Her eyes fill with sorrow as she reveals her mother passed away that year, a tragic fact he never even suspected until now. It all clicks for him as Alicia explains her mother's dying wish was for her to find whatever truly made her happy. But she just became a robot, forcing herself through magic and sword lessons not for joy, but to satisfy everyone else. Suffocating under that pressure, she ran to her mother's favorite tree for air, and that's where she first encountered a stranger. He was a boy with a radiant smile, and as she leans on his shoulder, he recalls how his hope turned to total despair just hours later. With his grin etched into her heart, she scanned every single ballroom, desperate to catch a glimpse of him. That's when the truth hit her. She was hopelessly in love. He could only offer a shy, bashful smile in return. Had she finally discovered her true calling? She locked eyes with him, a radiant smile spreading across her face. She confessed her deepest wish, to live by his side and share endless laughs over the silliest things. She wanted to face every crushing hardship and every peak of joy right there with him. She dreamed of being the first to witness him become the world's greatest blacksmith. It sounded crazy, didn't it? But with a soft smile, he told her it wasn't strange at all. His heart soared with pure joy. She was actually staying by his side. Could life possibly get any better than this? He realized he'd let his dream of being the ultimate blacksmith slip away, consumed only by the desperate need to escape that living hell. There were dark days when he almost threw away his title just to find a way out. But everything is different now. Now, he's determined to become the absolute best for his beloved wife. This revelation didn't hit him all at once, but it took a while. But they finally bared their souls to one another. They burst into Goral's office only to find Alicia had been summoned to another royal ball. But that wasn't all. A mysterious second letter had just arrived. Our hero snatched the envelope and tore it open without hesitation. He scanned the parchment and realized it came straight from the royal palace. It was from Morgan at the Alice blacksmith shop. His eyes widened in total shock as his mind began to race. Why on earth was this man reaching out after all these years? Alicia leaned in close, her voice trembling as she asked what the letter said. He read the grim news aloud. The shop was failing, and they could no longer arm the kingdom's knights. Every single blacksmith is working themselves to the bone, begging for his immediate return. Goril explains that the letter had one simple mission: deliver this message if he's still on the job. They even apologized in case he'd already been sacked, but Goril just stared at him, deep in thought. He knew that if he were truly worthless, he'd have been kicked to the curb long ago, so the letter made perfect sense. Leaning over the table, he asks if the rumors of him being a slave to the court are true. Isn't he terrified of becoming a workhorse again? With a look of pure sorrow, he admits that's exactly what's going to happen. So the big question remains, does he actually plan on going back to that nightmare? From a noble perspective, holding the title of court blacksmith for the Revenant Empire is a massive honor for their house. Fake realizes that joining the ducal family means his every move must benefit their reputation. Being the imperial blacksmith would bring insane glory to the duke, and for a nobleman, that kind of power play is everything. He's got to understand that raw power isn't the only thing their class is fighting for. It's a delicate dance between absolute strength and the children's pure happiness. They weigh every factor, because there's no way he'll let his son rot in a place that makes him miserable. She flashes a grin and asks if he's already claiming the boy as his own son, leaving him totally flustered. He stares at her, realizing a woman with her stunning beauty and high status could have been married off years ago, but he truly puts her joy above everything else. He drops into a deep bow, begging for forgiveness while swearing he'll never return to that wretched empire. Goral's face turns stone cold as he decides to write the refusal himself to make sure the message hits home. He growls that they only ever treated him like a piece of trash to be used and thrown away. She declares they're delivering the message themselves, and she's going to crash the ball to hand it over personally. He looks at her in shock, wondering why she'd go through all this trouble for a place she absolutely hates. She agreed, confessing that those snobs only invited her to balls because they thought she was still single. Well, the games are over, and she's ready to debut her fiancé to the entire world. He saw exactly what she was doing, called him by name, and asked if he was truly ready for the fallout. The MC didn't hesitate, knowing that if she was willing to take this risk, he had to be right by her side. He was going all in on this plan, refusing to let her face the music alone. This was his chance to finally prove to everyone that their love was the real deal. Goral promised to draft the letter immediately and told them to prepare for their grand exit. They gave a firm nod of agreement and marched straight out of the office. He tried to show his gratitude, but she spun around and told him it wasn't necessary, since she wanted this too. She was dying to hand-deliver that letter and humiliate those arrogant fools who dared to disrespect her husband. Let those losers rot in their workshop while they choke on envy over his god-tier talent. Once they realize he's joined the prestigious Barnasto house, they'll be drowning in pure shame. With a faint smirk, he admits that he owes her everything. Without her by his side, he'd be absolutely nothing right now. She quickly brushes it off, insisting he's the one who saved her, because her ultimate dream of true happiness was simply to walk right beside him like this. He stares at her, realizing that now the secret's out, she's finally wearing her heart on her sleeve. They fall into a deep embrace as she whispers that her love for him is more intense than ever. The sudden confession sends his heart racing and leaves him completely flustered. His mind spins because he's totally clueless on how to handle such raw, honest emotion. Alicia gazes into his eyes, admitting that even now her nerves are absolutely shot. But despite the fear, she's never been happier, prompting him to ask with a grin, "Is that really true?" She calls out his name, asking if his heart is pounding as fast as hers, and he confesses that if he ever... She burst into fits of laughter at his ridiculous words, while Fake just beamed at her with pure, unadulterated joy. In that moment, he realized just how wrong he was to ever think he could survive this world alone. He used to judge couples for being inseparable, but now, every single second by her side feels like a dream come true. He declared that it was time to gear up and prepare for their high-stakes mission to the Empire. Meanwhile, Morgan sat stewing in his office, his blood boiling with absolute rage over the unfolding disaster. He lunged from his seat and roared at the walls, demanding to know why he was being mocked and humiliated like this. Why hasn't that pathetic loser replied yet? If he's actually with Lady Alicia, he should have sent word the instant he arrived. At the very least, the House of Barnasto should show some damn respect while he desperately hunts for any blacksmith willing to listen. He had literally crawled on his hands and knees, begging the guild members to return until his dignity was crushed into the dirt. He sacrificed every ounce of his pride just to stay alive, yet these arrogant freaks won't even give him a second thought. He was the man in charge, and the captain was dead wrong. This guy wasn't a master blacksmith at all. If he could just expose the truth, he might finally catch a break and turn his life around. Desperate, he crawled back to his father, begging for help and admitting he was doomed without his support. Surely his own father wouldn't abandon him, but the man just stood there coldly, declaring that since the knight captain had discarded him, he was officially disowned, kicked out of the family after they used every connection to get him into court, only for him to bring them nothing but shame. Their reputation was now lower than a stray dog's, and he was lucky to be exiled instead of executed, leaving him sobbing and pleading for one last shot. But his father turned a deaf ear, ruthlessly waving him away and screaming that he was banished from the bloodline forever. He slumped back to his office, devastated that his home and family were gone, leaving him trapped and alone within these cold walls. His status was completely stripped away, and his so-called followers scattered like rats fleeing a sinking ship. Suddenly, a voice nearby snapped him out of his misery, mentioning something about being with her fiancé. Morgan whips around, her mind racing with a sudden sharp doubt. She couldn't believe this man was her fiancé. It just didn't make sense. Suddenly, the pair steps out of the carriage and into the spotlight. Our hero looks around, noting it's been ages since he last saw these walls. He realized the grand event was definitely happening right here in the royal castle. Nobles from every corner of the world are arriving as servants scramble everywhere. He sighs, admitting that this place brings back a massive wave of nostalgia. Alicia clutches his hand, her voice weary from the grueling journey they endured. She asks to rest, knowing the palace already has a luxury room waiting for them. He agrees, remembering that the elite stay here to avoid taverns and feel pampered. Luffy assured him he'd be comfortable in the Empire, and now he's officially here as her fiancé, entering a massive suite. He looks around the grand room, realizing that while they aren't officially wed, they're basically living as husband and wife. She drops the bombshell that they're sharing the same room, leaving him completely flustered and overthinking everything. Fearing Mr. Goral's threat of certain doom if he acts out, he frantically suggests sleeping on the couch when she asks. Seeing the pure radiance on her face, he's caught off guard and asks if she's truly happy with this arrangement. She closes the distance between them, confessing with total sincerity that she's absolutely overjoyed. He holds her tight, thinking there's no way he could be anything but happy with the love of his life in his arms. They're locked in a beautiful, heartwarming hug when suddenly, a sharp knock at the door ruins the mood as Luffy calls out, asking if she can step inside. He pulls the door open to let her in, and she immediately starts apologizing for crashing their private moment while he gestured toward the crowd, announcing that these noblemen were dying to meet them. Our hero stepped up to Alicia's side, keeping his voice low and intimate. He asked if he should tag along, but she worried he was just forcing himself to do it. With a charming smile, he insisted it was his duty as her husband to face these people together. Then came the endless wave of nobles, their expressions morphing into masks of pure horror. Word of the engagement had leaked, but some recognized him as nothing more than a simple blacksmith. They fought to keep their composure, reeling from the fact that her chosen one was just a commoner. Out of nowhere, Morgan stormed into the hall, shouting at the top of his lungs to get her attention. He froze in total disbelief when he realized exactly who was standing in that room. He screamed the man's name, his heart racing as he stared at him in absolute shock. He glares at him and demands to know the meaning behind his actions. He shouts at the top of his lungs, "What on earth is this guy even doing here?" It was obvious he was shaking with nerves, terrified of what might happen to him. He whips around and bellows, "Why is she standing right there with him?" She looks him dead in the eye and prepares to reveal the shocking truth. She announces he's her fiancé, leaving him completely paralyzed with shock. But the word on the street was she'd only marry a world-class master blacksmith. She claims that's the exact reason for their engagement, but he refuses to believe it. He scoffs that the guy is just a pathetic amateur, but she shuts him down instantly. She declares he's a master of the forge whose incredible talent was even honored by her father. Luffy stepped forward, calling out his name as she pressed a mysterious letter into his hands. She revealed the truth. This message came directly from the powerful Duke Barnastos himself. This was the official response to the letter he had sent just days before. As he scanned the page, she watched him erupt into a terrifying, uncontrollable rage. He crushed the parchment in his fist, roaring at the top of his lungs. "What is the meaning of this?" The Duke refused to return to the palace, showing a level of disrespect that was absolutely unforgivable. Our hero watched in terror, his entire body trembling as the tension in the room reached a breaking point. His mind raced with panic, realizing that his grip on the situation was slipping away. The Duke was no longer his servant, and his absolute authority had completely vanished. Memories of the past flooded back, making him question the 3 long years of agony he'd endured. Terror surged through his veins, leaving him choked up and feeling absolutely pathetic. He fought to snap out of his trance and regain his composure. Just then, Alicia reached out and grabbed his hand, pulling him back to reality. He felt a wave of gratitude, realizing she was always the one saving him. She was his guardian angel, and now he finally found the strength to stand tall. With ironclad resolve, he marched right up to him to speak his truth. He made it clear he had absolutely no intention of ever returning to that palace. He was ready to leave that life behind and start fresh. He would live his days as a humble blacksmith and her loving husband. Morgan's blood boiled with rage as she processed his ultimate betrayal. She couldn't understand his obsession with bringing him back, but as his fiancé, she refused to let him return to a world of cruelty and abuse. His knuckles turned white as he roared in fury, demanding to know why his loyalty was being ignored. After everything he'd sacrificed, this betrayal was the ultimate insult. But suddenly, Luffy stepped in to block his path. Luffy intercepted the strike with lightning speed, snatching his arm right out of the air. He seized his hand with an iron grip and forced him back. With a powerful shove, he slammed him into the dirt before turning his cold gaze toward her. He barked at her to release him, fuming with rage that anyone would dare treat him this way. With a look of pure steel, she declared that he had made the fatal mistake of trying to hurt her master. She warned him to check his ego, because he was now a high-ranking member of the Duke's household. She finally let go, declaring that anyone who dared threaten the Barnasto family would face her wrath. They were finally going to pay. And then he started desperately crawling. He scrambled across the floor on all fours like a pathetic dog. He bowed his head low and shrieked out a desperate confession. He admitted it was all a lie, terrified that losing his court position would destroy him. He pleaded with them, insisting that the court blacksmith title was their greatest asset. She flashed a grin, telling him their father had already given them his full blessing. That prestigious court blacksmith title meant absolutely nothing to them now. The MC looked him dead in the eye and coldly stated he was finished with this place. He offered a final thanks for the years gone by, but his mind was set. Morgan grabbed onto his leg, sobbing and begging him not to go. He desperately pleaded for him to return, swearing he'd do absolutely anything. He stood his ground and firmly demanded to be set free. Throughout the chaos, his face remained eerily calm and collected. Lefty stepped in, snatched his hand, and ordered him to back off right now. She warned him that defying her master again would be a grave mistake. If he didn't fix his attitude, she'd have no choice but to report him. As she hauled him away, he broke down into loud, pathetic sobs. The moment he cleared the room, he exhaled a massive sigh of relief. Alicia pulled him into a warm hug, praising him for his incredible courage. He'd survived the ordeal, and he whispered a heartfelt thanks to her. He confessed his body still trembles with pure terror when he remembers those hellish days in the court. Escaping that nightmare forge alone was impossible, and he knew it was all thanks to her, even if she denied it. She insisted he was the real hero, but he was dead set on never returning to that palace again. He knew the road ahead was full of danger, but he felt certain that together, they could face any storm. They were prepared to overcome it all, and before long, they were back at the fair making deals. He asked if they'd sold out again, and she beamed, revealing they'd earned a staggering 800,000 crowns. With a faint smile, he noted their growth had slowed down. They had finally hit their ceiling. Despite their incredible efficiency and high-grade magic iron, he knew he couldn't hike the prices any further. To break through, they needed even rarer materials, and he planned to hit up Rig for some serious guidance. He wondered if the investment was worth it, then stepped into the office to report their total earnings. 830,000 crowns. Goral stares at the stagnant numbers and bows low, desperately apologizing for the lack of growth. Suddenly, he reaches into the nightstand to pull out a mysterious document. He tells him to stop groveling and take a much closer look at what he's holding. Confused, he examines the flyer and discovers that this very building was originally designed as a massive forge. It's already fully stocked with every tool imaginable, and it's finally up for sale. So, what's his move? He looks on in total confusion, but a sly grin creeps across the other man's face as he explains how simple this really is. Why doesn't he just open his own workshop to skyrocket his reputation and send sales through the roof? His heart races at the thought of his own shop, but he hesitates, worried about his noble training and heavy responsibilities. Laurel shuts him down, demanding to know if he's already abandoned his dream of becoming the world's greatest blacksmith. He fires back that his dream is alive, but right now his top priority is proving he's a man worthy of her hand. Honestly, she's way out of his league. A noble, kind-hearted beauty who demands a man who's willing to study his heart out. Showing up as a low-class commoner would bring her nothing but shame. So Goril demands he master noble etiquette immediately and even has a tutor ready to go. But he has to remember, the only man worthy of her hand is the greatest blacksmith to ever walk the earth. Manners are one thing, but reaching the absolute peak of his craft is what truly matters. And Goril prays his message finally sinks in. Our hero beams with pure excitement and turns his gaze toward the mysterious object. Goril shoves a box full of cash toward him, but as our hero stammers in confusion and tries to refuse, Goril just barks at him to shut up and open the lid. He flips the chest open, and his jaw hits the floor at the incredible sight inside. Goril leans in and tells him to relax because every single coin in that box was earned through his own hard work. There's no time for doubt. He's Alicia's fiancé now, and he's destined to become the most legendary blacksmith in history. Within the walls of the Barnasto house, he shouts his promise to the heavens, swearing he'll become the absolute best in the world. 3 years ago, Alicia sat lost in thought, her mind racing back to a conversation that changed everything. He'd revealed his deepest desire. If he had just one wish, he'd become the ultimate master blacksmith. She lets out a heavy sigh at the memory, but suddenly Leffy snaps her back to reality. Leffy asks if she's spacing out, but Alicia is totally zoned out, wondering if they were really the same age. Maybe he was a bit older, but his drive to be the world's greatest blacksmith was undeniable. His eyes burned with passion when he spoke, and Alicia clutches her dress, her mind spinning. What is this bizarre sensation? She can't shake his smile from her mind as her heart aches and glows all at once. Leffy shouts to get her attention, sending Alicia leaping into the air as she snaps at her maid. She screams, "Don't sneak up on me like that!" But Leffy insists she's been calling her name for ages. Leffy asks if something's wrong, but Alicia quickly brushes it off, swearing she's totally fine. The maid realized that ever since they arrived in Revenant, Alicia had been completely lost in her own world. Alicia snapped back in a huff, telling her to stop spitting out such ridiculous nonsense. Leffy flashed a sly grin and teased her, asking if she'd finally fallen for someone. But Alicia shot her down instantly. "No way!" she cried, but panic gripped her heart. How could the maid possibly know when no one had seen them together? She begged her to stop staring with those knowing eyes. The maid hummed playfully, noting how her mistress always returned from those secret solo walks looking totally dazed. Fear washed over Alicia as she wondered how the maid was so sharp, especially when Leffy asked if she was truly in love. Alicia exploded in denial, but Leffy wasn't buying it for a second. With a warm smile and blushing cheeks, the maid pointed out that the truth was written all over her face. She reminded her that she'd raised her from birth, so she could spot even the tiniest change in her heart. Alicia's face turns bright red as she clutches her dress, her voice trembling with hesitation. She insists it's not love, but Leffy pushes back, asking if he's the only thing on her mind. Alicia bashfully admits she's totally lost, but the maid is convinced he's living rent-free in her head. Is that it? Alicia wonders, desperate to know how anyone can truly recognize love for the first time. She's completely clueless, questioning how a single conversation could ever spark such a powerful flame. The maid smirks, calling it love at first sight, leaving Alicia absolutely stunned by the idea. Leffy asks what's really in her heart, and Alicia can only whisper that she likes him. But just thinking of his radiant, genuine smile makes her heart swell with a warmth she hasn't felt in ages. After losing her mother, her world turned gray, but he brought the light back, even if she refuses to call it love. Leffy leans in close, gently reminding her that these precious first feelings are something she should truly cherish. He was her world, and she realized it was finally time to give this love a real chance. She dreamed of a man who would cherish her forever, and Alicia hung on every word. Suddenly, she asked if the maid had ever been in love, making her blush with embarrassment. The maid admitted she'd never loved anyone, which blew Alicia's mind since she was so much older. Leffy sighed, explaining she just hadn't met the right man, and Alicia finally understood why. With no men around, she had sacrificed her entire life to serving the house and Alicia. Leffy laughed softly, telling Alicia that her happiness was the only thing that truly mattered. She urged Alicia to follow her heart and speak with him again during her next visit. This was the perfect way to test her heart, and Alicia decisively declared she had to see him again. She thanked her loyal servant, and soon enough, Alicia was invited back to Fate's home. She usually despised these stuffy royal balls, but today her heart was racing because she was finally going to see him again. She swung the door open to find Morgan standing there, stunned to see her after all this time, though she only knew him as a formal business acquaintance. He was the last person she wanted to run into, but she managed a shy greeting as he demanded to know what brought her there today. Alicia explained she was looking for a new blacksmith named Fake, but Morgan cut her off with a roar of pure indignation. "Did that idiot cause you trouble?" he barked, but Alicia desperately tried to calm him down, insisting the man hadn't done anything wrong. She just wanted to welcome the newcomer, causing Morgan to burst out laughing before leading her straight toward the workshop. As they reached the door, the rhythmic ring of a hammer filled the air, and Morgan shouted that they were coming in. Our hero looked up to offer his help, but the moment Alicia stepped out from behind Morgan, he completely froze in shock. He breathed out her name, leaving her stunned that he actually remembered her, while Morgan just watched the whole thing in total confusion. She claimed she was just there to greet the new recruit, but Morgan grew suspicious, wondering if these two had a secret history. She spins toward the protagonist, her voice shaking as she asks if his name is just a fake, feeling a sudden chill of unease. Even though she knows his name by heart, he flashes a confident grin and confirms that it's really him. He tells her he's honored she remembered, and as they share a warm look, Morgan stands there completely baffled by the tension. She thanks Morgan for the escort but tells him to get lost, leaving him absolutely reeling in shock. He bites his tongue and shoots her a sharp glare, reluctantly obeying her command with a silent, icy nod. Morgan claps the MC on the shoulder with a warning to stay in line, while Alicia stands there feeling suffocated by the awkwardness. Her heart is racing with nerves, But as soon as Morgan vanishes, the protagonist speaks to her with cold, stiff formality. Disappointment stings her heart because he's being so distant, even though their very first meeting was so different. She reminds him that she gave him her real name and begs him to drop the act, leaving him totally stunned. Alicia tells him to just use her first name, and he's floored. Is she actually giving him permission to be that casual? The noble girl stammers out an apology, but our hero shuts her down, reminding her that a lowly commoner like him has to follow the strict laws of the aristocracy. With a heavy heart, Alicia admits she's lonely in that massive palace and begs to see him again, even suggesting they become friends before her heart starts racing in a total panic. He stares back with a somber gaze, leaving Alicia to wonder if she's just overstepped her bounds and if he actually hates the idea. Protagonist sees the pain on her face and quickly reassures her, telling her he'd actually be honored to spend time with her. Alicia's jaw drops in pure disbelief. Did he really just say that? She frantically apologizes for being so selfish, but our hero cuts her off, insisting she's done nothing wrong, though he still has one major doubt. He asks if she's truly certain she wants to befriend someone like him, and she just laughs, shouting a resounding yes before thanking him with a beaming smile. She gathers her courage and asks if she can drop by for visits, and he gives her a warm smile, telling her his door is always open. With a promise to meet again, she wishes him luck and makes her exit, her heart pounding with pure excitement as she steps out of the workshop. She couldn't stop thinking about how desperately she wanted to be by his side, even while she was stuck at those stuffy royal balls. She bolted straight to his workshop, and while things started off awkward, that nervous tension slowly melted away. Being near him felt like pure magic, and hours felt like seconds as she wished their time together would never end. Her heart raced faster with every word they spoke, falling harder for his voice, his grin, and his incredible spirit. She was hooked on his looks, his mind, and his absolute obsession with becoming the world's greatest black Smith. Every detail about him inspired her until she was completely in love. But everything changed the day she went to visit him and found weapons trashed across the floor with our hero sitting in the middle of the mess, his back turned away. His entire posture screamed that he was broken, and sensing the danger, she stepped inside to call out to him. He looked back with a fake, pained smile, apologizing for his exhaustion. But Alicia could tell this nightmare had been haunting him for a while. She pressed him for the truth, but he scrambled to make excuses, claiming he was just buried in work and begging her to forgive his filthy, dirt-stained clothes. She played along and offered to leave, but as she watched his embarrassed face, she noticed something horrifying. A clear boot print stamped right onto his uniform. Back at home, she pours her heart out to Leffy, terrified by the eerie isolation she witnessed at the forge. She initially thought it was just luck finding him alone, but then the chilling realization hit. No one else ever stepped foot in that shop. He was literally wasting away before her eyes, his clothes shredded and filthy as if he hadn't left the heat of the forge in weeks. The man was working himself to the bone day and night, and she feared he might just drop dead from sheer exhaustion. His ragged appearance and total isolation painted a dark picture. He was being ruthlessly bullied by the other blacksmiths. It was the only explanation that made sense, but as a foreigner from a neighboring land, she felt completely powerless to step in. She had zero authority to intervene, though her maid insisted that exposing the truth would solve everything. Alicia considered it, but she knew his obsession. He was dead set on becoming the greatest blacksmith the world had ever seen. If he exposed the court's bullying, he'd be fired on the spot, shattering his ambitions and destroying his only path to greatness. He was enduring a living nightmare just to keep his dream alive, but she was terrified that his silent suffering would eventually kill him. Tears streamed down the girl's face as she choked out those final words, but Leffy stepped forward with a daring plan to save him. Alicia froze in total shock, her mind racing, until the maid dropped a bombshell and told her to make him her fiancé. Alicia stood there, completely paralyzed by the thought. Her fiancé? Leffy reminded her that their land is famous for legendary smiths, and with Lord Goral's support, he'd have every tool imaginable. But if Fake actually becomes her fiancé, his status would skyrocket, trapping him in a world of royal duties and rigid etiquette that could distract him from his true passion and label him as nothing more than a duke's puppet. Leffy nodded solemnly, knowing that becoming her betrothed would chain him to a mountain of heavy responsibilities. It would be a brutal struggle to keep his craft alive, but Fake's will is made of iron. If the palace couldn't break him, nothing will. A royal title won't change his heart. So Leffy looked her in the eye and asked the ultimate question. "Do you love him?" And the girl shouted her confession to the world. She'd do anything to support him, and the maid smiled, knowing he'd be far happier by her side, especially since he clearly has eyes for her too. He always makes time for her for a reason, so Leffy grabbed her hands and gave her a push. "Just ask him. If he says no, then that's that." Alicia's eyes sparkled with hope as she sought the truth, and the maid beamed, insisting that no man on earth would ever turn her down. The thought of him being her fiancé filled her mind, and as she pictured his face, her heart began to race. She thanked her loyal maid and vowed to win him over, determined to make this man her husband and give him the happiness he deserves. Luffy gave her mistress a supportive grin and wished her the best of luck on her romantic mission. A short while later, Alicia hurried back to find him, stepping into the heat of the forge. Inside, she found him passed out cold on the hard floor and slowly crept toward him. Her heart sank when she saw the brutal bruises covering his face. Realizing those heartless blacksmiths didn't hold back at all, Alicia desperately called out his name, but he remained motionless, lost in a deep sleep. She leaned down low and gently placed her hand against his forehead. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open and he bolted upright, slamming his head right into a beam. Alicia's name tore from his throat in a panic as he realized the sword was still unfinished. He caught sight of Alicia and stood there frozen, calling out to her in total shock. Fast forward a bit, and our hero starts to hear Alicia's voice echoing through his mind. She was softly wishing him a good morning, trying to nudge him awake. He blinked at her in a daze, his brain failing to register what she was even saying. He couldn't wrap his head around why she was right there, muttering under his breath in confusion. He was still in his own room. She just smiled, explaining she was there to wake him up and hoping she didn't scare him. The MC sat up fast, greeted her back, and asked in disbelief if he'd really been out that long. He felt the tension rising. They might be officially engaged, but they definitely weren't used to sharing a room yet. Alicia apologized for the delay, but he looked so peaceful she didn't want to disturb him. "No worries, just tell her thanks for stopping by," he says, before asking for the time, only to realize it's 7 a.m. and her father is demanding an audience. When she asks if he'll come along, he bolts out of bed, gasping, "Lord Goral? He's gotta move, and fast." This wasn't just some fake engagement anymore. They were the real deal now, and there was no way he was letting this slip through his fingers. He couldn't lose the person he loved most, but since parents hold all the cards in marriage, he had to stay on his absolute best behavior. He needed to stay in Lord Goral's good graces so the man wouldn't even dream of tearing him away from Alicia. He scrambles to get dressed in a blur of motion, but Alicia stops him dead in his tracks, pointing out his wild, messy hair. One look in the mirror confirms the disaster, and he curses under his breath, desperate to fix the bird's nest on his head. As he frantically tries to smooth it down, he panics, thinking the Lord would never let his precious daughter marry such a total slob. Seeing him struggle, Alicia flashes a sweet smile and offers to take over, telling him he just needs to relax. "Just sit down," she says, leaving our hero completely stunned by her kindness. To his total shock, she was already standing there with a comb ready to go. She had water prepared and waiting the moment he finally took a seat. She began delicately taming his wild, messy hair, dampening it to keep it in place. He felt guilty for the hassle, but she just beamed and told him to stop being so ridiculous. She reminded him that as his future bride, she has a very important role to play. And that role includes making sure her man always looks absolutely perfect. He was secretly overjoyed, but she just laughed and teased him for turning bright red. Not one to back down, he reached out and poked her cheek right back. He pointed out that she was blushing just as hard, making Alicia get all flustered and deny everything. As he kept teasing her, even her ears turned crimson, and he couldn't believe how soft her skin felt. Alicia huffs that she'll stop styling his hair if he keeps teasing, making our hero dramatically wail about her heartless cruelty. It's the first time anyone's ever helped him get ready, which shocks Alicia since she's always been pampered by a fleet of servants. She confirms that for a high-born noble, having people wait on you hand and foot is just a standard way of life. "Good point," he says, figuring he should probably just let the professional staff handle his hair from now on. Alicia snaps back with an indignant glare, refusing to even consider letting anyone else take over her job. She insists on doing it herself, leaving our protagonist stunned and wondering if she's actually serious about this daily task. He worries it'll be exhausting, but she just smiles at his cluelessness before staring into his soul and confessing her undying love. She wants to be his everything, declaring that seeing his messy, sleepy face every morning is the greatest reward she could ever ask for. Suddenly shy, she asks if he hates her being so forward, but a bright red MC quickly admits that he actually treasures her care. Alicia laughs with pure joy and seals the deal, leaving our hero in a total trance as he imagines waking up to her every single day. His heart was practically exploding from all this affection, and though it felt like a beautiful dream, he still couldn't fully relax. They were just newlyweds for now, but he vowed to become the world's greatest blacksmith and a husband worthy of Alicia. She finally finished, and as he checked the mirror, he praised her for doing such an incredible job. She pointed out his hair was still damp, so he used wind magic to dry it while she reached for his clean clothes and set them on a chair, earning a massive thank you from our hero for her kindness. He asked her to step out so he could change, sending a blushing Alicia bolting from the room as he wondered if every morning would be this chaotic. Eventually, they arrived at Goral's and apologized for the delay, but the Lord immediately suspected something had happened. So our hero quickly claimed he just spent way too much time grooming himself for their meeting. Suddenly, the door swings open and Leffy shouts the truth, that they were actually just flirting the whole morning. She slams the door shut, leaving everyone in the room frozen in a stunned, awkward silence. Goral's face turns bright red with embarrassment as he stammers out that he finally understands. He begs for their forgiveness for dragging them out of bed so early, but the MC frantically asks if they've messed something up. It was all a huge misunderstanding. Alicia was just helping him fix his messy hair, and the Lord finally lets out a sigh of relief. He apologizes again for the dawn meeting since his schedule is packed, so it's time to cut the small talk and get down to business. He looks the MC in the eye and asks if he's still serious about learning the ways of the nobility, and the MC shouts a resounding yes! He's haunted by how he completely blew it at the ball with his trash manners and awkward dancing, and he refuses to bring shame to Alicia's family name. Goral tells him there's no need to rush into such a brutal workload, but the MC refuses to back down and let his benefactors down. The Lord smirks and makes a game-changing proposal. Alicia will be the one to handle his training. She's more than capable, and it'll be way easier for him to learn the ropes from someone he actually cares about. Alicia's face lights up with pure joy at her father's words, realizing this means even more quality time with her favorite person. Our hero didn't just agree, he was absolutely thrilled by the offer. Moral warns him not to burn out, reminding him that his true destiny lies at the forge. Without a second thought, he gives a firm nod of agreement. But now, it's time to pivot to something far more critical. The man slides over a catalog, announcing it's finally time to pick out a permanent home and shop. The Lord has handpicked the best spots, leaving our hero stunned by his incredible generosity. He and Alicia hadn't even begun to plan their workshop's location until this very moment. As they flip through the pages, one specific building catches his eye and stops him cold. He gasps in total shock. This shop is listed for an absolute steal. Alicia's jaw drops too, realizing the price is 3 times lower than anything else on the market. Tucked away on Adventurers Street, Goral listens intently as the girl begins her pitch. This isn't just a shop. It's a massive forge with a built-in home that blows those other cramped, low-quality properties out of the water. Every other option was a total disaster, so our hero confidently points to this one as the absolute perfect choice. Goral's jaw drops in pure shock that the protagonist actually wants to buy this place. Our hero stands his ground, but Goral admits he only listed the property as a formality and warns him to stay away. Alicia and the others gasp in confusion, demanding to know why such an incredible deal is so dangerous. But there's a terrifying catch. The entire building is haunted by a restless ghost. Our hero is completely stunned, struggling to process the news while Alicia begins to panic. Alicia turns pale as a sheet and screams, while the rest of the group is still trying to make sense of the situation. They could handle a swarm of monsters without breaking a sweat, but a spirit is a whole different nightmare. Fine, but ghosts are just a myth, Goral barked. Though the rumors were hard to ignore, it turns out the last owner and the guy before him both fled the property in total terror. They ditched the place in a heartbeat, convinced a restless spirit was hunting them down. Our hero is baffled as the Lord reveals a dark secret. A blacksmith actually died right there on the job. Now his vengeful soul stalks the workshop, which is exactly why the Lord wants them to stay far away. Alicia is absolutely fuming, demanding to know why her father would suggest such a cursed dump. But Goral admits the gear inside is just too top tier to ignore. Our protagonist just flashes a grin, declaring that ghost stories and spooky superstitions don't scare him one bit. Alicia is losing her mind with worry, but our hero immediately shuts down her fears. He insists this shop is the ultimate prize, and those scary rumors are probably just a bunch of nonsense. If that's true, why did everyone else run for their lives? Our MC shrugs it off, convinced it's all just one big coincidence. Passing up this prime spot over some silly ghost stories would be a total disaster. It's right on the edge of Adventure Street, the absolute goldmine for any business. He'll be drowning in customers, and he needs that traffic to become the world's ultimate blacksmith. He has to prove he's worthy of Alicia's hand, and there's no way he's letting his shop go broke. To succeed, he needs the perfect location. But he notices Goral and Alicia are still shaking with fear. He tells them to just check the place out first, leaving Goral wondering if this guy has a death wish. He claims ghost monsters are a threat, but simple spirits are harmless, even if you can't actually kill them. The Lord finally sighs in defeat, telling him to pick whichever shop he wants. He tosses over a heavy ring of keys, having already cleared everything with the previous owners. With the keys in hand, the Lord tells him that's all he can do for now. Our hero tells Goro to stay safe, and as soon as he's gone, he shouts, "Perfect!" because the day's plan is finally set, and he calls Alicia over to check out their options face to face. Noticing her shaking, he asks what's up, only for her to nervously ask if they're really visiting that creepy haunted shop. He confirms it's on the list, but he can't help but wonder, is she actually this terrified? She shyly admits her fear, and while he finds her reaction adorable, he offers to just go by himself to spare her. Alicia refuses to back down, insisting she'll go because they're going to run a business together, even if they haven't tied the knot yet. She wants to be a strong wife for him, so he gives her a warm smile and promises to stay right by her side as she begs him for protection. He swears to keep her safe, and with their hearts racing, the duo finally heads out on their journey. Walking through town, the streets buzz with gossip about Lady Alicia and her legendary young blacksmith fiancé. Local women shower Alicia with compliments on her beauty, leaving our hero feeling totally awkward under the intense public spotlight. That's the true burden of nobility. He tells Alicia their first stop is their top-tier choice, that exact same spine-chilling location. She asks if he's still dead set on it, and our hero shouts, "You bet I am." The deal is just too good to pass up, and he never dreamed a workshop this perfect would fit his budget. He teases her, reminding her how excited she was before the ghost stories started, promising that if they prove it's safe, she'll finally be at peace. Alicia spins toward Leafy, desperate to know if the spirits are real. The maid admits she's a skeptic, but warns that the dark rumors surrounding this place are impossible to ignore. It's not just about ghosts. Word on the street is that anyone who lives here eventually descends into total madness. They say the sound of clanking metal echoes through the halls at night. Food vanishes into thin air, and even weirder things happen in the shadows. Sure, some of it might be made up, but until they know the truth, she warns him that buying this place is like gambling with their very lives. Our hero takes it all in, but he can't help but wonder, could it really be that terrifying? "We're here!" he shouts as they arrive, and Leffy gasps, realizing the building is way more massive and imposing than the sketches showed. Alicia turns pale as a sheet, whispering that it looks more like a death trap than a workshop. Our MC is stunned, arguing that it's just a bit run down, but it's actually a pretty normal building. To him, the worn-out look gives it that classic workshop charm, but Alicia is trembling, terrified to even lay eyes on the place. Our hero tells her she can wait outside if she's scared, but she lunges forward, gripping him tight and declaring she'll survive as long as he's there to protect her. Leffy's heart melts at the sight, while the guards warn them to stay put and shout if any trouble breaks out. The group creeps into the shop, every step deliberate as they test the ancient floorboards. Suddenly, the wood lets out a piercing, violent crack, and all three let out a terrified shriek, bracing for whatever monster is lurking in the shadows. But it's just Rig, who jumps back in total shock as he recognizes his visitors. He gasps, asking if Fake is really the one buying this place, and once it's confirmed, the merchant finally connects the dots. He never dreamed it was the legendary Mr. Fake, and our hero realizes that his new noble rank has completely changed how people treat him. This is the reality of being an aristocrat, and Rig admits he's the owner who built his entire fortune on these very goods. He asks if the masked girl is Lady Alicia, and she giggles, confirming the truth to her shocked fiancé, Rig stunned. He rattled off every detail of their past deals before dropping into a deep, desperate bow to apologize. He had no idea who they really were, and was horrified by how disrespectfully he'd treated them. The MC shouted in pure awkwardness, wondering what on earth was wrong with the guy. Alicia chimed in, telling him to stand tall since they were the ones keeping their true identities a secret. "This is a total win," the MC laughed, agreeing that he should just relax and treat them like old friends. But Rig refused, insisting that his lowly rank wouldn't let him act so casually around people of their stature. He swung the partition open and declared it was time to get down to business. They were there to scout the building, so the MC asked if he'd be the one giving them the grand tour. The merchant was caught off guard, admitting he was busy scrubbing the place down and never expected them so soon. The MC apologized, explaining they were just too hyped to see the new storage space to wait another second. He offered to lead the way if they didn't mind his company, and the MC enthusiastically agreed, telling him they were counting on his expertise. Rig gestured wildly at their surroundings, announcing that this massive space was the retail floor, complete with shelves and displays ready for action. Scanning the room, our hero realized how perfect this was. He could just fill the shelves and launch the business immediately. Rig pointed behind the counter toward the massive storeroom entrance and a mysterious hallway just beyond. That hall led to several vacant rooms and the heavy door of the forge, which was built right into the main structure. Dragonist was thrilled to find the ancient tools still intact, and Alicia was absolutely floored by the quality of the gear. Our hero agreed, sensing the previous owner's deep obsession with the forge, proving Wig was right all along. The rumors were spot on. This very building was once the workshop of a legendary blacksmith. Alicia stared at the peddler in total shock as he dropped the bombshell about the smith's legendary status. His skills were so godlike they rivaled the founder of House Gorilla, sparking a fierce and eternal rivalry. Their competition forced them to reach for perfection, leaving our hero stunned as he questioned Alicia about the history. She confirmed the tales, revealing that this master smith had mass-produced weapons of unbelievable power. Riggs smirked, explaining that these artifacts are so legendary, they're still worth a massive fortune today. But things took a dark turn when the smith's passion transformed into a terrifying, soul-consuming obsession. Alicia gasped in horror as the realization hit her. He was forging legendary cursed weapons. Rig confirms the grim truth. The people view Bestel's swords as nothing but cursed abominations. Our hero's eyes widen as he recognizes the name, while the peddler leans in to whisper the chilling rumors. These lethal weapons are soaked in the pure hatred of their masters, capable of shattering the mind of anyone foolish enough to hold them. He gestures toward a glass case on the wall, revealing a sinister blade forged by Bastel himself. Just as our hero opens his mouth to speak, a blinding pain rips through his skull, forcing him to grab his head in agony. Alicia panics, desperately asking if he's all right, but he manages to choke out that the pain was only temporary. A sudden spike of pain stabs his brain, making Rig admit that this forge might be a total disaster, especially with the dark rumors surrounding the place. The peddler confirms the haunting, revealing that the previous owner was driven into a spiraling madness that destroyed his career. Our hero is shocked by the tale, but even after the church was called in, the source of the insanity remained a total mystery. Not even a saint could find a trace of evil, but our hero knows that while magic can suppress a curse, only a warrior with an iron will can truly dominate a blade this powerful. He grilled the peddler about the lingering curse, but Rig admitted he was clueless, explaining that the legendary Bastel left it there as a royal favor. Our hero pondered the dark rumors, wondering if the danger was actually real, just as Rig led them toward the second-floor living quarters. If he opened a workshop here, he'd be living in total luxury with massive rooms and perfect spots for guards. This place was easily the top contender. After the grand tour, Riggs turned to them with a grin, eager to hear their final verdict on the property. With a confident smirk, our MC admitted the place was perfect despite its dark history, but he needed a moment to weigh his other options first. "Take your time!" the man shouted, while Leffy turned her gaze toward the mistress and our hero. She asked to tag along for the next stop, and the group set off to scout out several more potential workshops. Some spots had massive forges but tiny shops, while others lacked beds entirely. Nothing seemed to have the right balance. Even the well-equipped shops looked totally boring and plain compared to the legendary aura of Bastel's workshop. Every other option felt like a massive step down, and to make matters worse, the prices were absolutely sky-high. This place was an absolute steal, but its creepy reputation and depressing vibes were the only reason it was so cheap. Without a famous name, finding customers would be a total nightmare, making this a massive gamble for a nameless smith. Once they hit the coffee shop, Leffy asked if the workshop was still his top choice, and he gave a thoughtful nod. Leffy admitted the deal was perfect, but Alicia and the maid were paralyzed with fear over the legendary ghost haunting the forge. Our hero just grinned, joking that he'd love to ask the ghost for some legendary smithing secrets straight from the source. Alicia laughed nervously, terrified that a curse might leave him broken and unable to ever swing a hammer again. He was stunned by her worry, so Leffy suggested they dive into the forge's dark history to uncover the truth. If they can prove it's safe, she's ready to buy it immediately so he can have the ultimate workshop he deserves. He thanked her for being so thoughtful, touched that she was facing her fears just to help him succeed. She insisted it was all for him, and with the girl's full support, they decided to head back to the legendary forge. As they approach the shop, Leffy senses a stranger inside, but the group is stunned to find Alme waiting for them. The moment she sees our hero, she shouts a joyful greeting, thrilled to see them and Lady Alicia once again. She reveals that her mentor spilled the beans, but she still can't wrap her head around the fact that the masked girl was actually her. Looking at Alicia, Alme turns bright red and begs them to forgive her for being so incredibly rude before. They tell her not to worry, but Alicia is internally screaming because inappropriate is a massive understatement. Alme mentions she heard they already scouted the room earlier, and our hero confirms that's the truth. They had weighed all their options, but this place was the best of the bunch, so they return to finish the job. A satisfied grin spreads across her face as she tells them that if they're ready, then they should step inside and ask her absolutely anything they want to know. She's practically forcing the sale on them, and Alicia feels like she's about to burst with rage. Rig snaps, demanding she quit throwing herself at that guy, but he's already engaged. Alme fires back with a smirk. She insists she's innocent, shocked that her own father would even think that of her. Rig can't believe her attitude, so he gives her a sharp bonk on the head and he lays down the law, scolding her once more while she pouts in total frustration. Our hero is stunned and asks the peddler if she's really his daughter, but the man just chuckles and reveals she's an adopted daughter. He rescued her from abandonment on the road, leaving Alicia absolutely moved by his kindness. Rig brushes it off as nothing, but he knows the pain of being alone. Yet Alicia insists he's a true hero. Alme teases that he just couldn't resist her cute face, earning a sharp command to pipe down as Rig turns. He looks straight at our protagonist and demands to know if they've finally made their choice. They scouted countless locations, but this shop was the clear winner. He was ready to seal the deal, but a single doubt remained. The peddler blurted out a final warning, his face a mask of pure nervous energy. The man was overjoyed, yet he had to ask, was our hero truly certain about this purchase? He nodded, but he needed to be 100% sure before signing. He demanded a final, deep inspection of every corner. Rig agreed instantly, knowing that being careful with such a massive investment was only natural. Fake requested one last walkthrough, and the boy eagerly agreed as they marveled at the workshop's stunning craftsmanship. Alicia ordered Leffy to dig up every secret about the building, and the maid promised a full report within days. With the mission assigned, Leffy swore her absolute loyalty to get the job done. Later, while scouring the Lord's library, our hero realized that buying a shop was just the start. He had to master the art of being a true noble. He had to learn the ropes fast, and when Alicia told him it was time for a real-world test, his heart started racing. He struggled to maintain his royal composure as the maid knocked, entered with a deep curtsy, and began her report. "It's a true honor to meet you, Lord Fake," she chirps, leaving our hero absolutely stunned by the formal greeting. He's got to channel his inner Lord Goral, and Alicia watches him like a hawk while he practices the art of receiving royal gifts. Leffy plays the part of a visiting noble, knowing that once he marries Alicia, his social status is going to skyrocket. He has to take the lead when dealing with these high society snobs to make sure he doesn't bring any shame to Alicia's family name. He needs to radiate pure confidence and dignity, and after a while the maid smiles, seeing that he's finally finding his rhythm. Alicia can still see his nerves, and Leffy tells him his voice is shaking, suggesting he just mimic Lord Goral. But when he says he's already trying, the maid can only sigh. He lets out a massive exhale, admitting that after a lifetime of bowing down to others, those submissive habits are burned into his DNA. All those years of being humiliated at the forge are coming back to haunt him. But Alicia insists that constant practice is the only way forward. Our hero thanks them for the training, and the second Leffy calls it a day, he's hyped to get back to the forge and swing his hammer. It's time to craft some legendary goods for his future shop, and even when Alicia asks if he needs a break, he just grins and gets to work. Nothing beats manual labor to snap you out of a funk, so the girl gives a resigned sigh and follows him into action. While the team gets to work, Alicia dives headfirst into a mountain of ancient books. She suddenly gasps at the sheer complexity of the noble crests, and the MC has to admit that memorizing them is a total nightmare. She explains that every noble house has a deep history woven into their symbols, and mastering them lets you identify any aristocrat in an instant. This knowledge is the ultimate social weapon, and the MC realizes that using these mottos is the perfect way to win over the elite. This is the absolute bedrock of their society, and when Alicia reveals she's known this since she was a kid, the MC is completely floored. She reveals her family motto is, "Sharpen the blade and become the blade," honoring an ancestor who was both a master blacksmith and a legendary warrior. The MC realizes that for these nobles, pride and dignity are everything, and he needs to master these rules to survive. He's absolutely stunned by the weight of their traditions, but then he suddenly notices how much time has slipped away. Alicia sees the look on his face and realizes they've been grinding for 2 straight hours. So she finally calls for a much-needed break. They sit down for tea and the table is set so perfectly it looks like a royal feast. He's stunned by how delicious it looks and wonders how she had the time, but he's so focused he barely hears her reply. As our hero takes a seat, Alicia slides in and rests her head right on his shoulder, catching him totally off guard. She fires back, asking if she needs a reason to snuggle, and he bashfully admits that he doesn't mind at all. She's soaking in every second of this peaceful moment, begging him not to burn himself out with his intense training. Even her father says there's no need to rush, so he promises to give it his all, leaving Alicia glowing with satisfaction. Later, during a grueling study session, he shouts in triumph that he's already nailed half the answers. Alicia is absolutely floored, praising his incredible memory for soaking up so much information in record time. She calls him a total genius while giving him a head pat, but he gets all worked up, wondering if she thinks he's some kind of pet. She giggles and calls him a very good boy, but when he jokes that she'd be a great mother, she turns bright red and loses it. He's completely stunned, wondering what could possibly be wrong. Suddenly, the hidden truth behind those words hits him like a ton of bricks. He freezes in awkward silence until Leafy suddenly appears, bowing with a quick apology. She hates to interrupt, but when the girl asks what's up, the maid prepares to spill the tea. After days of spying on that mysterious forge with Lord Riggs' elite soldiers, she finally has the intel. She slams the report down, and our heroes dive into the data to uncover the truth. They're shocked to find 0 issues, especially since the new blacksmith has been working there without a single hitch. Not a single haunting or ghostly encounter was recorded, but the investigation into their mental state reveals something else. They dug deep into the past owner's sanity and fading skills, only to find they were already on edge. These guys were just stubborn and high-strung, meaning that curse was likely all in their heads. Our hero scans the report one last time, realizing that despite only a few days of scouting, everything looks surprisingly perfect. He asks if they're finally in the clear, and Leffy nods, confident that the coast is absolutely clear. But he knows better than to let his guard down. A few days isn't enough to uncover every dark secret, so he stays on high alert. He jokes that maybe the ghost was just taking a sick day, sending Alicia into a total panic as she begs him to stop. Based on the data, the deal looks solid, and he turns to get her final take on the situation. She admits that if her father gives the green light, this is exactly where she wants to set up shop. This place is destined for greatness, and our MC pours out his heart in thanks, leaving Leffy absolutely beaming. He can't believe he's inheriting the legacy of a legendary blacksmith who once challenged the mighty Barnasto family. This historic land is the ultimate fresh start, but after dinner, the Lord pulls him aside with a serious look. The Lord has seen the report and asks if he's truly ready to commit, and our hero shouts a resounding yes to the deal. The Lord gasped in pure shock, unable to believe he actually planned to live side by side with a restless spirit. Alicia snapped her father's name in frustration, while Goral turned to her, desperate to know if she really supported this insane plan. Despite being the loudest critic of the purchase, she admitted that if Leffy cleared the place, this workshop was the perfect fit for fate. She was fully on board, and before her father could protest, she challenged him to spend the night there himself if he was so terrified. Goral stared at his daughter in total confusion, nervously asking what he should even do if a phantom actually appeared before him. Our hero caught him off guard by suggesting he just strike up a conversation, leaving Laura stunned that ghosts could even talk. He planned to make contact, but when Goral asked what happens if the spirit attacks, Fate promised to blast it with magic and escape with Alicia. Wait, does magic even hurt a ghost? Goral worried, while Alicia leaned in, dying to know the answer herself. Thinking fast, our protagonist blurted out the wildest solution. He'd just unleash another ghost to fight it off. Goral stood there stunned, muttering that fighting fire with fire made perfect sense, while Alicia could only cringe at their ridiculous logic. The Lord mulls it over before finally giving the green light, and our hero is ecstatic that his gamble actually paid off. Sipping his wine, the Lord admits that the MC's unshakable confidence makes him believe he can handle any disaster. Goral confesses that if it weren't for those nasty rumors, he would have offered the shop up himself. But he warns that if things get messy, they'll be evicted instantly. But the protagonist vows to protect Alicia and accept the consequences if he fails. Goral isn't worried about the shop. He's worried about the MC's safety, prompting Alicia to tell her dad to show a little more heart. The Lord ends the debate and takes charge of the purchase, finally securing the perfect location for their new home. With this massive opportunity in his hands, our hero swears to master both the shop and his noble etiquette or die trying. But the work isn't over. As Alicia reminds him, they still need to navigate the complex web of the Craftsman's Guild. The Lord explains that the Craftsman's Guild holds total authority over every smith in the city, just like the Merchant's Guild. Getting registered is the only way to open those doors and start trading in the marketplace without any more red tape. Sure, a daily fee lets you sell for the day, but if you want a permanent shop, you've got to smash through that paperwork immediately. Joining the Artisans Guild is a massive power move, letting them blast their workshop's name to every adventurer and craftsman in the city. Alicia reveals they can even use the Adventurers Guild board to hype up the grand opening, and our hero hangs on every single word. It finally clicks. He needs to register the second the papers are signed, and he's absolutely stunned that his own shop is actually becoming a reality. Goral beams with excitement for the big day, while the MC vows to give it his all, and Alicia cheers that they'll crush it as a team. The guards announce their arrival at the guild, but our hero feels the burn of 1,000 eyes as the entire street stops to stare. He wonders why they're still walking instead of taking a carriage since they're official now. But Alicia blushes, insisting this stroll is the perfect date. She just wants to be herself and walk by his side, not as some high and mighty noble, and the MC finally sees her heart. Everything makes sense now. But then Leafy leans in and whispers the real reason Alicia is so insistent on walking. She's actually just trying to flex her handsome fiancé to the whole world, leaving Alicia flustered and the MC completely caught off guard. The Lord's daughter snaps at her to shut up, but the maid just giggles while our hero watches the chaos unfold. It's a sweet sentiment, so he agrees to the extra security, even if they're sticking out like sore thumbs. He turns to the guards and apologizes for dragging them along just for his shop's sake. The guards flip up their visors in total shock at his humility. Arya tells him to relax since it's their duty, while Capri vows they'd do anything for the master. Alicia and the others are stunned by their loyalty, but Capri confirms they've protected her forever. Arya chimes in, saying they've watched her grow up and seeing her this happy is a dream come true. They look like the perfect newlyweds, but Sis quickly reminds them they aren't hitched yet. Alicia gets flustered, demanding they stop the gossip and asking why they're wearing heavy armor for a simple patrol. They're drawing way too much attention, so she tells them to ditch the gear since they're already intimidating. But Capri refuses, fearing their smirks would give them away, while Arya begs to keep their faces hidden. They just need time to adjust, and Sis offers a quick apology for the awkwardness. Our hero can't help but shout out in total shock. "Wait, is that the only reason?" he yells, as Leffy apologizes for these three morons. Our MC just bursts out laughing, realizing what a hilarious group of comrades he's found. He looks at Alicia and tells her she's clearly adored, but she blushes and tells him to watch his mouth. Our hero suddenly freezes, realizing his rude attitude toward the soldiers is a total disgrace to his noble blood. He knows a true nobleman must carry himself with absolute dignity, but his thoughts are cut short. Out of the blue, Ivis and Weather shout out a high-energy greeting to start the day. Startled, he greets them back and asks if they're on a mission, but Eva immediately teases him, asking if he's actually on a spicy secret date. He looks at Alicia in pure shock, wondering if this is Lord Goral's daughter, and if the hero finally scored a beautiful new girlfriend. The protagonist quickly clears the air, insisting they aren't dating and are simply heading to the Craftsman's Guild. Evis is absolutely floored that they're visiting the guild, but then, without warning, Weather cracks his comrade right over the head, sparking a chaotic argument over whether this girl is just some random new flame. Weather roars that he's a complete moron for not recognizing the famous Lady Alicia in his own city. "Is it really her?" he stammers in disbelief, and she just gives a radiant smile, confirming she's the same girl they knew as Allie. Even if they weren't best friends, Alicia was thrilled to see them, while a stunned Ives realized he'd been rambling to the masked girl this whole time. She insisted he stop apologizing since she was the one keeping secrets, so he needed to just relax. Ives broke into a massive grin, switching moods so fast it made the MC's head spin, before turning to him with a burning question. "So this is the legendary groom everyone's talking about?" Ives shouted, offering his wildest congratulations and swearing they wouldn't miss the wedding for the world. Weather grumbled that commoners like them had no business at a noble wedding, but Alicia and the MC shut that down instantly, crediting these two for his success as a blacksmith. Weather was touched, but the mere thought of being surrounded by stuffy nobles made him feel physically sick, and the MC couldn't help but relate to that pure anxiety. Suddenly, Ives remembered their mission and signaled it was time to move out, while the MC promised they'd cross paths again at the guild. They promised to visit the market soon, but their jaws hit the floor when the MC revealed he was opening his very own shop. The MC promised to share the details later, and after a round of excited cheers from Ives, he and Alicia finally made their exit. As the adventurers watched them leave in awe, the MC stepped into the Artisans Guild and was shocked by how quiet it was compared to the chaotic adventurers' hub. Mira, the guild secretary, greets them warmly and asks how she can serve them today. Our hero introduces himself and declares his ambition to open a forge, invoking the prestigious name of House Barnasto. Mira confirms that Lord Goral sent word ahead and immediately hands over the official registration papers. He signs the documents, knowing that having Alicia by his side is the only proof of identity he needs. She asks if he's already secured the shop, and he confirms it, aware of the whispers already surrounding his new business. He hands over the completed forms, and the secretary confirms that every single detail is perfectly in order. She rushes off to fetch the guildmaster for a private meeting, while Alicia assures him that his success is all but certain. The guildmaster demands to see a sample of his work, and Fake prepares to show off his legendary talent. Fake draws a shimmering mithril blade, a masterpiece he crafted just for this high-stakes evaluation. Blown away by the skill, the master introduces himself and admits that House Barnasto's reputation is well-deserved. McGill announces the application is a success, and Fake realizes Eaglith is leading the charge despite being so young. Master McGill locks eyes with him, confirming that Fake knowingly bought the forge despite the terrifying rumors surrounding it. McGill warns him about the Ghost Master blacksmith, but Fake is confident his research will keep them safe from any spectral threats. Whether it's a ghost story or not, the legendary smith died right there on the job, and McGill begs him to be careful. Fake promises to stay alert as the master hands over the official license, ordering him to display it proudly in the workshop. Outside, Alicia senses the danger, and while Fake is willing to risk his own life, he refuses to let his friends get hurt. Alicia insists the shop is a dream location that any merchant would kill for, even if it's been rotting for years. She reminds him they have elite bodyguards to handle any trouble, and Fake finally finds peace in her words. A week blurs by as Fake hits the market, hyping up his grand opening to every warrior he passes. An adventurer promises to drop by for a sword enchantment, and Fake can't wait to see a massive crowd at his door. Back at the estate, Goral drops a bombshell. The building purchase is officially finalized and ready for action. This means the workshop is finally a reality, and our hero is absolutely buzzing with gratitude for the help. Goral warns him that his daughter is worried he's overworking, but our hero insists he can handle the massive pressure. The Lord reminds him that a true master prioritizes self-care and should never hesitate to lead his team and ask for help. Our MC takes the advice to heart and immediately turns to the Lord with a bold request of his own. Our hero asks if he can personally upgrade the guards' weapons, leaving Goral completely stunned by the request. Goral questions the choice, but our hero confirms he wants her protectors to carry the most reliable steel imaginable. Their current gear is just okay, but he wants to gift them 3 superior blades as a massive sign of respect. The Lord ponders it and gives the green light, though he warns not to spoil them with god-tier loot just yet. Our hero thanks the Lord for the wisdom and heads out, but as they leave, Alicia turns to him with a question. The stage is set, he confirmed, silently praying that nothing goes sideways inside that building. She mentioned the soldiers had finished their checks, then asked which legendary blades he planned to hand out. He decided to wait for tomorrow's training to let them pick their own custom weapons from his private workshop. He's forging them personally, taking their basic mithril gear and infusing it with top-tier enchantments. His superior craftsmanship will even surpass Daria's steel, and Alicia knows the warriors will be absolutely hyped. He really couldn't have picked a more perfect moment to surprise them. The very next morning, our hero stepped out onto the training grounds. He watched the guards as they pushed through their intense drills. There they were, Capri and the rest of the squad, all seasoned warriors in the prime of their youth. The men immediately saluted their master, completely shocked to see him at the training field for once. Our hero stares them down, realizing that despite being the same age, these guys are built like absolute tanks. It's obvious they're elite soldiers, so Fake pulls them aside, asking for a moment to drop some serious news. He reveals he spoke with the Lord about their guard duty and wants to reward them, leaving the men completely shell-shocked. Arya claims they're the lucky ones because protecting them is a total joy, but the MC is just left standing there, totally baffled. They joke about witnessing the newlyweds in their honeymoon phase, but the MC shouts that they aren't even married yet. Caprice insists it's a done deal since Lord Goral already gave his blessing, making the wedding an absolute certainty. Our hero desperately wishes they'd stop teasing him as he struggles to keep his composure and finally speaks up. He changes the subject by offering them custom swords he forged himself, hoping to upgrade their gear for the shop. Arya is losing his mind at the chance to wield such legendary blades, even as the MC tries to claim they're just decent quality. Caprice knows they're top tier, while Fake leads them to the workshop, praying his work doesn't let them down. He looked them in the eye and asked if they'd follow him to the forge, and the guards roared back that they'd follow him to the ends of the earth. Our hero could only blush, thinking they were totally overdoing it. Once they hit the workshop, he pointed to a rack of gleaming blades meant for the shop, and told them to take their pick of these master-crafted weapons. The guys stood there frozen, unable to believe their luck. Was he actually serious? They immediately dove in, eyes wide as they inspected every single blade on the rack. Feeling a bit awkward, the MC worried their reaction was a bit dull and asked if everything was okay, explaining these were made of Ilian mithril steel just like their old gear. Arya gasped, asking if it was really the same metal, but Sis cut in, shouting that these were leagues beyond their old junk. Capri couldn't wrap his head around it, stuttering out, "Wait, are these actually free?" It felt too good to be true, and while Fake questioned if the jump in power was really that big, Arya drew his old blade to show that even a novice could see the massive gap in quality. The MC realized their old gear was just mass-produced trash with bottom-tier enchantments. He nodded, realizing that unless someone mastered magical forging to the highest degree, their standard gear would never even come close to his creations. He told them to just pick whatever they wanted, and the guys practically exploded with gratitude, calling him a literal angel sent from heaven. They swore to serve him for the rest of their lives, and as our hero sheepishly asked if they'd found their match, they proudly held up their new legendary blades. With a satisfied grin, he promised that if the enchantments ever faded, he'd personally restore them to their full glory. But then, they beamed with joy, their hearts full of gratitude as they swore to honor him with every swing of their new blades. "Hey, Fake, are they gonna wave those things around forever?" The MC laughed, while Arya just told him to let them enjoy the moment. He knew they'd cherish those weapons forever, and as he watched them, he realized he was repeating himself out of pure excitement. Watching those guards celebrate was the peak of his career. Nothing beats the sight of a warrior truly loving your craft. That satisfaction was even better than the forging process itself, and he vowed to keep those smiles coming in his brand new workshop. A moment later, Fake stood before the grand building, realizing this wasn't just a famous forge anymore. It was officially his. This was the first massive step toward his ultimate dream, funded by the blood and sweat he gave in service to Lord Goral. The Lord even covered the remaining debt, and out of pure loyalty, Fake decided to send the bulk of his profits right back to him. Alicia peeked out to see if the cleaning was done, catching the MC staring at his legendary new shop in total disbelief. With the exterior finally finished, Alicia suggested it was time to head inside and see what their new home really looked like. They stepped inside to find every single item perfectly in its place, and our hero realized that thanks to Alicia's help, they were ahead of schedule. With Leffy, Capri, and the rest of the crew working hard, the shop was finally coming together, and he whispered that they might actually pull this off. Suddenly, a massive weapon rack slammed into the floor with a deafening crash, leaving our hero frozen in total shock. A sword went flying through the air as Alicia screamed in terror, and while Fake rushed to check if she was hurt, she insisted she was just fine. They stared at the fallen stand as she nervously asked if that thing was responsible. but he just looked confused by such a pathetic attempt at a scare. He shook his head, claiming that if the legendary ghost were actually here, it would be launching items across the room instead of just tipping a rack. A real ghost would have hurled their goods into the street to make a scene, so it's more likely the swords just shifted and lost their balance. The whole thing just tipped over, leaving Alicia staring at him in complete and utter bewilderment. She let out a nervous laugh and admitted that her imagination must be playing tricks on her. He shoved the stand back up, jammed it with weapons to keep it steady, and declared that the only thing left was to organize them by style. With the shop finally set up, the girl looks over and asks if everything is perfect, and he gives her a confident, "I think so." He scans the walls lined with high-grade steel and shelves of deadly daggers, while the budget blades are tossed in a barrel, all priced to sell and surprisingly solid. Alicia grabs a blade, her eyes sparkling as she shouts about how incredible it is that he can forge such a massive variety of weapons. He just shakes his head, explaining that he's simply recreating the legendary designs he's seen before in his own unique style. She leans in and asks if the shop is finally ready for the big reveal, and he shouts out with excitement, "Oh, absolutely. It's opening day, but maybe we should wait until the big fair wraps up this weekend." He'd already teased the shop at the previous fair, but he's dying to give it one final massive shout-out before the grand opening. Alicia agrees it's a great plan, knowing that this final wave of hype will decide exactly how many customers storm through those doors. Things are about to get chaotic starting next week, and he realizes she's absolutely right. They're going to be swamped. He asks if she's actually going to man the counter, and when she shouts, "Of course!" he can't help but feel a little nervous. Alicia shut down his fears instantly, insisting the security team had everything under control, finally putting his mind at ease. With only Liffey and the core crew on deck, any extra help was a total godsend for their small team. Since the shop might be a total ghost town at first, this skeleton crew would just have to wing it and see what happens. She scanned the empty room and demanded to know where everyone was, only to find out they were all scrubbing the upstairs kitchen. She announced that dinner was on her, leaving the MC completely floored that she'd actually learned how to cook. He claimed he was excited, but deep down he was freaking out at the thought of surviving her very first home-cooked meal. As he stepped into the heavy, stone-walled forge, the dim light created the perfect, intense atmosphere for him to lock in and work. He needed a lightning-fast project to finish before the food was ready, and suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. He decided to forge top-tier kitchen gear to win over the local crowd, reminiscing about his humble life before he was a royal blacksmith. In those days, he was a master of everything, hammering out rugged farm tools just as easily as he crafted deadly razor-sharp swords. From teapots to simple cups, these everyday items are a blast from the past, the very foundation of who he is today. Between the warriors needing his steel and his loving fiancée, he's finally living the dream with his own shop. And becoming a nobleman was a twist he never saw coming. He finishes off a fresh set of pans and admires his handiwork. For his first attempt in years, they're looking absolutely perfect. Suddenly, the delicious aroma of a home-cooked meal hits him, and he can't help but marvel at the heavenly scent. Is Alicia's feast finally ready? He strips off his work gear and heads for the exit, but pauses to take one last look at his shop. A massive jolt of shock strikes him when he spots a dark, mysterious silhouette standing right over his new kitchen tools. He slams the door open to catch the intruder, but in a heartbeat, the figure completely vanishes. He stands there completely baffled, questioning if he really saw a shadow looming over his pans. Was it a ghost, or just a trick of the light? He tries to convince himself it was all in his head. He's clearly just exhausted and seeing things, so he shuts the workshop tight and makes a break for the kitchen. Alicia's face lights up with pure joy the second she spots him from the stove. She eagerly asks about his progress at the forge, and he tells her he's finally finished his work. Paul gives him a glowing review for his effort, promising that a hot dinner is just moments away. He insists on helping with the plates, earning a sweet thank you from Alicia before he finally takes a seat. Once settled, he suggests that Leffy and the soldiers deserve a break, but she's already one step ahead. She explains that she's already rotating the guards for lunch so the defense never wavers. He's totally impressed by her leadership, realizing she's got everything handled perfectly. Alicia shrugs it off as no big deal, then finally serves up a steaming hearty bowl of stew. "This looks incredible," he exclaims, realizing this is the very first time he's ever tasted her cooking. But a wave of worry hits him. Can a high-born noblewoman actually handle herself in a kitchen? He'd always left the cooking to servants, so he had no clue if she was actually any good. He braced himself to stay calm no matter how it tasted, terrified of offending her, while Alicia watched him with a knowing smirk. With a tiny grin, she told him to dig in, and the second that food hit his tongue, his mind was absolutely blown. Alicia leaned in, her heart racing with nerves as she begged to know if he liked it. And our hero couldn't hide his pure joy. He shouted that it was incredible, with every ingredient stewed to perfection and flavors so rich they practically exploded in his mouth. Sure, the ingredients were top tier, but he knew the real secret was the sheer heart and soul she poured into every bite. It was absolute heaven, and Alicia beamed with pure relief, thrilled that her hard work had actually paid off. He started dunking his bread and inhaling the stew like a man possessed, already desperate for a second helping. She laughed and told him there was plenty more to go around, absolutely loving how much he was enjoying her cooking. He told her she was a straight-up culinary genius, but then she teased him, asking if he was actually scared to try it at first. He tried to play it cool and deny everything, but deep down, he realized she'd seen right through his poker face. She never dreamed she'd actually care what he thought about her cooking. She narrowed her eyes, studying him intensely before finally breaking the silence. She claims anyone can master a dish like this, leaving our hero stunned that even high and mighty nobles know their way around a kitchen. Alicia explains that noble girls actually take culinary classes at school, so she just assumed everyone had the basic skills down as a hobby. Some of them even go on to open their own restaurants. She scoops up a steaming spoonful of stew, gives it a soft blow and presses it against his lips, telling him to open wide. He's completely baffled, but a blushing Alicia shyly admits she's always dreamed of doing this for him. Our hero takes the bite, and when he tells her it's absolutely delicious, she's thrilled as he decides it's his turn. He starts spoon-feeding her just like she's a precious little child. They keep up this adorable back and forth for a long time, totally lost in their own little world. Arya scans the blades and realizes every single weapon in this shop is top tier. Capri nods, warning that such high-quality gear is basically a magnet for every thief in the city. Our hero is stunned, questioning if his stock is really that valuable as he looks over his collection. He's got 10 elite blades forged from magical sire iron, far outclassing the rest. But Arya notices his concern and asks if something's wrong. The guards reassure him they're just planning their patrol routes, and when he apologizes for the trouble, they insist it's their duty to protect the shop. Arya wonders if they can ditch the armor for civilian clothes, leaving our hero totally confused about why they'd sacrifice their defense. They explain that blending in as customers would make the shop feel more welcoming, and suddenly, the plan clicks for our protagonist. It's a genius move. Having visible guards might stop a robbery, but it could also terrify the regular shoppers. While security is tight, there's one specific person he's absolutely terrified will show up and cause chaos. It's Alicia, a woman so famous that every local adventurer would recognize her in a heartbeat. But those rowdy, out-of-town adventurers were a real threat, and he refused to let a single soul lay a finger on her. He realized they needed some serious muscle, so he suggested stationing an armored guard in the back room to keep watch. The plan was perfect. 2 guys would go undercover as customers while the soldier waited to charge in the moment things got ugly. Fake locked in the strategy, deciding they'd just have to adapt on the fly since so much of the future was still a total mystery. Alicia showed off the new storage for the kitchen gear, and while he promised to do even more, she begged him not to push himself too hard. She reminded him to actually rest, but when he claimed he was relaxing, she laughed because his mind was clearly still stuck on the shop. Our hero chuckled, realizing that obsessing over the store during his downtime didn't exactly count as a break. Just looking at Alicia's face recharged his spirit more than anything else, but she caught him staring and asked what was up. When she asked what was wrong, Fake admitted that just seeing her was the absolute best way to heal his soul. She turned bright red, shouting in embarrassment about how he could say something so cheesy with everyone listening. Dragonist catches himself, realizing he was just teasing her out of habit, even if every word he said was the stone-cold truth. His blunt honesty is so intense that even the hardened guards are blushing from pure embarrassment. The group bursts into laughter, joking that the two should just become the pillars of the house while he acts like a solid wall. Leffy joins in, telling everyone to just ignore the crowd and let the 2 lovebirds keep flirting to their heart's content. Our hero is fuming, wondering how these idiots aren't embarrassed, realizing any attempt to tease Alicia will blow up right in his face. He spins around, shouts a quick goodbye and bolts away, leaving the girl shouting after him in total disbelief. Time flies, and the grand opening is finally here. Just yesterday, He was at the fair, hyping up his new shop to every adventurer he knew. The big day is tomorrow, so he spends his final hours double-checking every detail to make sure absolutely nothing goes wrong. He decides to camp out at the shop to get a head start, earning a nod from the guard who's impressed by his insane dedication. Because of his ties to the powerful Barnasto family, guards are already pulling all-nighters to protect the precious cargo from any greedy thieves. The MC tells Alicia she has to retreat to the mansion for safety, but she immediately fires back with a fierce protest. "She's staying right here," Leffy announces, revealing she already brought Alicia's clothes so the couple can spend the night together. Alicia blushes and begs her to stop, assuring the hero that they're safe with Capri around, especially since Leffy is a total beast in combat. These guys are A-rank legends who'll guard their privacy with their lives, while Leffy laughs about the romantic bedroom she's set up. She tells them to use the room however they like, leaving the stunned lovers shouting in total shock at her bold suggestion. Leffy insists she just wants them to be comfortable, arguing that since they're engaged, sharing a room is perfectly fine, and the guards are absolutely thrilled for them. Our hero is burning with shame, panicking because even though nobles have strict rules, he knows they aren't planning anything wild. Probably. He finally calms down and looks at Alicia, who shyly asks if he'd actually be okay sleeping in the same bed as her. He tells her that if she's comfortable, then he's all in, and just like that, the two of them are officially sharing a room. The guards promise to be on standby right next door, while Leffy meets him outside to wish him a very interesting evening. Our hero asks if Alicia is already inside, and when the maid says she's prepping for bed, he can only mutter a nervous, "Okay." He didn't have any wild plans, but his heart starts pounding out of his chest as he realizes the big night is finally here. He never imagined it would go down like this, especially when Leffy tells him to shout if they need anything at all. She's literally camping out in the cramped, messy storage room right beneath them, ready to sprint upstairs if they just stomp on the floor. He begs her to pick a better room, but she insists on staying put, making him wonder if she's doing this just to keep an eye on them. He's blown away by her dedication and apologizes for upending her life, but even when she tells him to relax, he can't help but feel guilty. She fires back that their happiness is her only joy, but then drops a bombshell. She's only in that room to eavesdrop on their late-night activities. Our MC turns bright red and immediately regrets every nice thing he just said as his respect for her evaporates instantly. How is he supposed to face Alicia now? That bedroom door feels like it weighs 1,000 pounds as he prepares to step inside. He awkwardly steps into the room and catches Alicia's eye, only for her to ask if Leffy said something weird. Wait, did she hear the whole thing? Alicia finally spills her feelings, leaving the door cracked open in a calculated move to trap him. She warns him he'll freeze standing there and tells him to get in bed, her sweetness masking a deeper intent. She's chipping away at his self-control with every word, and as he looks at the massive double bed, he realizes how cunning she really is. He's stunned. How did this get here? Alicia explains that Leffy and Capri smuggled it in piece by piece. They built the whole thing while he was resting, leaving him to wonder what his friends are plotting as they both sit down. He awkwardly asks if he should just use a sleeping bag, but she looks totally confused by the suggestion. He's dying of embarrassment, but she shyly admits she wants to spend every waking second by his side. She asks how he feels, and he confesses the feeling is mutual before they finally settle in for the night. Magnus rolls over to hide his face, but Alicia gets offended, demanding that he look her in the eye. He fires back, asking why it matters when she sees his face every single day. Out of nowhere, Alicia pulls him into a tight embrace and reveals her desire. She demands he turn around so she can gaze directly into his eyes. The MC, totally overwhelmed, submissively obeys her every command.